le choix de l'OTAN et le choix de l'Union européenne.
France has also announced it will open a consulate in Greenland next month, calling it a strong political signal of support. Meanwhile, Denmark and Greenland leaders stood united, declaring that Greenland is part of Denmark and protected under NATO. But President Donald Trump dismissed those concerns, saying that's their problem as talks continue in Washington. Greenland officials say people on the island feel betrayed and offended by US rhetoric, insisting Greenland is more than land. It is their home.
My deepest dream is, or hope is, that the people of Greenland will get a say no matter what. I think we are the ones to have a say in the decision about our own future. And of course, be it being part of America, I think we should have a vote on it. I think we should be able to have a say ourselves in the future of our lives. For others, this might be a piece of land, but for us, it's home.
Adding to the tension, Denmark quietly helped US forces intercept a sanctions-violating oil tanker last week, highlighting both cooperation and strain in their relationship. As US Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio prepared to meet Danish and Greenland ministers, NATO Secretary General has refused to take sides, calling it outside his role.
News from West Asia now. Palestinians are scrambling for shelter as the West Bank sees its largest displacement since 1967. Well, nearly a year after Israeli operations began in the northern refugee camps, families remain uprooted, crowding into rented apartments, public buildings and temporary shelters after their homes were damaged or destroyed. With no return in sight, displacement has become an uneasy routine for many people there. Here's a detailed report.
Palestinians in the Israeli-occupied West Bank are scrambling to find shelter after nearly a year-long military incursion into the northern refugee camps. Israeli troops forced residents out, triggering the largest displacement in West Bank since Israel captured the territory in 1967. Families wait to return to homes as the promise of return increasingly feels distant.
احنا كنا امل انه نرجع لبلدنا الشفرين على حيفها، صرنا عنا امل نرجع للمخيم. يعني هاي النقطة، يعني بقول لك حق العودة ومش حق العودة كلياته شعارات وأقوال بدون أفعال. فهمت علي؟ وإحنا يعني بنطالب بأدنى حقوقنا، نرجع لبيوتنا ولمسكننا ولرزقنا ولأهلنا ولجيراننا ولم بعضنا.
71-year-old Abdul Salam Odey now lives inside a scrapped minibus.
صعب للغاية حياتي، ما في شغل يعني، وقاعد في هاي الباص قدامك، هاي الباص قاعد مغطي بنايل ومش مبين معالمه منيح، لأنه المطر اليوم مطرت واشتد المطر غرقنا. يعني صحيت على الفراش مبلول، على الحرامات، على الفرشات كلها مبلولة مي.
Residents say they were initially told that the displacement would last only 2 weeks.
احنا 5 عجل جينا من المخيم عند اخواني على كتابة نزحنا، دخلوا الجيش علينا ب9/2 قالوا لنا اطلعوا، فانا يوميتها سالت الضابط بقول له كم من يوم بدنا نطلع، ولا بكل اسبوعين زمن بترجعوا على دوركم. وهاي من 9/2 لغايه اليوم واحنا ما رجعناش على دورنا، يعني انت قاعد بتخرف عن 10 شهور نزوح. فنزحنا جينا عند اخواني هون ومقسمين حالنا، عند اخوي هون وفي لي كمان اخو، كل 3 عجل ببيت واحد، وياتنا قاعدين وعايشين مع بعضنا على امل نرجع.
For families, the refugee camp's struggle is just not coming to an end. The Israeli military says the camps remain active zones of terror activities, claiming explosives were found as recently as last month. Meanwhile, families who received eviction notices continue to wait for clarity.
أنا انضربت داري من 20/12، أعطوني إخلاء ب14/1. الدار لا تصلح للسكن. لما أعطوني إخلاء فهمت علي، طلعت من الدار فهمت علي واستأجرت، وبعدين لما صار الأحداث أنا جيت عند أخوتي هون اللي محانا مع بعض، لأنه بقى الوضع يعني صعب على الجميع يعني.
According to the Human Rights Watch, at least 850 structures across Nur Shams, Jenin and Tulkarim camps have been demolished or heavily damaged as of late 2025. Nearly a year after displacement began, thousands of Palestinians remain caught between evacuation orders and an uncertain future.
And news related to the Russia-Ukraine war. In a recent meeting, the European Commission presented a €90 billion plan to support Ukraine between the year 2026 and 2027. And under the proposal, €30 billion would be allocated to support Ukraine's budget, while €60 billion would be earmarked for the military assistance. The plan, however, did not receive unanimous support, with the Czech Republic, Hungary and Slovakia opposing the agreement. Here's more on the story.
The European Commission presents a €90 billion plan to support Ukraine over the span of the next 2 years. Announcing the plan, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, 24 out of 27 states have agreed to take part in it. This will be to support Ukraine to help cover the financial needs of Ukraine from 2026 to 2027.
It is now just over a month that we will mark the 4th anniversary of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Today, I must say, Russia shows no sign of abating, no sign of remorse, no sign of seeking peace. On the contrary, over the Christmas break, we saw that Russia intensifies its strikes, killing civilians and hitting energy infrastructure, and this must end. We all want peace for Ukraine, and for that, Ukraine must be in a position of strength. And this is the reason why we agreed in fall that we would cover the financial needs of Ukraine for the year's military and budgetary needs for the years 26 and 27.
The money will be borrowed on capital markets. The Czech Republic, Hungary and Slovakia were not part of the agreement. €30 billion would be dedicated to Ukraine's budget support, and €60 billion will be to support the army.
And what are the other news that are making headlines across the world? Let's take a look in the international wrap. Hundreds of protesters in Berlin marched to show powerful solidarity with the anti-government demonstrators in Iran. The crowds called for an end to the brutal crackdown by the Tehran regime and demanded international support for the Iranian people's fight for freedom and basic human rights. The rallies in Berlin are part of a series of global demonstrations by the Iranian diaspora aimed at ensuring that the world hears the voices silenced by Iran's internet blackouts and government's oppression. Thousands of protesters in Bulgaria's capital city of Sofia braved freezing temperatures on Wednesday to demand fair and transparent elections. The demonstration in Sofia came after last month's protests, which was sparked by attempts by the governing coalition to introduce a budget that Bulgarians, who are already struggling with rising prices, feared would add to their woes. The demonstrations come as Bulgaria faces severe political instability, seemingly heading toward its 8th national election in just 5 years. A powerful demonstration took outside the Iranian embassy in Georgia as many gathered in support of the Iranian protesters. People were seen waving banners and flags depicting the lion and the sun, Iran's former national flag. Protesters burned posters of Khamenei and chanted in support of the protesters in Iran. A major overhaul of Ukraine's wartime leadership. Ukrainian President Zelensky announced the appointment of Denis Simyal as the first deputy prime minister and minister of energy, shifting from the defense portfolio to lead the urgent protection of the nation's power grid. In his nightly video address, Zelensky said that he is personally very much expecting the US side to match the energy with which Ukraine's team is working on the peace plan document. And news from Russia now. A powerful cyclone has struck the country's peninsula, bringing heavy snowfall and strong winds. The storm dumped nearly 30% of the region's monthly rainfall in just 24 hours, with which gusts exceeding 180 kilometers per hour in several areas. Well, the severe winter cyclone has caused major disruptions to the daily life across the region. Here's a detailed report.
A powerful winter cyclone battered Russia's far eastern Kamchatka Peninsula. The cyclone brought heavy snowfall and hurricane-force winds, disrupting the lives of people across the region. The storm brought extreme conditions, with 30% of the region's monthly precipitation falling in just 24 hours and wind gusts exceeding 180 km per hour. The accumulation of snow has reached unprecedented heights as vehicles got buried under the snow and snow drifts reaching the level of second-story building in many of the areas. The extreme weather conditions disrupted public transportation, significantly impacting the lives of civilians in the region. The conditions triggered small avalanches and blizzards, blocking roads across the peninsula. Authorities stated that transportation facilities are granted to people to travel along the city's main routes.
Мощный циклон продолжает оказывать влияние на территорию Камчатского края. В связи с отменой движения общественного транспорта в Петропавловске и Камчатском организована работа автомобилей повышенной проходимости, в том числе от МЧС России. Вахтовки курсируют по дорогам краевого центра и перевозят людей по основным маршрутам города.
Schools are said to be remain closed till the end of the week, as another cyclone is expected to arrive late on Wednesday.
All right, let's move on. And there's more news from Europe. Well, the Louvre Museum in Paris has increased the ticket prices for most non-European visitors by 45%. Well, this hike is part of France's new differentiating pricing policy at major cultural sites, aimed at easing a financial strain caused by repeated worker strikes there, as well as overcrowding and even a recent jewel theft. However, many visitors and French unions say that the price change is unfair and it undermines the principle of universal access to culture. Here's more on the story.
The Louvre says the hike raises entry prices from 22 euros to 32 euros for most non-EU tourists, including visitors from the United States and Canada. The French unions have slammed the move, arguing that culture shouldn't be treated like a commercial product and that national heritage should stay equally accessible to everyone. The decision follows months of internal tension at the museum, where workers have staged repeated strikes demanding better pay and working conditions. The museum is also recovering from a shocking robbery last year, when French crown jewels worth tens of millions were stolen in a daring daylight theft. Many foreign visitors say they feel unfairly targeted. Some argue they shouldn't have to bear the price burden for problems they didn't cause.
We didn't cause the robberies or some of the issues that has happened, but we're the ones that are going to pay the consequences. So that's kind of how I look at it. But what do? You're coming here. It's the same thing if it was in Canada. We don't discriminate over pricing like that.
Others believe locals should support their own cultural institutions more, instead of tourists being charged extra simply for being foreigners.
I think things should be a little bit cheaper than local people, because we have to travel to come all the way here. So be equal the price or a little bit cheaper.
French citizens are also being divided. Some insist culture should be equally priced for everyone, no matter where they come from. The Louvre, however, says the extra money will support its major modernization project, aiming to improve crowd control, security, and visitor experience.
And viewers, let's move on to the biggest international focus as to what is really happening in Iran, which is witnessing widespread protests against the Khamenei regime. Well, US President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, assuring them that the support is on the way. The US has already demonstrated its military reach in Operation Midnight Hammer, which targeted Iran's nuclear facilities, while Tehran has warned the neighboring countries hosting US troops of potential retaliation. Now, some personnel at the El Udeid Air Base have been advised to leave, though there is no large-scale evacuation, at least like last year's missile attacks that we saw. Let's take a look at this report for more details.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Why would they do that? We'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office, a war room, and sophisticated defense systems, serves as the primary transport for the Prime Minister. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has also received a call from Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi. The foreign ministers discussed the evolving situation in and around Iran. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to $1 million against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime.
حرف بی ربطی که اگر چنانچه دولت ایران چنین کنه من میام به طرف شما رو میگیرم. این طرف این اغتشاشگرها و افراد مضر برای کشور، این هم دلشون خوشه و اگه میتونه کشور خودشو اداره کنه، تو کشور خودش حوادث گوناگونی وجود داره.
یکی واقعا در راستای خب ما اگر میخوایم کاری رو بکنیم سریع باید بکنیم. یک، به موقع انجام بدیم. اگر ببخشید کار دیر بشه حتی ممکنه همین کاری که امروز میکنیم 2 ماه دیگه انجام بدیم، این اثر رو دیگه نداره که اگر ما تونستیم امروز یک کار رو انجام بدیم 2 ماه 3 ماه دیگه انجام بدیم اون اثر رو نخواهد داشت. یکم در رابطه با حالا مبارزه با مفاسد اقتصادی.
So far, activists have reported that 2,500 protesters and security personnel have died. The question that remains is, will the U.S. invade Iran like it did during Operation Midnight Hammer?
All right, viewers, a big story from the United States where protests continue in Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good by the federal immigration officer. Well, the Donald Trump administration has defended the officer, calling it self-defense, and plans, in fact, to deploy more immigration personnel there in the city, fueling tensions there. Here's more on the unfolding situation. Take a look.
Federal officers dropped tear gas and eye irritants at activists on Tuesday during the confrontations in Minneapolis. Conflicts between federal agents and the public continue to boil for 6 days now. One of the footages show that an officer deploys a flashbang into a small crowd of protesters. The Department of Homeland Security has pledged to send more than 2,000 immigration officers to Minnesota. Homeland Security has made more than 2,000 arrests since early December and shows no sign to stop. The Trump administration continues to defend the immigration agent who shot Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3, saying he acted in self-defense.
Viewers, we're taking a short break. Up next, BMC elections in Mumbai today. Over 1.03 crore voters to decide the fate of 1,700 candidates after 9-year gap. That big story from Maharashtra, viewers, and much more coming up after a short break.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the U.S. Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the U.S. Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building President Trump himself, leading from the front, a scenario.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US suspends visa processing for 75 nations amid immigration crackdown. Supreme Court to hear ED's plea against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raid today. Mumbai BMC elections today. Over 1.03 crore voters to decide fate of 1,700 candidates after 9 years gap. Iran Foreign Minister dials S. Jaishankar, discusses evolving situation. Stage set for Army Day Parade in Jaipur today. Rajnath, Army Chief, to attend. Telangana police detained 3 NTV journalists over controversial program. A very warm welcome, viewers. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Let's start with our first top story, and this is from Maharashtra. Now, Maharashtra is all geared up in time for its local elections today. Now, Mumbai particularly is all set to welcome BMC voting day. Between 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. you'll get the live coverage on Republic TV, latest updates and what's happening in Maharashtra in elections. And this election is now touted to be one of the largest electoral phase for local self-governing bodies till date. Here's a quick report of what's happening and what will happen in Maharashtra today in context of the polls.
Maharashtra is all geared up to face the BMC elections today, set to take place across 29 municipal corporations in Maharashtra for 2,869 seats. A total of 10,231 polling stations have been set up across the city, wherein for BMC particularly, 1,700 candidates entailing 878 women and 822 men are set to contest. And the voting is slated between 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. over the day, with the counting of votes to be held tomorrow on Friday. This is the largest electoral phase for local self-governing bodies till date. The growing tensions that have preceded the polls have resulted in Mumbai police being placed on high alert, with security arrangements being heightened in light of voting day and subsequently counting day. Over 3,000 police officers and around 25,000 police personnel are deployed already, along with extra personnel from the State Reserve Police Force, Quick Response Teams, Bomb Detection and Disposal Squad, Reserve Police Force, and Home Guards will be deployed in sensitive and highly sensitive areas. All eyes are glued to Mumbai today. The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation is Asia's richest municipal corporation. Besides, the future of major cities like Pune, Thane, Nagpur and Sambhajinagar will also be decided consequent to this.
Well, let's focus on our next top story. Now, today, the Supreme Court will hear the Enforcement Directorate, that is the ED's plea against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, linked to the IPAC raids. The hearing comes the day after the Calcutta High Court adjourned its proceedings, citing that the matter is now before the country's top court. Watch this report for more information.
The Supreme Court today will hear Enforcement Directorate's plea against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over the IPAC raids. A bench of the Supreme Court will hear ED's writ petition filed under Article 32 of the Constitution. The petition has been filed against the state of West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, DGP Rajiv Kumar and Kolkata Police, alleging obstruction during ED's search operation at the IPAC headquarters. On Wednesday, the Calcutta High Court had adjourned the matter after noting that ED had already moved Supreme Court with similar prayers. In its order, however, the High Court had granted liberty to parties to mention the case again after Supreme Court decides in the matter. In the Calcutta High Court, ED had sought a CBI probe against Mamata Banerjee, alleging interference in an ongoing money laundering case. The Directorate has also sought return of documents and electronic devices that Mamata Banerjee took on the day of raids at IPAC. The Trinamool Congress, however, has accused ED of using these raids as a pretext to access confidential campaign and political strategy documents ahead of the West Bengal Assembly elections. With the Calcutta High Court stepping back, all eyes are now on the Supreme Court, which is set to take up ED's plea today.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next news segment and get you all the top national stories in National Wraps. In a major security breakthrough, security forces in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district averted a series of potential attacks by recovering and neutralizing multiple improvised explosive devices. 2 IED bombs of 10 kilograms each were recovered and defused by security forces in Bijapur district. These IEDs had been planted along the Somnapalli-Bandarpara route and were swiftly defused. In a major crackdown on interstate drug trafficking, the Narcotics Control Bureau's Hyderabad zone intercepted a massive shipment of drugs. Acting on a tip-off, officials stopped a suspicious lorry on the city's outskirts. NCB intercepted the vehicle and seized 813 kilograms of ganja, cleverly concealed inside a cylindrical cavity resembling a tank to conceal contraband. Now, 3 traffickers from Karnataka have been arrested by NCB in the operation. In a distressing incident from Ludhiana's Ayali Khurd village, dozens of devotees fell ill after consuming gajrela served langar organized at Gurdwara on the occasion of Maghi. Over 50 people, including several women and children, were rushed to local hospitals after reporting severe stomach pain, vomiting and dehydration shortly after eating the sweet dish at the Gurdwara. The doctors at local hospital diagnosed symptoms of possible food poisoning. Investigation is underway. In a tragic turn to Makar Sankranti celebrations in Rajasthan, a massive fire gutted a plywood furniture godown in Dausa. The blaze, reportedly ignited by a falling kite lantern, quickly spiraled out of control due to the highly flammable materials inside the facility. The intense heat and smoke caused widespread panic, forcing the evacuation of several nearby residential homes. While significant property damage was caused due to the blaze, no casualty has been reported yet. All right, viewers, let's focus on our next top story. Now, this is from Telangana. Telangana police have detained 3 journalists from Telugu news channel NTV in connection with a controversial report involving a woman IAS officer and a state minister. Now, opposition parties have condemned the detentions, alleging that the Telangana government is imposing an emergency-like situation in the state. Watch this report.
This was the situation in the NTV newsroom. Officials coming in and out. Editors being picked up. NTV input editor Donto Ramesh was taken into custody, reportedly over a controversial news report on a minister and IAF officer. Ramesh was picked up from the Hyderabad airport while boarding a flight for a vacation with his family. Along with him, 2 reporters, Paripurnachari and Sudhir, were also taken into custody by the police. The reason being given by the police is that the channel was floating fake news about the minister, something the channel has clarified on. The Hyderabad City Police Commissioner has justified the nighttime arrests, claiming the journalist tried to evade investigation. There's criticism from across the board. As opposition in both Telangana and Andhra responds, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy has strongly condemned the arrest of the journalists. BRS Working President K.T. Ramaraja slammed the Congress government over the arrest and demanded the immediate release of journalists. The arrests have triggered political reactions and raised questions over police procedure and press freedom in Telangana. Were the arrests really needed? The matter remains under investigation.
Right, viewers, let's shift our focus to our next top story. Now, this is related to Iran. Now, families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made an urgent appeal to the External Affairs Ministry. At least 15 Indians were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Now, families claim no consular access has been given and allege that Indian crew members have been taken to prison by Iranian guards. Take a look at this report for more information on what's happening in Iran.
Families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made a desperate appeal to the Ministry of External Affairs seeking urgent diplomatic intervention. At least 15 Indian crew members were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Bandar Abbas port in Iran. According to the appeal submitted by the families, the vessel operated by Prime Tankers LLC Dubai was intercepted by Iran's Revolutionary Guard on December 8, 2025. The ship had 17 to 18 crew members on board, including 15 nationals. Families claim that on January 6, 2026, 10 crew members were taken into custody and jailed by Iran authorities. They say 6 to 7 crew members, including the captain, continue to remain on board the vessel. The families allege that they have had no contact with the detained seafarers and have received no official information on their location, health, legal status, or charges. Republic TV spoke to the families of the detained Indian seafarers. The families claim that no consular access has been provided to any of the Indian crew members so far.
With regards to the response that you all have got so far, you are saying that it's almost been a month since the detention has actually taken place. Now the latest information coming in of the fact that the crew members have been taken into the prison. Have they actually told you what are the charges and what is your window of communication right now?
No, sir, nothing.
There are no charges. I mean, we cannot get. I have tried with various sources. Even the consulates or the ambassador, they are not aware of the charges yet. Even the master on board, they are not aware of the charges yet. They don't have any information what are the charges, why they have been taken to prison, no idea. And whoever you speak to, all of them are giving a vague reasons of taking them to prison. At the moment, nothing is, we really cannot understand what actually is the scenario. Of late, since the internet in Iran has been shut down, the communication is still like now. We we are not able to get in touch with the consulates or even the ambassador. So whatever information I'm getting from the master on board.
The incident comes amid ongoing protests and heightened tensions in Iran, raising serious concerns over the safety and rights of Indian seafarers. Families are now urging the government of India to ensure consular access, ascertain the well-being of the crew, and work towards their early release and safe return.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, it is the day of debut for the Bhairav Battalion, the newest and fastest raised combat battalion of the Indian Army. And on the occasion of Army Day, Republic takes you inside the operational gist of this battalion that was raised after Operation Sindoor. Now, Bhairav Battalion, a unit with deadly precision, technical spearhead and all-round combat, is already deployed at Northern and Western Front. Watch this report as we show you the technical prowess of the Indian Army's deadly and unstoppable battalion.
A crucial lesson from Operation Sindoor. A battalion built for battlefield extending far beyond traditional ground.
आज की भारतीय सेना न केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों का सफलतापूर्वक सामना कर रही, बल्कि हम नित्य प्रतिदिन एक परिवर्तनशील, आधुनिक और भविष्य उन्मुख शक्ति के रूप में तेजी से अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। इसके अंतर्गत रुद्र के रूप में नई ऑल आर्म्स ब्रिगेड का गठन किया जा रहा है, जिसका सैंक्शन मैंने कल ही दिया है, जिसमें इन्फेंट्री, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड यूनिट्स, आर्टिलरी, स्पेशल फोर्सेस, अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम जैसे फाइटिंग कंपोनेंट्स को एक साथ रखा जाएगा और विशेष रूप से तैयार किया जाएगा, जिसमें शामिल लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट और कॉम्बैट सपोर्ट होंगे। इसी क्रम में भैरव लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के रूप में एजाइल और घातक स्पेशल फोर्सेस का गठन किया गया है, जो सीमाओं पर शत्रु को चौंकाने के लिए हमेशा तैयार है।
As India celebrates Army Day, Republic takes you inside the Indian Army's newest and fastest raised combat formation, the Bhairav Battalion.
The newly formed Bhairav Battalion for multi-domain operations, for cross-border terrorist camps to internal security and neutralizing targets. They do it all. This new light brigade of specially trained come from multiple domains of the army, from the artillery divisions, infantry division, signal, and most importantly, they are trained in a way to conduct multi-domain warfare. The Bhairav Battalion has been created for one purpose: lethality and impact.
Meeting hard lessons from Ukraine, Middle East and India's own terror-infested neighbor Pakistan, the Bhairav Battalion was announced by the Army Chief of Staff on the Kargil Vijay Divas. And now, Indian Army's tech-enabled spearhead already has 15 units deployed across northern and western fronts.
We are here in the heart of Jaipur's training grounds, where the Bhairav Battalion has been training incessantly. We saw their deadly precision. This battalion has been created as a new age light commando unit, equipped with drones, equipped with the latest weapons and equipped with technology heavy multi-domain warfare. They are designed in a way that is designed for speed, precision and deadly accuracy. Equipped from all across the army, where artillery and air defense, infantry, signals come together to form this new age light infantry unit.
With deadly precision, these eyes are trained to miss no target, camouflaging and locking the target, an assertive tread at the core of which lies coordination. The Bhairav Battalion is a unit prepared for all-round combat. From efficient night operations, drone surveillance to multi-terrain combat, it is a self-sufficient team capable of independent operations. It is a new drone-centric combat arm unlike any raised before in the Indian Army,
where the Bhairav Battalion will be doing its drills. These drills show the deadly accuracy of the Bhairav Battalion. We will be seeing the AK-203 in action, the deadly precision of this battalion, and most importantly, firing drills that are taking place. The AK-203 with ambidextrous shooting positions, wherein they will be changing hands and interchanging. Bhairav Battalion is the compact light commando unit of the Indian Army, created to fight hybrid multi-domain warfare in a high-speed, technology-heavy operation, especially along the LOC and LSC. Each battalion has roughly 250 soldiers. It integrates drones, electronic warfare and precision weapons, and sits between the paramilitary and SF. All of this being done in a way that has never been seen before in the Indian Army.
Cutting-edge weaponry, electronic warfare systems, drones for surveillance. This high-tech combat ability is what makes the Bhairav Battalion deadly and unstoppable. Announced on the Kargil Vijay Divas, the battalion makes a debut in the first ever Army Day parade held outside Cantonment area on January 15th.
Well, right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story and shift our focus to Iran. Iran is witnessing widespread protests against the Khamenei regime. Now, US President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, assuring them that the support is on the way. The US has already demonstrated its military reach in Operation Midnight Hammer, which targeted Iran's nuclear facilities, while Tehran has warned neighboring countries hosting US troops of potential retaliation. Some personnel at Al Udeid Air Base have been advised to leave, though there is no large-scale evacuation like last year's missile attacks. Watch this report for more information.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Why would they do that? We'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office, a war room, and sophisticated defense systems, serves as the primary transport for the Prime Minister. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has also received a call from Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi. The foreign ministers discussed the evolving situation in and around Iran. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to $1 million against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime.
حرف بی‌ربطی که اگر چنانچه دولت ایران چنین کنه من میام به طرف شما رو میگیرم. این طرف این اغتشاشگرها و افراد مضر برای کشور، این هم دلشون خوشه و اگه میتونه کشور خودشو اداره کنه تو کشور خودش حوادث گوناگونی وجود داره.
یکی واقعا در راستای خب ما اگر میخوایم کاری رو بکنیم سریع باید بکنیم. یک، به موقع انجام بدیم. اگر ببخشید کار دیر بشه حتی ممکنه همین کاری که امروز میکنیم 2 ماه دیگه انجام بدیم، این اثر رو دیگه نداره. اگر ما تونستیم امروز یک کار رو انجام بدیم 2 ماه 3 ماه دیگه انجام بدیم اون اثر رو نخواهد داشت. یکم در رابطه با حالا مبارزه با مفاسد اقتصادی.
So far, activists have reported that 2,500 protesters and security personnel have died. The question that remains is, will the U.S. invade Iran like it did during Operation Midnight Hammer?
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Supreme Court to hear ED's plea against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raids today.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely...
जीरा मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. Get ready for a cultural celebration like no other. Our Bharat Sangam 2026 airing on 16th January. A spectacular confluence of literature, music and inspiring stories awaits you. From devotional melodies to folk traditions, from Bollywood glitter to the Bhojpuri stardom, and from timeless itinerary voices to today's self-made superstar. This stage has it all. Don't miss a single moment of this extraordinary experience. Watch it all only on Our Bharat 16th January. And now let's get started. A bulletin with the top headlines. United States suspends visa processing for 75 nations amid immigration crackdown. Supreme Court to hear Enforcement Directorate's petition against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raid today. Mumbai BMC elections today, over 1.03 crore voters to decide fate of 1,700 candidates after 9-year gap. Iran Foreign Minister dials S. Jaishankar, discusses evolving situation. Stage set for Army Day parade in Jaipur today. Rajnath, Army Chief, to attend. Telangana police detained 3 NTV journalists over controversy program. US Maharashtra is all geared up in time for its local elections today. Mumbai particularly is all set to welcome BMC voting day between 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and this election is now touted to be one of the largest electoral phase for local self-governing bodies till date. Here's a quick report of everything we know so far. Take a look.
Maharashtra is all geared up to face the BMC elections today, set to take place across 29 municipal corporations in Maharashtra for 2,869 seats. A total of 10,231 polling stations have been set up across the city. Wherein for BMC particularly, 1,700 candidates entailing 878 women and 822 men are set to contest. And the voting is slated between 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. over the day, with the counting of votes to be held tomorrow on Friday. This is the largest electoral phase for local self-governing bodies till date. The growing tensions that have preceded the polls have resulted in Mumbai police being placed on high alert, with security arrangements being heightened in light of voting day and subsequently counting day. Over 3,000 police officers and around 25,000 police personnel are deployed already, along with extra personnel from the State Reserve Police Force, Quick Response Teams, Bomb Detection and Disposal Squad, Reserve Police Force, and Home Guards will be deployed in sensitive and highly sensitive areas.
सही बंदा चुन सके सो दैट इज इट अगर और साथ में
लोकशाही रचनेमध्ये निवडणुका लोकशाहीचं जे तंत्र असतं त्याचा एक अनिवार्य भाग आहे आणि म्हणून ते सर्व नागरिकांचं कर्तव्यही आहे आणि त्याच्यामुळे जनहिताचा विचार करून आपल्याला योग्य वाटतो त्या उमेदवाराला मत देणे हे जेव्हा जेव्हा निवडणुका असतात तेव्हा तेव्हा प्रत्येकाने केलं पाहिजे त्या दृष्टीने आणि त्या दिवसाचं ते पहिलं कर्तव्य असतं म्हणून मी पहिले येऊन नंबर लावला लोकशाही प्रजातांत्रिक रचना में रचना का एक अनिवार्य भाग चुनाव है और इसलिए वो नागरिकों का कर्तव्य भी है तो संतुलित विचार करके जनहित का विचार करके योग्य लगता है उस उम्मीदवार को मत देना वोट देना ये अपना कर्तव्य रहता है उस दिन का वो पहला कर्तव्य होता है इसलिए मैंने पहले आके नंबर लगाया धन्यवाद
उद्बोधन में गांव शहर राज्य और देश के बारे में बात करते हैं ये शहर स्तर के ये पूरे चुनाव है नागरिक कर्तव्य और आम आदमी की स्थानीय समस्या जो है उसके ऊपर प्राधान्य के ऊपर ये पूरे शहर में मतदान
इसलिए मैंने बोला जनहित का विचार करके उसमें सब आता है पडले पाहिजे निवडणूक आयोगही सांगतो तुम्ही सांगता आम्ही सांगत असतो आता परिणाम जेव्हा होईल तेव्हा होईल
मतदान प्रतिशत कम हो रहा है मतदान प्रतिशत
बताया
हिंदी में
बताए
हमारे हाथ में आता है सो मैं यही कहूँगा सारे मुंबई वालों को कहूँगा आके वोट जरूर करें रादर कि हम कंप्लेन करते हैं कि पानी नहीं आ रहा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आ रहा रोड ठीक नहीं है कचरा है ये है वो है इट्स नाउ आवर टर्न हम सबको आना चाहिए और हो सके सारे के सारे आने चाहिए ताकि हम वोटिंग करके सही मतदान सही बंदा चुन सकें सो दैट इज़ इट अगर और साथ में यही कहूँगा कि अगर मुंबईकर का असली हीरो बनना है तो डायलॉग बाजी नहीं तो पीछे आके सीधे वोटिंग करें
यहाँ पर आप देख रहे थे किस तरीके से अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल कर दिया है और इसके अलावा लोगों से अपील भी यहाँ पर की है कि शिकायत
अभी नहीं मैडम ये बात में ऑफिस में नंबर दे दो ऑफिस में ऑफिस दे देता हूँ इनसे नंबर एक फोटो बेटा
अक्षय सर गुड मॉर्निंग
सर
And viewers, those were the voices coming in. Of course, first RSC's chief Mohan Bhagwat and then actor Akshay Kumar. And let's listen into more responses.
का निषेध किया है भीष्म जी ने धिक अराजकम ऐसा उन्होंने कहा है तो कोई राजा नहीं है इससे जो उसमें त्यातल्या त्यात ऐसा मराठी में कहते हैं उसमें जो अच्छा लगता है सबसे उसको देना ये ज़्यादा अच्छा है कोई तो भी होना चाहिए वहाँ
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद
माइक न पडता माइक
तरह से यहाँ पे मतदान केंद्र के बाहर यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के इंतजाम किए गए हैं और जो मुंबई की बीएमसी का चुनाव कहीं कहीं अस्तित्व को लड़ाई मानी जा रही है और जिस तरह से चुनाव प्रचार में देखने को मिला है आज मुंबई की जनता फैसला करेगी तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से ये अंधेरी का जो है मतदान केंद्र है इसी तरह से मुंबई के जितने भी 10,231 जो मतदान केंद्र है वहां पर भी इसी तरह से मतदान शुरू हो चुका है
Okay, and viewers, those visuals also coming in as the BMC elections have kicked off. The voting has, of course, begun 7:30 a.m. and it is going up till 5:30 p.m. today evening. A total of 1,700 candidates are in fray across 227 wards with over 1.03 crore citizens eligible to vote. In fact, the Mumbai police have ramped up security. They have installed barricades and they are conducting checks to ensure peaceful polling. And of course, the top leaders and the big faces have already to come out to vote.
तो सिर्फ प्रगति के लिए। तो मुंबई में महायुति के महापौर एक मराठी मानुस, एक हिंदू और एक व्यक्ति जो जिसका दिल धड़कता है इस शहर के लिए, इस शहर के प्रगति के लिए, और वही व्यक्ति जो मुंबई के लिए काम करे।
Right, my colleague Satya Prakash is joining us live on the broadcast from Andheri. सत्य प्रकाश, बीएमसी की वोटिंग चालू हो चुकी है। इस वक्त क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं आप ग्राउंड से?
देखिए, मुंबई का किंग कौन होगा, बीएमसी में सत्ता किसकी आएगी, आज मुंबई का फैसला करेंगे। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि मुंबई के अंधेरी के मतदान केंद्र के बाहर की तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ और यहाँ पे मतदाता जो है यहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं वोटिंग करने के लिए। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से लोग वोटिंग करके बाहर निकल के आ रहे हैं। इसी तरह से मुंबई के जितने भी वार्ड है 10,000 से ज़्यादा जो है मतदान केंद्र बनाए गए हैं और यहाँ पर लगातार जो मतदाता है वो लगातार पहुँच रहे हैं, अपना मत का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि मुंबई के अंधेरी के मतदान केंद्र के बाहर है और यहाँ सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफी कड़े किए गए हैं। जितने मुंबई के मतदान केंद्र है सुरक्षा व्यवस्था कड़े किए गए हैं। मुंबई की इस बार बीएमसी के चुनाव कहीं न कहीं पैसा, पावर, सत्ता और प्रतिष्ठा की लड़ाई है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से अस्तित्व को लड़ाई माना जा रहा है, इसको देखते हुए कहीं न कहीं मुंबई का आज फैसला करेंगे। लगातार यहाँ पे लोग आ रहे हैं, मतदान करके आ रहे हैं और तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से लोग मतदान करके यहाँ पे बाहर निकल रहे हैं और धीरे धीरे संख्या लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। लोग जो आ रहे हैं यहाँ पर, हम कुछ लोग से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यहाँ पर जो महिलाएं देखिए, तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे वोटिंग मतदान करके बाहर आ रही है और लगातार यहाँ पे जो लोग आ रहे हैं कि मुंबई के विकास, मुंबई की डेवलपमेंट को देखते। आपने मतदान किया, किन किन मुद्दों को देखते हुए आपने किया?
वो सब हो गया अभी बराबर।
मुंबई के विकास को
मुंबई के लिए ही सब करेंगे ना सब नागरिक पूरा।
क्या क्या मुद्दा देखा आपने? कुछ देखा कि विकास, डेवलपमेंट, रोड
डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, ये देखिए मतदान करके बाहर आ रहे हैं और लोगों का कहना है कि मुंबई का विकास, मुंबई का डेवलपमेंट को देखते मतदान कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आज ये सबसे बड़ा है कि मुंबई का क्या फैसला करते हैं वो देखने वाली बात होती है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से बीएमसी चुनाव कहीं न कहीं अस्तित्व को लड़ाई है ठाकरे बंधुओं की, और जिस तरह से 2017 में जो चुनाव हुए थे उससे अलग काफ़ी है इस बार का चुनाव, क्योंकि जिस तरह से राजनीतिक अलग तस्वीरें बदली है और पॉलिटिकल जो अलग एंगल देखने को मिल रहा है, तो कहीं न कहीं मुंबई का आज फैसला करेंगे। जी
सत्य प्रकाश, जैसे कि आप हमें बता रहे हैं इस वक्त ग्राउंड में किस तरीके से वोटिंग शुरू हो चुकी है। अभी 7:30 बजे से वोटिंग शुरू हुई थी। बाय 7:30 द वोटिंग बिगन एंड इट्स नॉट इवन 15 मिनट्स दैट वी आर सीइंग लॉट ऑफ पीपल, बिग नेम्स कमिंग आउट टू वोट। सो people are of course going to come out in huge numbers. Satya Prakash, what is the security looking like in Mumbai?
देखिए, जितने भी मतदान केंद्र बनाए गए हैं यहाँ पर पुलिस की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफ़ी कड़े किए गए। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से मतदान केंद्र के बाहर यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के इंतजाम किए गए हैं। मुंबई के 10,000 से ज़्यादा मतदान केंद्र है और मतदान केंद्र पर मुंबई पुलिस की सुरक्षा तैनात है, मुंबई पुलिस की टीम तैनात है। लगभग 40,000 से ज़्यादा जो मुंबई पुलिस कर्मी तैनात है, अलग अलग एजेंसियाँ तैनात हैं और हर जगह कहीं कहीं मुंबई पुलिस का पारा है। लोगों को अलर्ट किया जा रहा है, जो लोगों को कहा जा रहा है कि अपने घरों से निकलिए और मतदान करके आइए, क्योंकि सुबह का वक्त है और धीरे धीरे लगातार यहाँ पे संख्या बढ़ती जा रही है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से मतदान केंद्र के बाहर यहाँ अंधेरी का मतदान केंद्र है और लगातार लोग पहुँच रहे हैं और लोगों का कहना है कि हम मुंबई के विकास, मुंबई के डेवलपमेंट को देखते वोट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं जिस तरह से 2017 के बाद बीएमसी चुनाव हो रहा, लोगों में उत्सुकता है, क्योंकि मुंबई का जो फैसला होगा, मुंबई का किंग कौन होगा, आज मुंबई का इसका फैसला करेंगे, कल इसका फैसला आएगा। लेकिन कहीं के जो राजनीतिक परिदृश्य देखने को मिला, जो राजनीतिक तस्वीर देखने को मिला, इस बार कुछ अलग है, क्योंकि ठाकरे ब्रदर्स है, बीजेपी शिवसेना शिंदे गुट है और मुंबई कर क्या चाहते हैं आज इसका फैसला करेंगे। प्रियंका,
जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ। अमृत भी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। अमृत इज ऑल्सो जॉइनिंग अस फ्रॉम कोलाबा। अमृत, कोलाबा के क्या दृश्य देख पा रहे हैं आज सुबह? what are the details coming out from Colaba this morning? How does it look like with the people who are coming out to vote?
बिल्कुल, मैं सीधे आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं। देखिए, इस वक्त यहाँ पर सुबह 7:30 बजे का वक्त था और उसके बाद यहाँ पर अब लोग पहुंच रहे हैं बड़ी संख्या में। तो सीधे तौर पर ये नजर आ रहा है कि उत्साह यहाँ पर है। दूसरी तरफ की हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा दें, इधर जरा प्रमोद जी, इधर की तस्वीर आप दिखाइए। देखिए, पुलिस फोर्स की यहाँ पर तैनाती है। जहां तक हमारी नजर जाती है, पुलिस फोर्स की गाड़ियां लगी हुई हैं रास्ते के दोनों तरफ। अब आप अंदर की तस्वीर दिखाइए। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि प्रशासन की मुस्तैदी है, मोबाइल फोन तक अलाउड नहीं है। सामने में पर्चियों को चेक किया जा रहा है और उसके बाद लोग जा रहे हैं, वोट कास्ट कर रहे हैं। ये बेहद खास है। प्रशासनिक अमले की यहाँ पर तैनाती आप देखिए कितने बेहतर तरीके से यहाँ पर किया गया है और सारी चीजें ठीक है। आला अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं, वो भी नजर बनाए हुए हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये चुनाव बेहद दिलचस्प हो जाता है अगर हम सियासी मायने समझे। लेकिन उससे पहले अगर हम बात करें तो 29 महानगर पालिकाओं में मतदान जारी है। बृहन मुंबई महानगर पालिका समेत कुल 227 वार्डों में वोट डाले जा रहे हैं। 7:30 बजे से लेकर शाम 5:30 बजे तक का वक्त है। मतदान शुरू हो चुका है। नतीजे कल
भारी संख्या में आइए। आपके पास ये मौका है कि भ्रष्ट कार्यक्षम कारोबार करने वाले ठाकरे और ठाकरे की पार्टी को सबक सिखाने का, और उसमें मुंबईकर बढ़ चढ़ के हमारा साथ देंगे। और मुंबई वासियों ने तय किया है, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित महाराष्ट्र का काम करने वाली सरकार को वोट करेंगे।
और जिस प्रकार से मराठी मानुष अस्तित्व की बात करें कि अब नहीं तो कभी नहीं,
देखिए, ये मुद्दा ही चुनाव का नहीं है। चुनाव का मुद्दा मुंबई का विकास कौन करेगा, कैसे करेगा, कितने समय में करेगा, किस तरीके से करेगा। और इस प्रकार के मुद्दे भावनात्मक और भाषा के आधार पर उन्होंने 2014 में भी किए थे, उद्धव ठाकरे पराभूत हुए थे। 2017 में भी किए थे, उद्धव ठाकरे को पराजय का सामना करना पड़ा था। आज भी मैं ऐलान करता हूं, 16 तारीख को कल जब रिजल्ट आएगा, महायुति की महासुनामी का विजय होगा।
अब पारू जिस प्रकार से चुनाव ने किया था, उसको लेकर राज ठाकरे,
देखिए, राज ठाकरे अपने दल के पराजय को एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं और उसकी रीजंस ढूंढना चाह रहे हैं। वो रीजन उन्होंने ढूंढ लिया है। जो काम कानूनन तरीके से इलेक्शन कमीशन ने किया, उसके ऊपर सवाल उठाना और इस प्रकार का संभ्रम पैदा करना, यानी अपने पराभव को मान्य करना है।
क्या मैजिकल फिगर 3 फिगर देखने मिलेगा बीजेपी का?
150 पार, महायुति 150 पार।
महापौर कौन होगा सर?
महायुति का महापौर होगा।
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू सर। थोड़ा सा साइडला सुरेश वायर
And those are the reactions coming in this morning from Mumbai as the voting has begun, and voting across 29 civic bodies are taking place at this point in time. Polling begins across Mumbai, and we have a live coverage from the spot. Let me go back to Amrit, who was giving us the details. Amrit, we had stopped you there because we are getting back-to-back reactions coming in. Reactions आ रही हैं ground से। आप हमको फिर से ले चलिए, कोलाबा में क्या अभी चल रहा है, क्योंकि लोग काफ़ी उत्सुक हैं, काफ़ी नंबर में बाहर आ रहे हैं। सुबह का टाइम है और जानकारी दीजिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं, लेकिन सबसे पहले आप देखिए, ये भी एक तस्वीर है जहां ड्रोन कैमरे से निगरानी रखी जा रही है। ये एक तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। उसके अलावा यहाँ पर जरा सामने की आप तस्वीर दिखाइए। कुछ देर पहले तक यहाँ पर सिर्फ प्रशासनिक अमले की मौजूदगी थी, लेकिन अब बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर जो मतदाता है वे पहुंच रहे हैं, मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। अब सबसे खास ये है कि बीएमसी देश की सबसे अमीर नगर पालिका है और ऐसे में मुंबई में 227 वार्ड, जहां हजारों करोड़ का बजट शहर की प्रशासनिक कमान मिलती है और इस वजह से बीएमसी चुनाव खास हो जाता है। और इसके साथ साथ विधानसभा चुनाव भी, इसे मिनी विधानसभा चुनाव के तौर पर भी देखा जाता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जिसका दबदबा होगा वो तस्वीरें आपको विधानसभा चुनाव में भी नजर आएंगी। और इस बार करीब 1700 उम्मीदवार चुनावी मैदान में हैं, तो ये मुकाबला दिलचस्प हो गया है। पूरे राज्य में कुल सीटें 2869 हैं। कुल उम्मीदवार जो हैं वो 15908 हैं। कुल मतदाता 3,48,79,000 से ज्यादा हैं। अब ऐसे में हर एक पोलिंग बूथ पर आप देखें प्रशासनिक अमले की तैनाती मुस्तैदी किस तरीके से है। लेकिन अब अगर हम उस पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो को समझें जिसे लेकर लगातार तस्वीरें सामने आ रही थी, तो वो दिलचस्प हो जाता है। शिवसेना 1966 में बाला साहब ठाकरे की एक शुरुआत जो है, और उसके बाद आप देखें कि बीएमसी चुनाव में लगातार 140 में से 42 सीटें तक 1968 में पार्टी जो है बीएमसी चुनाव में लेकर आई थी, और ये 2017 तक रहा है। लेकिन 2017 के बाद एक अलग तस्वीर निकलकर सामने आई। अब हालात ऐसे हैं कि बीजेपी के लिए ये चुनाव ऐतिहासिक साबित हो सकता है। अगर पार्टी पहली बार अपने दम पर बीएमसी जीतती है तो ये सिर्फ पार्टी ही नहीं बल्कि मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस के लिए भी एक बड़ी सफलता के तौर पर इसे देखा जाएगा। और इसे लेकर सियासी बयानबाजी हुई है, कई मुद्दे हैं। अब 1996 से 2017 तक ठाकरे परिवार का एक क्षेत्र यहां पर राज रहा है। लेकिन अब आप जो तस्वीरें हैं वो ये इस तरीके से देखें कि एकनाथ शिंदे यहां पर एक बड़ा चेहरा है। शिवसेना के विभाजन के बाद ये पहला मौका है जब पार्टी एकनाथ शिंदे के पास है, लेकिन परिवार उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ है। राज ठाकरे भी आ गए। तो ये तमाम मुद्दे हैं। देखिए, लोग वोट करके बाहर निकल रहे हैं और वोटर आईडी के साथ, तो एक उत्साह भी यहाँ पर जबरदस्त नजर आ रहा है। सियासी चीजें हैं, स्थानीय मुद्दे हैं, लेकिन स्थानीय मुद्दे के साथ साथ कुछ और भी यहाँ पर चीजें और भी तस्वीरें निकलकर सामने आई जब मराठी भाषा को लेकर एक मुद्दा बनाने की कोशिश की गई। स्थानीय मुद्दे तो साथ हैं ही, साथ ही करप्शन, डेवलपमेंट, अलग अलग तमाम पार्टियों के अपने मैनिफेस्टो, उनके प्लान की वे क्या एग्जीक्यूट करना चाहते हैं, इन चीजों को लेकर सियासत हुई है। इन चीजों को लेकर बैनर पोस्टर की हमने तस्वीरें देखी हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल अगर हम आज की बात करें, सबसे खास है इन तमाम मुद्दों से इतर यहाँ प्रशासनिक अमले की मुस्तैदी है। लोगों में गजब का उत्साह देखने को मिल रहा है और उत्साह के तौर पर लोकतंत्र के महापर्व को लोग यहाँ पर सेलिब्रेट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो ये सबसे दिलचस्प हो जाता है। अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि कल चुनाव परिणाम सामने आने वाले हैं, तो ये देखना होगा कि कल यहाँ किसका दबदबा निकलकर सामने आता है, क्योंकि जिसे भी बड़ी सफलता मिलेगी निश्चित तौर पर इसका एक बड़ा इम्पैक्ट विधानसभा चुनाव पर देखने को मिलेगा। अब महाराष्ट्र में आज ये चुनाव की हम तस्वीर देख रहे हैं, लगातार दिखा रहे हैं अपने दर्शकों को। नगर निकाय चुनाव केवल स्थानीय निकाय तक सीमित नहीं है। बीएमसी समेत 29 नगर निगमों में चुनाव को मिनी विधानसभा चुनाव के तौर पर भी देखा जाता है। तो ये तमाम चीजें जो हैं उसे अगर हम मिलाकर देखें तो बेहद खास हो जाता है। प्रशासनिक अमले की सुरक्षा की हम बात कर ले, यहाँ पर सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम है। 25,000 से ज्यादा पुलिसकर्मियों की तैनाती है। 3,000 से अधिक जो है अधिकारी नजर बनाए हुए हैं। SRPF, QRT, BDDS और होमगार्ड्स की तैनाती की गई है। संवेदनशील इलाकों पर खास नजर रखी जा रही है। प्रशासन का कहना है कि कहीं कोई मुश्किल आपको नजर आती है तो सीधे आप डायल 100 और 112 पर संपर्क करें। इसके साथ कई सियासी दिग्गजों की बयानबाजी निकलकर सामने आई है। अभी अगर हम हालिया अपडेट आपको दें तो मोहन भागवत, उनका जो पोलिंग बूथ है वहां पर मोहन भागवत जी पहुंचे और उन्होंने वोट कास्ट किया। इसके साथ उन्होंने एक बेहतर संदेश भी दिया। तो ये तमाम चीजें बेहद खास हो जाती हैं। आप देखें सुबह सुबह लोग उठकर पहुंच रहे हैं मतदान केंद्रों पर अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल करने। तो एक उत्साह यहाँ पर सीधे तौर पर नजर आता है। जहां मुंबई कहा जाता है कि कभी नहीं सोती है, लेकिन आज सुबह सुबह मुंबई के लोग उठे हुए देखिए। यहाँ पर पर्चियों को पहले चेक किया जा रहा है पुलिस कर्मियों की तरफ से और उसके बाद वे अंदर जा रहे हैं। आपको आगे की हम तस्वीर दिखाएं, बिल्कुल ठीक सामने हमारी जहां मौजूदगी है उसके बिल्कुल ठीक सामने पहले वेरिफिकेशन और उसके बाद लोग कतारों में लग रहे हैं, अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि ये चुनाव सिर्फ स्थानीय मुद्दे का लेकर ही, स्थानीय मुद्दे और डेवलपमेंट को लेकर ही नहीं है, बल्कि ये चुनाव इस चुनाव से महाराष्ट्र की सियासी दशा और दिशा दोनों तय होती है। इस वजह से इस चुनाव को लेकर आम लोगों में भी दिलचस्पी है। इस वजह से सियासी पार्टियां इस चुनाव को गंभीरता से लेती है। अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि एक तरफ ठाकरे ब्रदर्स हैं, उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, राज ठाकरे हैं, कई चीजें निकलकर सामने आई। दूसरी तरफ एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस। लेकिन सबसे खास ये हो जाता है कि
अभी भी आखिर तक समय पर जाना चाहिए और शांति से होना चाहिए। मुझे यहाँ जो अनुभव आया, यहाँ पहले में जो रूम बताई गई थी वो रूम पर हमारा नहीं था, फिर दूसरे रूम पर जाना पड़ा। मैं चाहता हूँ कि कोई गड़बड़ और लोगों के लिए न हो, इस प्रकार से मैंने कहा है, वैसा होगा ऐसे मेरी आशा है।
It's time for a break, viewers. Mumbai BMC elections underway today. Over 1.03 crore voters to decide the fate of 1,700 candidates after 9-year gap. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Please stop! झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building. President Trump himself leading from the front.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Get ready for a cultural celebration like no other. Our Bharat Sangam 2026 airing on 16th of January. A spectacular confluence of literature, music and inspiring stories awaits you. From devotional melodies to folk traditions, from Bollywood glitter to Bhojpuri stardom, from timeless literary voices to today's self-made superstars, the stage has it all. So don't miss a single moment of this extraordinary experience. So watch it only on Our Bharat on 16th of January. And now let's take a look at the headlines that we are tracking at the top of 8. US suspends visa processing for 75 nations amid immigration crackdown. Supreme Court to hear ED's plea against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raid today. Mumbai BMC elections kicks off. Over 1.03 voters to decide the fate of 1,700 candidates after 9-year gap. Iran's foreign minister dials Dr. S. Jaishankar, discusses evolving situation. State set for Army Day parade in Jaipur today. Rajnath Singh, Army Chief, to attend. And Telangana police detained 3 NTV journalists over a controversial program. Today is a big day in Maharashtra as voters across 29 municipal corporations go to polls in the high-stakes local body elections. The spotlight is firmly on Mumbai's Mumbai Municipal Corporation, which is the richest civic body in the country, where around 1,700 candidates are contesting 227 seats after gap of 4 years. The polling began at 7:30 a.m. and will continue till 5:30 p.m. with over 3.48 crore voters eligible to decide the future of nearly 16,000 candidates statewide. And the counting of votes is scheduled for tomorrow, that is 16th of January. So viewers, a big day for Maharashtra as the civic body polls 2026 is happening. Voting across 29 municipal corporations is being held across Maharashtra, and a total of 3.48 crore voters are eligible to decide the fate of close to 16,000 candidates. Spotlight is, of course, on BMC, which is India's richest civic body with an annual budget of more than 75,000 crore rupees. And 1,700 candidates are vying for 227 seats in the election that is being held after a 4-year delay. As far as Mumbai is concerned, well, it is a battle between the Thackeray brothers who have reunited and this will be happening after a gap of 20 years to reclaim the heritage versus the BJP and shifts in our alliance. So these are the visuals from Mumbai. People going to the centers to cast their votes. This is a voting that is taking place across 29 municipal corporations. Let's listen into some of the reactions.
देखिए, विपक्ष जो है वो तय कर रही है कि उनके हार के लिए क्या कहें। कभी ईवीएम, कभी इलेक्शन कमीशन, कभी ईडी, कभी सीबीआई, कभी वोटर, कभी नोट, कभी टिप्पणी। यही है उनकी राजनीति, फोटो ऑप्टिक्स और थिएट्रिक्स। हमें यकीन है कि मुंबईकर वोट करेंगे तो सिर्फ प्रगति के लिए।
हमारी रोजमर्रा जिंदगी के लिए आज का दिन है जब रिमोट कंट्रोल हमारे हाथ में आता है। सो मैं यही कहूँगा, सारे मुंबई वालों को कहूँगा, आके वोट जरूर करें। रादर कि हम कंप्लेन करते हैं कि पानी नहीं आ रहा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आ रहा, रोड ठीक नहीं है, कचरा है, ये है वो है। इट्स नाउ आवर टर्न, हम सबको आना चाहिए और हो सके सारे के सारे आने चाहिए ताकि हम वोटिंग करके सही मतदान, सही बंदा चुन सकें। सो दैट इज़ इट। अगर और साथ में यही कहूँगा कि अगर मुंबईकर का असली हीरो बनना है तो डायलॉग बाजी नहीं, आके सीधे वोटिंग करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
लोकशाही प्रजातांत्रिक रचना में रचना का एक अनिवार्य भाग चुनाव है और इसलिए वो नागरिकों का कर्तव्य भी है। तो संतुलित विचार करके, जनहित का विचार करके योग्य लगता है उस उम्मीदवार को मत देना, वोट देना, ये अपना कर्तव्य रहता है। उस दिन का वो पहला कर्तव्य होता है, इसलिए मैंने पहले आके नंबर लगाया। देखो, नोटा ये लोगों के मन में जो
All right, my colleague Meenakshi is joining us live from Malabar Hills in Mumbai. Very good morning, Meenakshi. We can see the people who are there. All right, give us an update. The election has begun at 7:30 a.m. Give us an update of what really is happening there.
Yes, a very good morning to you. And this is the situation now. Polling begins, and we are now at Malabar Hills, South Mumbai. As we can see, that Shiv Sena leader Shaina NC, she has reached to this polling station, and she is going to cast her vote. So let's talk to her. Shaina ma'am, welcome to Republic TV. जानना चाहती हूँ कि आज ये बिग फाइट है, इतने साल बाद आज का ये दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितना आशावादी हो आज?
ये बिग फाइट नहीं है, ये वन वे फाइट है, क्योंकि महायुति की विजय 100% होगी। हमने सिर्फ प्रगति के आधार पे बात की है। बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो बयानबाजी पे उतरे। हमने सिर्फ सकारात्मक रूप से मुंबईकर से ये विनंती की है कि आप बाहर आइए, प्रगति के लिए वोट कीजिए। जो आप खड्डे मुक्त मुंबई चाहते हैं, जो आप गिरनी कामगार के लिए घर चाहते हैं, जो आप सुएज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स चाहते हैं, जो आप पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस चाहते हैं, तो महायुति एकमात्र उपाय है। जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट आपने देखा है, ये अपरंपार रहा है और उसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में विनंती है मुंबईकर को कि आप बाहर आएं, वोट कीजिए, पहले मतदान और फिर जलपान।
इतना साल गुजर गया, दिस इज़ द रिचेस्ट कॉरपोरेशन इन एशिया, उसके बाद भी इतने प्रॉब्लम्स हैं मुंबई में, फ्लडिंग है, पथहोल्स है। तो वोटर्स जो आज आ रहे हैं अभी वोट देने, सीनियर सिटीजन भी मेरे सामने से जा रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं, तो उनका एक्सपेक्टेशन भी बहुत रहेगा इस बीएमसी से।
विपक्ष का नज़र है सिर्फ 74,000 करोड़ का ये बीएमसी बजट के ऊपर, लेकिन हमारा लक्ष्य है कि कैसे ये पैसा इस्तेमाल करें मुंबईकर के लिए भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त। आपको याद होगा कि पिछले शासनकाल में कितने 26 कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स गए थे जेल, क्योंकि उन्होंने पैसा खाया और कोई काम नहीं किया। वैसे बहुत सारे स्कैम्स हैं, मिथी रिवर डिसिल्टिंग स्कैम, खिचड़ी स्कैम, बॉडी बैग स्कैम, मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊँगी। मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगी, जो आप मुंबई को एक फाइनेंशियल हब, एक फिनटेक हब और एक प्रगतिशील शहर देखना चाहते हैं, जहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ डेवलपमेंट, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान, तो सिर्फ महायुति एक मात्र उपाय है।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरी कि आप भी आज आ गए सुबह सुबह, और मैं जब रास्ते से आ रही थी तो देख रही थी बहुत तादाद में वहाँ पे वोटर्स है, तो व्हाट इज़ द सिग्निफिकेंट ऑफ दैट? कोई
सिग्निफिकेंस है इसकी, बहुत साल बाद ये इलेक्शन हो रहा है, 2017 से 2025 बहुत समय गया है, लेकिन बीएमसी का जो इलेक्शन है सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि जो आप बिजली, सड़क, पानी, बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हेल्थ केयर, एजुकेशन चाहते हैं तो सोच समझ के नगर सेवक को चुनना पड़ेगा। और जो आप प्रगति की राह देखें तो आप देखेंगे कि किसने काम किया और किसने सिर्फ बोल वचन। हमारे नेता आदरणीय एकनाथ जी शिंदे ने हमेशा ऑन ग्राउंड काम किया है, और यही एक लक्ष्य है कि हमारे मुंबई कर काम के आधार पे वोट दें। तो जब लोग अफवाहें फैलाते हैं तो उनको अफवाहें, फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स फैलाने दीजिए। लुंगी, पुंगी, वोट्स, नोट्स, ये सब बोलना I don't think it makes sense. You should vote on the agenda of development only.
Thank you so much. Best of luck to your party. So, this was Shaina NC and Shaina NC Chief Chena leader. You can see now, this is the polling station of South Mumbai, and it's the Malabar Hills polling station, and you can see the security has been tightened here. Voters are going from this route. I'm from media, sir. Voters are going from this route, and you can see this is the main entrance of this polling station. This is the main entrance of this polling station, and as we have already known that a total of 1,700 candidates are in this fray, including 878 women and 822 men for BMC election. And this is the huge... It's a huge fight we can see as of now, as polling begins at 7:30 a.m.
Well, we have live joining us, Amrit, our colleague, joining from Kolaba in Mumbai. Very good morning, Amrit. We can see you are in Kolaba at the moment, and especially the BMC election is being very, very closely watched this year, coming after so many years. What is the mood right now in Kolaba?
गुड मॉर्निंग। मैं सीधे आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं और इस सियासत को समझने और समझाने की कोशिश करें तो ये चुनाव बेहद दिलचस्प हो जाता है। महाराष्ट्र की अगर हम बात करें सियासत की तो ये बीएमसी चुनाव बेहद खास है, क्योंकि जहां एक वक्त पर ठाकरे परिवार का दबदबा था, इस बार विधानसभा चुनाव या लोकसभा चुनाव की दिशा इसी चुनाव से निकलकर सामने आएगी। इसी चुनाव में, इस चुनाव के जो परिणाम होंगे उससे ये तय होगा कि विधानसभा में क्या हो सकता है, लोकसभा की जो सीटें हैं वहां पर क्या हो सकता है। तो इस वजह से ये खास है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह भी है कि बीएमसी सबसे अमीर सिविक बॉडी है। दूसरी तरफ 29 महानगर पालिकाओं में सुबह 7:30 बजे से ही वोटिंग शुरू हो चुकी है। आप ये तस्वीरें देखें, यहां पर मौजूदगी, जो वोट करने लोग आए हैं उनकी और प्रशासनिक अमले की मौजूदगी आप देखें, यहां पर सारी चीजें बेहतर है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अभी तक किसी भी पोलिंग बूथ से किसी तरह की किसी मुश्किल की कोई तस्वीर नजर नहीं आई है, यानी अब तक सारी चीजें बेहतर हैं। प्रशासनिक अमले ने बेहतर तरीके से कमान संभाली है। अगर हम बात करें तो अक्षय कुमार ने वोट कर दिया है, इसके साथ ही आरएसएस प्रमुख उन्होंने वोट किया, और इसके साथ उन्होंने एक बेहतर संदेश भी दिया कि घर से बाहर निकलिए, आप वोट कीजिए। ये बेहद खास है। अब बीएमसी एशिया की जो सबसे अमीर सिविक बॉडी मानी जाती है, उसका सालाना बजट 75,000 करोड़ है, और यही वजह है कि इस चुनाव को बेहद अहम माना जाता है। यह सिर्फ महानगर पालिका का चुनाव नहीं है, बल्कि मुंबई शहर और उपनगरों की महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा की 36 सीटों की हम बात करें या लोकसभा की 6 सीटों की बात करें, सीधे तौर पर यह जुड़ा हुआ है। बीएमसी के 227 वार्ड में जो पार्टी मजबूत होती है वही महाराष्ट्र की सियासत पर हुकूमत करती है, और 1996 से 2017 तक यहां पर ठाकरे परिवार का दबदबा रहा है। लेकिन इस बार एक तरफ उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, राज ठाकरे हैं, तो दूसरी तरफ एकनाथ शिंदे हैं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस है, बीजेपी से मुकाबला है। वो पार्टी जो पूरे 5 साल चुनावी मैदान में लगी रहती है, हम लोकसभा में हमने देखा है, विधानसभा चुनाव में हमने देखा है, और बीएमसी चुनाव को लेकर अगर हम बात करें तो मैराथन बैठकों का दौर चला, तमाम सियासी बयानबाजियां हुई, कई मुद्दे निकलकर सामने आए। स्थानीय मुद्दे से बड़ा मुद्दा बनाने की कोशिश की गई, जैसे भाषा का एक मुद्दा। लेकिन इन सब से इतर अगर हम आज की तस्वीर ये देखें तो ये तस्वीर उन तमाम सियासी बयानबाजियों से इतर एक बेहतर, एक खूबसूरत तस्वीर है, जहां पर लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। लोग वोट करके बाहर आ रहे हैं। एक उत्साह है, गजब का उत्साह है, लोगों को भी प्रेरित किया जा रहा है, और ये कहना भी चाहिए, पहले मतदान फिर जलपान, ये कीजिए, ये बेहतर है भविष्य के लिए, अगर आप भविष्य गढ़ना चाहते हैं तो। जी
जी अमृत, 7:30 बजे से चुनाव प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई थी। 8 बजे भी हम बहुत देख पा रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग वहां पर उमड़ रहे हैं। हमारे साथ इस वक्त सत्य जुड़ रहे हैं अंधेरी से। सत्य, आप अंधेरी से जुड़ रहे हैं। बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और दिलचस्प चुनाव है इस बार मुंबई में। आप वहां पे हमें सीधी तस्वीरें दिखाइए और बताइए क्या चल रहा है वहाँ।
देखिए, मुंबई का जो है पहुंचे हुए मतदान करने के लिए मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं किस तरह से यहाँ पे लोग पहुंच गए हैं मतदान केंद्र पर। और यहाँ देखिए तस्वीरें दिखाइए कि धीरे धीरे भीड़ बढ़ना शुरू हो गया है। लोग घरों से निकलकर मतदान केंद्र पहुंच रहे हैं मतदान करने के लिए। तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं अंधेरी वेस्ट का ये मतदान केंद्र है और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए कि सभी लोग यहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं अपना मत का उपयोग करने के लिए। लेकिन क्योंकि जिस तरह से बीएमसी चुनाव कहीं न कहीं यहाँ पे सत्ता और प्रतिष्ठा की लड़ाई माना जा रहा है इस बार का चुनाव, जिस तरह से ठाकरे ब्रदर्स साथ में आए हैं और जिस तरह से राजनीतिक परिदृश्य बदला है, राजनीतिक अलग तस्वीरें देखने को मिला है, तो कहीं न कहीं लोग यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, सामने की तस्वीरें दिखाइए। देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, अपना मत का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे मतदान करने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं। और आप मतदान किए? किन किन मुद्दों को देखते हुए आपने मतदान किया है?
पूरे मुंबई का प्रोग्रेस सब चीज देख के किया है।
अच्छा, सुबह सुबह पहुंचे?
हाँ जी।
पहले मतदान फिर जलपान?
पहले अपना जो फर्ज है मतदान देना, वही।
जो लोग निकल नहीं रहे उनको क्या कहेंगे?
निकलेंगे ना, सब आएंगे ना, क्यों नहीं आएंगे? जो मतलब हैंडीकैप या कोई बुजुर्ग,
आम लोग जो नहीं आते उनको
आएंगे, सब आएंगे ना, क्यों नहीं आएंगे?
किन किन मुद्दों को देखते हुए आपने मतदान किया है? ये देखिए मुंबई की है और ये तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे लोग अपनी पर्चियों को दिखा रहे हैं, अपना जो आई कार्ड उसको दिखा रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे लोग इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पे भीड़ बढ़ती जा रही है। लोग यहाँ पे मुंबई को विकास को देखते हुए वोट कर रहे हैं, सुरक्षा को देखते कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे रोड, पानी, अन्य मुद्दों को देखते हुए यहाँ पे मतदान करने के लिए लोग पहुंच रहे हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा चीज़ है कि इस बार का जो बीएमसी चुनाव है कुछ अलग ही है। राजनीतिक तस्वीर कुछ बदली है। 2017 में जो राजनीतिक तस्वीर थी वो अलग थी और इस बार का जो राजनीतिक तस्वीर है अलग है। क्योंकि जो पिछली बार 2017 में चुनाव हुआ था बीएमसी चुनाव, उस समय शिवसेना 1 थी, अब शिवसेना 2 हो गई है। एनसीपी 1 थी, एनसीपी 2 हो गई है। शिवसेना शिंदे गुट बीजेपी के साथ है, वहीं ठाकरे ब्रदर्स जो है साथ में आ गए।
जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ, हम आपके पास वापस लौटते हैं। राइट नाउ लेट्स गो अक्रॉस टू आवर कोलीग Meenakshi is joining us from Malabar Hills. Meenakshi, you spoke to Shaina NC a while back, but if you can tell us more about the mood as far as the voters are concerned. How many voters have turned up there because it's early in the morning?
As you mentioned that voting had been already started at 7:30 a.m. and we are in South Mumbai in Malabar Hills, very posh area, and CM of Devendra Fadnavis, who's staying in this area, Malabar Hills, and DCM Eknath Shinde also. And we are now in Malabar Hills, one polling station, and we have voters with us. आप यहाँ पे अभी वोट देने जा रहे हैं। इतने साल बाद बीएमसी का इलेक्शन आया है, अभी 10 साल के नियर बाई 10 साल के बाद। तो क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है, किस मुद्दे को आप नज़र में रख रहे हैं, क्या चाहिए मुंबईकर्स को?
मुंबई के लिए पहला तो गरीब के लिए पानी, कोई सुविधा चाहिए, रास्ते अच्छे होना चाहिए। सब खड्डे खड्डे क्या है, फिर सुविधा है, महंगाई है, और क्या चाहिए हम लोग को? गरीब लोग को वही तो चाहिए, और क्या चाहिए हम लोग को? उन लोग तो धन दौलत तो देने वाले नहीं, हमको देने वाले नहीं ना, इतना तो दे दे, बहुत हो गया हम लोग के लिए।
मिनिमम जो चाहिए मुंबईकर्स को, वो बोल रहे हैं कि ये जो रिचेस्ट कॉर्पोरेशन है बीएमसी एशिया के अंदर, लेकिन फिर भी रास्ते में फ्लड होते हैं, पैथहोल्स है, आप जैसे बोले कि खड्डे हैं। तो मुंबईकर्स के आप क्या चाहते हो इस इलेक्शन से, जो बैठेगा बीएमसी के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से, उससे क्या चाहते हो, क्या ध्यान में रख के आज वोट देने जा रहे हो?
ज़्यादा रहना चाहिए ना, वो लोग को ही ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होता है। अमीर लोग के पास तो सब कुछ होता है, हमारे उधर तो बहुत पानी का प्रॉब्लम रहता है, खड्डे रहते हैं, फिर महंगाई भी है, सब कुछ थोड़ा तो ध्यान देना चाहिए।
इतना सुबह सुबह आप आ गए, 8 बजा है, 7:30 बजे से स्टार्ट हुआ है, सीनियर सिटीजन है आप, तो ये इस इलेक्शन आपके लिए क्या मायने रखता है?
ठीक है, हमारे लिए तो क्या है, सब गरीब की सुविधा देना चाहिए, कुछ बनना चाहिए, ये सब होना चाहिए। बस ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा मैं, नहीं, पानी की सुविधा कम है हमारे यहाँ, तो पानी की सुविधा होना चाहिए।
So thank you so much. So they are asking for minimum facilities, sir. You are going to cast your vote. So what is your expectation from BMC authorities after so many years, after 2017, this election will be happened to?
Well, basically, the problem is they need to stop corruption, because everything happens by making payment. We need that to be completely cleaned up and focus more on the civic amenities as compared to what is completely neglected today. Basically, what's happening is that they come, get their votes out from here, and then nobody knows anything about it. Look at the condition of the roads. Look at the water condition. I mean, you don't get clean water. Some sewage, something gets mixed up, and then there's a problem. So, I mean, we need to at least the focus, fundamental issues which need to be cleared. The rest of it is all more a political issue. It doesn't impact really a common citizen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So this is the main thing that voters are expecting from BMC authorities. They are least bothered about politics. They are bothered about their facilities, minimum facilities. They don't want any potholes. And as we know, this is the richest corporation in Asia. So minimum facility voters are expecting from BMC authorities. We will be run BMC. We will be managed BMC. You can see here the main entrance, and from this entrance, the voters are coming to cast their vote, and it's now 8:20. After starting polls, here we can see senior citizens also. They are coming for casting their votes, and in a short while Union Minister Piyush Goyal will come here to cast his vote. As I have mentioned already, this is the we can see is widely considered a mini assembly election, and it's very important. As we know, after 2017 Shiv Sena splitted and NCP splitted. There was Shiv Sena Shinde faction, and now this is a UBT faction. And for NCP also, Ajit Pawar faction and Sharad Pawar faction. So this is a big fight for BMC, which is the richest corporation in Asia, and now voters are coming to cast their vote. Long queue, we can see the main entrance, and this is the main door from where voters will go and cast their vote. Back to studio.
Right. I mean, actually, so this is not really, what is very significant is that this is not just a civic poll really only, because this is really all about who controls Mumbai's money, political momentum, as well as the entire machinery. And especially now the political equations, as you mentioned, have changed, and it is going to be really decisive for both Shiv Sena as well as the BJP.
Yes, as you have mentioned, it's absolutely right. This is not only for civic polls. It's a big fight. It's a political fight, and we can see in while there was a rally from Shiv Sena camp or Shinde camp or UBT camp, they are attacking. You can see the opposition was attacking to a government on various issues of Mumbai, and also we have also seen that this is the most important thing. They are already mentioned that as this is a civic polls, we can see in Pune where Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar faction are contesting together, and from so many parts of Thane also, where we can see Shiv Sena Shinde, they are contesting with other parties also. And you have, as CM Fadnavis mentioned in interview with our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, that this is the civic poll. So these polls are for workers. So they also mentioned that so many parts of Mumbai and Thane, Shiv Sena Shinde group and BJP are contesting alone, and they have friendly fight. So this is there are lots of equation regarding this BMC poll, including 28 municipal corporation poll. Back to studio.
All right, thank you so much, Meenakshi, for joining us. And we have more reporters joining us from across Maharashtra as we continue our focus on the 29 municipal corporations that have gone to the polls this morning. And there is a great spotlight on Mumbai. All right, viewers, we're taking a short break, but we continue our focus on voting in 29 municipal corporations across Maharashtra, especially with the spotlight on Mumbai. We'll get you all the updates after a short break, viewers. Don't go anywhere.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark, and so they really...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear.
All right, hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, BMC elections are underway after more than 8 years. It is the first since the Shiv Sena split into 2 factions, and also a test of Thackeray brothers' unity. We will get you all the updates, but first up, headlines. US suspends a visa processing for 75 nations amid immigration crackdown. Supreme Court to hear ED's plea against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raids today. Mumbai BMC election kicks off. Over 1.03 crore voters to decide the fate of 1,700 candidates after a 9-year gap. Iran's foreign minister dials S. Jaishankar, discusses evolving situation in the country. Stage set for Army Day Parade in Jaipur today. Rajnath Army Chief to attend. Telangana police detained 3 NTV journalists over controversial program. Welcome viewers, we begin with the big day in Maharashtra today as the voters across 29 municipal corporations go to polls in high-stakes local body elections. The spotlight, of course, is firmly on Brihana Mumbai Municipal Corporation BMC, the richest civic body in the country, where around 1,700 candidates are contesting on 227 seats after a 4-year gap. Now, the BJP-led Mahayuti is engaged in a high-stakes contest against the reunited Thackeray cousins, Raj and Uddhav Thackeray, who lead the MNS and Shiv Sena UBT faction for the control of the cash-rich BMC, with an annual budget exceeding Rs 74,000 crore. Now, the NCP, NCP, SP and Congress, Samajwadi Party and other parties are also contesting this election. All right, viewers, this is what we're looking at. The voting has already begun. In fact, this is a high-stakes election. It is going to be a test for the unity of Thackeray brothers, and also the first to take place since the Shiv Sena split into 2 factions. We're looking at a tight context here between the BJP-led Mahayuti versus the unity of Thackeray brothers. Of course, BMC is in focus, which is one of the richest bodies. All right, my colleague Meenakshi is now joining me from Ground Zero. Meenakshi, we call elections the festival of democracy. Help us understand, are you seeing the festive spirit across you? What is the atmosphere on the ground?
Yes, there is a spirit, as you have mentioned, Ishita. We are now at Malabar Hills, and it's a South Mumbai posh area. And you can see the small queue here, and voters are going to cast their vote. And I think you are the first-time voter. Yeah. So, what is your expectation from BMC authorities?
We're expecting more better roads. That is one big issue this side, and then otherwise cleanliness and everything is going good only. And some work on the air quality, please, please, please take a note of that this time, because I have 2 small kids and I'm afraid to take my kids to the garden also. This winters I'm keeping them home. So if BMC could do something about the air quality, please do something about it.
So, as you have mentioned, this is a festival of democracy. So, here is a first-time voter, and I have also one senior citizen with me. Sir, आप अभी वोट देने जा रहे हो? क्या expectation? What is your expectation? Roads.
Roads should be clean, no potholes, nothing, and water quality good, air quality that should be improved.
So there are some minimum facilities they wanted actually from BMC authorities who will be elected for who will manage BMC. As you can see, this is the main area, and these 3 voters, they already have casted their votes, and it seems it's a festival of democracy. So आप लोगों ने वोट दे दिया तो अभी इतने साल बाद आफ्टर 2017 ये वोट हो रहा है आज बीएमसी का, और बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स भी है मुंबई का। तो क्या चाहते हैं आप इस इलेक्शन में जो जीतेगा वो उनके पास क्या मांग है आपकी?
अभी मेरे एक तो मेन अभी रोड क्लीन होना जरूरी है, और टॉयलेट भी हम लोग को इधर एक मांगता है, टॉयलेट नियर बाय टॉयलेट मांगता है। वो मेन तो अपनों को वही है। नेपेंस रोड में टॉयलेट नहीं है, इधर आजू बाजू में मेन टॉयलेट है, वो जरूरी है।
मेन रोड में कोई भी एक भी टॉयलेट नहीं है, पब्लिक टॉयलेट।
रिचेस्ट कॉरपोरेशन है एशिया में, फिर भी रास्ते में फ्लड्स होते हैं, पथहोल्स रहते हैं। फैसिलिटीज़ के हिसाब से बीएमसी से क्या मांग है?
अभी कुछ फिलहाल तो मैं कुछ नहीं बता सकता हूँ। अभी वो जो है करेंगे, कारपोरेटर जो बन जाएगा वो।
So they are expecting that who will be elected, they will work for Mumbaikars, and we can see here anytime in a short while Union Minister Piyush Goyal can come here, and he will cast his vote here at Malabar Hills in this. So this is the situation. You can see lots of fresh voters, new voters, and also senior citizens are coming to cast their votes. Sir, you are going to cast your vote? So what is your expectation from BMC authorities? What are the issues for Mumbaikas? After so many years, this election is happening today.
We want a better Mumbai, cleaner Mumbai, safer Mumbai, and with better access to all the basic facilities for people. That's all.
So minimum facilities they are asking for, and they are expecting that they will the new elected body will clear the roads and flooding situation. They won't be they will not maybe face. So this is the situation here, and spirit is here, as you have mentioned already. This is the festival of democracy, and here it is. BMC election is going on, and South Mumbai is really charged up. Ishita.
All right, Meenakshi. So this is what we're picking up from Mumbai early in the morning as elections are underway. Viewers, we're also getting some political reactions. Let's cut across to that.
जानना चाहती हूँ कि आज ये बिग फाइट है, इतने साल बाद आज का ये दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितना आशावादी हो आज?
ये बिग फाइट नहीं है, ये वन वे फाइट है, क्योंकि महायुति की विजय 100% होगी। हमने सिर्फ प्रगति के आधार पे बात की है। बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो बयानबाजी पे उतरे। हमने सिर्फ सकारात्मक रूप से मुंबईकर से ये विनंती की है कि आप बाहर आइए, प्रगति के लिए वोट कीजिए। जो आप खड्डे मुक्त मुंबई चाहते हैं, जो आप गिरनी कामगार के लिए घर चाहते हैं, जो आप सुएज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स चाहते हैं, जो आप पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस चाहते हैं, तो महायुति एकमात्र उपाय है। जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और डेवलपमेंट आपने देखा है ये अपरंपार रहा है, और उसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में विनंती है मुंबईकर को कि आप बाहर आएं, वोट कीजिए, पहले मतदान और फिर जलपान।
इतना साल गुजर गया, दिस इज़ द रिचेस्ट कॉरपोरेशन इन एशिया, उसके बाद भी इतना प्रॉब्लम्स है मुंबई में, फ्लडिंग है, पथहोल्स है। तो वोटर्स जो आज आ रहे हैं अभी वोट देने, सीनियर सिटीजन भी मेरे सामने से जा रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं, तो उनका एक्सपेक्टेशन भी बहुत रहेगा इस बीएमसी से।
विपक्ष का नज़र है सिर्फ 74,000 करोड़ का ये बीएमसी बजट के ऊपर, लेकिन हमारा लक्ष्य है कि कैसे ये पैसा इस्तेमाल करें मुंबई कर के लिए भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त। आपको याद होगा कि पिछले शासनकाल में कितने 26 कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स गए थे जेल क्योंकि उन्होंने पैसा खाया और कोई काम नहीं किया। वैसे बहुत सारे स्कैम्स हैं, मिथी रिवर डिसिल्टिंग स्कैम, खिचड़ी स्कैम, बॉडी बैग स्कैम, मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊँगी। मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगी जो आप मुंबई को एक फाइनेंशियल हब, एक फिनटेक हब और एक प्रगतिशील शहर देखना चाहते हैं जहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ डेवलपमेंट, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान, तो सिर्फ महायुति एक मात्र उपाय है।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरी कि आप भी आज आ गए सुबह सुबह, और मैं जब रास्ते से आ रही थी तो देख रही थी बहुत तादाद में वहाँ पे वोटर्स है, तो व्हाट इज़ द सिग्निफिकेंट ऑफ दैट? कोई
सिग्निफिकेंस इसकी बहुत साल बाद ये इलेक्शन हो रहा है, 2017 से 2025 बहुत समय गया है, लेकिन बीएमसी का जो इलेक्शन है सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि जो आप बिजली, सड़क, पानी, बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हेल्थ केयर, एजुकेशन चाहते हैं तो सोच समझ के नगर सेवक को चुनना पड़ेगा। और जो आप प्रगति की राह देखें तो आप देखेंगे कि किसने काम किया और किसने सिर्फ बोल वचन। हमारे नेता आदरणीय एकनाथ जी शिंदे ने हमेशा ऑन ग्राउंड काम किया है और यही एक लक्ष्य है कि हमारे मुंबई कर काम के आधार पे वोट दें। तो जब लोग अफवाहें फैलाते हैं तो उनको अफवाहें, फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स फैलाने दीजिए। लुंगी, पुंगी, वोट्स, नोट्स, ये सब बोलना I don't think it makes sense. You should vote on the agenda of development only.
आज हमने सिद्धिविनायक महाराज की चरणों में प्रार्थना की है कि आने वाले समय में विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई निर्माण करने के लिए हमें शक्ति दे, हमें आशीर्वाद दे। और आज का ये दिन, ये मुंबई के इतिहास में एक ऐतिहासिक दिन ऐसा इसमें लिखा जाए। और मैं तमाम मुंबईकरों से यह आह्वान करना चाहता हूं कि आप विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई और अपने आने वाली भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के रक्षण के लिए भारी मात्रा में वोट दें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, शिवसेना और आरपीआई युति को भारी आशीर्वाद दे ताकि आने वाले समय में एक विकसित और सुरक्षित मुंबई का निर्माण हम कर सकें।
जब से मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने तब से पुणे के लिए जो केंद्र सरकार की अनेक योजनाएं थी उसके माध्यम से जो पुणे में काम हुआ है, उसके बाद माननीय देवेंद्र जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर उनकी सरकार ने जो बहुत सारा काम यहाँ पे किया है, पुणे में जो किया है, और 5 साल हमने एज ए म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में एज ए रूलिंग पार्टी करके जो काम किया है, तो जो काम हमने किया है वो लोगों के सामने है, पुणेकर जनता वो देख रही है, उसका अनुभव भी कर रही है। तो यही विश्वास है मुझे कि पुणेकर जनता जो है वो प्रगति को वोट करती है, वो विकास को वोट करती है, और इस पुणे का, मेरे शहर के भविष्य किसके हाथ में सुरक्षित है ये सोचकर वोट करती है। तो एक ही चेहरा, एक ही पार्टी सामने आती है, माननीय मोदी जी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी। माननीय देवेंद्र जी की जो विजन है पुणे के लिए, ये पुणेकर जनता जानती है। तो 5 साल हमने जो काम किया केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार के माध्यम से, तो इसके लिए मुझे विश्वास है कि पुणेकर जनता बिल्कुल हमारे साथ रहेगी और फिर एक बार पुणे का मेयर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ही बनेगा।
And viewers, the Republic continues to track the election on the ground. Now my colleague Satya Prakash is joining us from Andheri, Mumbai. Satya Prakash, हमने देखा है लोकल इलेक्शंस में जो वोटर परसेंटेज होता है वो इतना हाई नहीं होता है, तो इस समय आप क्या देख रहे हैं माहौल? क्या वोटर्स भारी मात्रा में आगे आ रहे हैं वोट करने के लिए इस लोकल इलेक्शंस में?
देखिए, बीएमसी का चुनाव जो 2017 में हुआ था लगभग 55% वोटिंग हुआ था, लेकिन आज सुबह से जो तस्वीरें दिख रही है, कहीं कहीं लोग घरों से निकलकर मतदान केंद्र पर पहुंच रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं अंधेरी वेस्ट का ये मतदान केंद्र है और लोग पहुंच रहे हैं। तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे बुजुर्ग पहुंच रहे हैं, जो यंग है वो पहुंच रहे हैं, और लगातार लोग कहना है कि मुंबई के विकास के लिए बाहर निकलिए और मतदान करिए। तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे लोग पहुँच रहे हैं, अपनी पर्ची को दिखा रहे हैं। ये सामने तस्वीरें देखिए कि यहाँ पर लोग अपनी पर्ची दिखा रहे हैं, जो भी डॉक्यूमेंट है वो दिखा रहे हैं, और डॉक्यूमेंट दिखाकर लोग मतदान करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। मुंबई के जहां जहां मतदान केंद्र है, 10,231 मतदान केंद्र है, वहां पर इसी तरह से तस्वीर दिख रही कि जो मुंबई कर हैं घरों से निकलकर मतदान करने आ रहे हैं, और लगभग 1 घंटा हो चुका है। 1 घंटा हो चुका है, काफ़ी संख्या में लोग घरों से निकलकर पहुंच रहे हैं। लोगों को ऑफिस जाना है, लेकिन ऑफिस जाने के पहले लोग मतदान करके जा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ कि अंधेरी का, और लोगों का कहना है कि मुंबई के विकास, मुंबई को जो पानी, रोड, सड़क सारी चीज़ें मुद्दों को देखते हुए, ध्यान में देखते हुए मतदान किया जा रहा है। हम कुछ लोग निकल रहे हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये आप लोग मतदान करके निकल रहे हैं, किन किन मुद्दों को देखते हुए किए हैं मतदान?
सॉरी अभी हुआ नहीं हमारा।
अच्छा, ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से मतदान करके लोग निकल रहे हैं। और मुंबई की बात करते कहीं कहीं बीएमसी का चुनाव इस बार कहीं कहीं वर्चस्व और प्रतिष्ठा की लड़ाई माना जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से 2000
इधर है सर, इधर है। So you can see here. You can see Piyush Goyal has bite nahi. Okay, Union Minister Piyush Goyal has come to cast his vote, and here is Malabar Hills. He comes with his family. It's a South Mumbai Malabar Hills polling station where Piyush Goyal is going to cast his votes. A very important election for Mumbaikas also. And here is the Union Minister Piyush Goyal. You can see live. From Malabar Hills. This is a Walston school where Piyush Goyal has come to cast his vote. He has come with his family. His wife is with him now, and here he is going. This is the main entrance. He is going. You can see live. This is the main entrance. He is going with one senior citizen has come, and he hold his hands. He helps that senior person who is struggling. Actually, was struggling. So here is Piyush Goyal live in Republic. You can see. So we can see he is in very light mood, and it's a festival of democracy. It reflects his mood also, and he is waiting. He is in queue now, waiting. Piyush Goyal is waiting here to cast his vote, and this is the South Mumbai Malabar Hills polling station. He has come with his wife, and he stands in queue. You can see live in Republic TV, and as we have mentioned, it's a big fight for political leaders also, and this is the main important thing in this election, is very significant. You can say this BMC result also could influence wider political narratives in Maharashtra. So this is more important for politicians also, particularly about politics.
And BJP and its allies have made capturing the BMC a priority. It is a key battleground. We can say it's a key battle.
We can say it's a key battleground to consolidate their influence in urban Maharashtra. So it's very important for political parties also. A win could strengthen the party's narrative of development and governance in Indian financial capital. So here the BJP leader and Union Minister Piyush Goyal, he is going to cast his vote. He entered. You can see he is entered the polling station, and he is casting his vote. He has come with his wife in this polling station, and as I have mentioned, that is a very significant this BMC election for political leaders also, and particularly for BJP and Shiv Sena. What about the BJP and its allies have made capturing the BMC is a priority, because seeing it's a key battleground to consolidate their influence in urban Maharashtra, and this win would strengthen the party's narrative and development and governance in India's financial capital. Here Piyush Goyal, Union Minister, he entered the polling station to cast his vote. He has come with his family, and what we have seen that a senior citizen was struggling to enter in polling station. He holds that senior citizen hand, and he helps that person to enter in this premises of polling station. And we have noticed that he was smiling and he was interacting with others voters. So it's a festival of democracy. It reflects in this area, and it's really
we are seeing what is really significant for this election, because after so many years, after nearby 10 years, after 2017 this election is happening, the BMC election is happening, so many expectations for BMC authorities also, and every leaders are coming to cast their voting early in the morning. So it's a really a significant move from voters. So
voters are expecting from BMC authorities pothole-free road. They are expecting minimum facilities, as we have spoken already with others voters. As Piyush Goyal, he casted his vote, and he will speak
after leaving this area. You can see the Union Minister Piyush Goyal, he helped one senior citizen to enter in this premises as he was struggling to enter the polling station. Piyush Goyal and his wife already cast their vote, and this is the area, the most cautious area in Mumbai, and we can see he is smiling, and he was interacting with other voters also. Okay. So he will speak.
Okay, so he will speak after leaving this area. So we are expecting from him some words today, because it's a very important day for BJP also. And sir, you can. It's a very important day for BJP also. Voters are expecting a pathole-free road, and it's a richest corporation in Asia. And you can see live Piyush Goyal in Republic TV, and 100 meter aage he is saying he will speak after leaving this area. After 100 meters के बाद वो बात करेंगे, वो बोल रहे हैं. You can see. And he is smiling. He was interacting with other voters also, and he's in good mood actually. And it reflects. It's a festival of democracy. It reflects. We can see after leaving this year, he will speak to us. He have mentioned it, and here the situation is Malabar Hills area. Piyush Goyal casted his vote with his wife, and it's a very important election for BJP also, as we have mentioned, that is after so many years, after 10 years, this election is. The voting begins today after so many years, and you can what sir, he's asking at where he can speak to us. He was asking, and in the morning. After 8:30, he has reached the polling station in Malabar Hills, and he is ready to speak now. Piyush Goyal is ready to speak now. Sir, lots of expectations, sir. Sir, so he has already casted his vote with his family. You can see, and he was smiling. Now also he is smiling, and he was interacting with other voters. So it's a very significant vote for Mumbaikas also, that Piyush Goyal is in very good mood. I think so, sir. Lots of expectation from the new elected bodies from BMC. So, sir is drinking water.
It is a great privilege to participate in this festival of democracy. Mumbai is India's financial and commercial capital. We are all proud to be Mumbaikars. We see the future of a developed and prosperous nation from the lens of Mumbai's progress and growth. I appeal to every Mumbaikar to exercise their right to vote as a duty towards their beloved city for good governance, for fast-paced progress, for ensuring the well-being of every resident of Mumbai, and to guarantee India's success on the global stage, which starts from Mumbai. हमारा मताधिकार लोकतंत्र की ताकत है। भारत विकसित बने, समृद्ध बने, ये 140 करोड़ लोगों की भावना और संकल्प है और देश की आर्थिक राजधानी मुंबई से ये विकास यात्रा तेज गति से आगे बढ़ेगी। मुझे विश्वास है हर मुंबईकर अपनी जिम्मेदारी का एहसास समझते हुए आज समझदारी से अपना वोट डालेंगे। हर मुंबईकर इस जिम्मेदारी को निभाते हुए देश को समृद्ध और विकसित बनाने की गति को, विकास की गति को, सुशासन मुंबई में लाने के लिए अच्छे उम्मीदवारों को चुनकर मुंबई के भविष्य को भी उज्जवल बनाएंगे।
मुंबई में सत्ता पलटेगी आखिरकार
बन चुकी है, आपको क्या लगता है वोटर किस तरफ उसका झुकाव रहेगा?
मुंबईकर बड़े समझदार हैं और सोच समझकर मुंबई के हितों के लिए, मुंबई के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, मुंबई के समन्वय और समाज के हर वर्ग को साथ लेकर चलने की जो ताकत है उसको सामने नजर रखते हुए हर मुंबईकर, हर समाज का व्यक्ति मुंबई को प्रथम देखेगा, मुंबई के भविष्य को प्रथम देखेगा और उसमें निहित है कि हमारे यहाँ के लोग, और उसमें मैं भी शामिल हूँ, मैं भी उतना ही मराठी हूँ जितना हम सब, आप सब हैं, और मुझे विश्वास है कि ये मराठी मानुस का चुनाव यानी मुंबईकर का चुनाव है।
Sir, how you were confident your party will pick out win in this field?
Mumbaikars are extremely smart people. No wonder the city shows the way to the world. In fact, even in a conversation with Mr. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, he expressed a desire to be a part of the growth story of Mumbai. And I remember his words when he said, the sound of giga city, Mumbai, the giga city, is very exciting. Basically, this is the number one destination for anybody within the country, from across the continents, who are looking for progress and prosperity. And a good, well-run municipal corporation will help us in ensuring that this city remains the best city in the country.
So what is it that will take to make this a giga city? What is it?
Good governance, fast-paced growth of infrastructure, and a decisive leadership that cares for inclusive and sustainable growth.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top headlines coming in. Viewers, Alright, it's a high-stakes battle in Mumbai. The BMC elections kick off. Over 1.3 crore voters to decide the fate of 1,700 candidates after 9-year gap. Supreme Court to hear ED's plea against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raids today. Right, viewers, we have these live visuals coming in from Mumbai, where all the leaders are gathering, and they're, of course, moving forward, and they've cast their vote. That is Piyush Goyal on your screens, who have cast his vote in the BMC elections. And, of course, it's a big day in Mumbai, as the fate of multiple candidates are going to be sealed today. It's Battleground BMC. And who will be the king of Mumbai? The decision day for the Battleground BMC. And it is going to be a big day today because we have multiple leaders, actors, cricketers, all moving forward. They have cast their vote. It is multiple issues under which the votes are being cast today. Multiple issues, civic issues like monsoon, flooding, waste management and public health. There are multiple challenges that the BMC also has faced. There are netas, there are celebrities, cricketers, all casting their vote. The BMC elections 2026. Polling underway in Mumbai. It began at 7:30 a.m. It will go up till 5:30 p.m. And we will get in more details. We are live from the ground. We have our colleagues who are reporting live on this broadcast. Okay, let's first get you these reactions coming in on this.
करायला आलोय कारण आय थिंक प्रत्येकाचं ओपिनियन, प्रत्येकाचं वोट मॅटर्स म्हणून मी आलोय. त्यामुळे मी हेच रिक्वेस्ट करतो सगळ्यांना की या आणि मतदान करा. कारण आपले जे ओपिनियन्स आहेत, आपला जो विचार आहे तो येऊन इथे मांडायचा हा एक आपल्याला ही वेळ आहे. तर ती नक्कीच तुम्ही याचा वापर करावा आणि नीट तऱ्हेने वापर करावा. बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. मैं हमेशा कहते आ रहा हूँ कि ये मौका ऐसा है जहाँ पे आपको अपना ओपिनियन आप मतदान के जरिए आप एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हो और जो आप चाहते हो उसमें एक एक बूंद, हम जैसे कहते हैं कि एक एक बूंद इम्पोर्टेंट होता है. तो ये अगर रिजल्ट जो आप चाहते हो वो अगर रियलाइज करना है तो हर एक इंसान को आके मतदान करना चाहिए. मैं लोगों से अपील, मैं खुद यहाँ पे हूँ तो ये इटसेल्फ इज शोज किया ना कि इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर एवरी सिटीजन.
It is a great privilege to participate in this festival of democracy. Mumbai is India's financial and commercial capital. We are all proud to be Mumbaikars. We see the future of a developed and prosperous nation from the lens of Mumbai's progress and growth. I appeal to every Mumbaikar to exercise their right to vote as a duty towards their beloved city for good governance, for fast-paced progress, for ensuring the well-being of every resident of Mumbai, and to guarantee India's success on the global stage, which starts from Mumbai.
जानना चाहती हूँ कि आज ये बिग फाइट है, इतने साल बाद आज का ये दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितना आशावादी हो आज.
ये बिग फाइट नहीं है, ये वन वे फाइट है क्योंकि महायुति की विजय 100% होगी. हमने सिर्फ प्रगति के आधार पे बात की है. बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो बयानबाजी पे उतरे. हमने सिर्फ सकारात्मक रूप से मुंबईकर से ये विनंती की है कि आप बाहर आइए, प्रगति के लिए वोट कीजिए. जो आप खड्डे मुक्त मुंबई चाहते हैं, जो आप गिरनी कामगार के लिए घर चाहते हैं, जो आप सुएज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स चाहते हैं, जो आप पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस चाहते हैं, तो महायुति एकमात्र उपाय है. जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट आपने देखा है ये अपरंपार रहा है और उसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में विनंती है मुंबईकर को कि आप बाहर आएं, वोट कीजिए, पहले मतदान और फिर जलपान.
इतना साल गुजर गया, दिस इज़ द रिचेस्ट कॉरपोरेशन इन एशिया, उसके बाद भी इतना प्रॉब्लम्स है मुंबई में, फ्लडिंग है, पथहोल्स है। तो वोटर्स जो आज आ रहे हैं अभी वोट देने, सीनियर सिटीजन भी मेरे सामने से आ रहे हैं, तो उनका एक्सपेक्टेशन भी बहुत रहेगा इस बीएमसी से।
विपक्ष का नज़र है सिर्फ 74,000 करोड़ का ये बीएमसी बजट के ऊपर, लेकिन हमारा लक्ष्य है कि कैसे ये पैसा इस्तेमाल करें मुंबई कर के लिए भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त। आपको याद होगा कि पिछले शासनकाल में कितने 26 कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स गए थे जेल क्योंकि उन्होंने पैसा खाया और कोई काम नहीं किया। वैसे बहुत सारे स्कैम्स हैं, मिथी रिवर डिसिल्टिंग स्कैम, खिचड़ी स्कैम, बॉडी बैग स्कैम, मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊँगी। मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगी जो आप मुंबई को एक फाइनेंशियल हब, एक फिनटेक हब और एक प्रगतिशील शहर देखना चाहते हैं जहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ डेवलपमेंट, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान, तो सिर्फ महायुति एक मात्र उपाय है।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरी कि आप भी आज आ गए सुबह सुबह, और मैं जब रास्ते से आ रही थी तो देख रही थी बहुत तादाद में वहाँ पे वोटर्स है, तो व्हाट इज़ द सिग्निफिकेंट ऑफ दैट? कोई
सिग्निफिकेंस इसकी बहुत साल बाद ये इलेक्शन हो रहा है, 2017 से 2025 बहुत समय गया है, लेकिन बीएमसी का जो इलेक्शन है सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि जो आप बिजली, सड़क, पानी, बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हेल्थ केयर, एजुकेशन चाहते हैं तो सोच समझ के नगर सेवक को चुनना पड़ेगा। और जो आप प्रगति की राह देखें तो आप देखेंगे कि किसने काम किया और किसने सिर्फ बोल वचन। हमारे नेता आदरणीय एकनाथ जी शिंदे ने हमेशा ऑन ग्राउंड काम किया है और यही एक लक्ष्य है कि हमारे मुंबई कर काम के आधार पे वोट दें। तो जब लोग अफवाहें फैलाते हैं तो उनको अफवाहें, फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स फैलाने दीजिए। लुंगी, पुंगी, वोट्स, नोट्स, ये सब बोलना I don't think it makes sense. You should vote on the agenda of development only.
Viewers, my colleague Meenakshi is joining us live on the broadcast from Mumbai. Meenakshi, today is a big day in Maharashtra. The voters across 29 municipal corporations are going to polls. It's a high-stake local body elections. In fact, the spotlight remains on BMC with the richest civic body in the country, and there are multiple civic issues under which the people are casting their vote today. What are those?
Yes, you are absolutely right. As you have mentioned, there are lots of civic issues because we know that the BMC is the richest corporation in Asia. Though Mumbaikas are facing till date lots of challenges. There are lots of potholes is here in Mumbai, and flooding situation is not avoidable for Mumbaikas. So we have spoken to lots of Mumbaikas who are going to cast their vote. They are saying they want minimum facilities. You can see here one lady, she is coming to cast his vote. So ma'am, you have come to cast your vote. What is your expectation from BMC authorities? As we have seen, there are lots of problems in Mumbai today also.
Especially the roads, the potholes and the traffic. Like they can do something about that. Better roads, better infrastructure, cleanliness. Yeah, that's it.
So this is the minimum facilities voters are expecting from BMC authorities. Sir, you are their checking is underway. Sir, you have come to cast your vote. What is your expectation from BMC? What is the problem you are facing still now, as is the richest corporation in Asia, though you are facing lots of problems?
Mostly जो इवेंट के लिए सपोज 10, 15, 20 हज़ार लोगों का इवेंट करना है तो यहाँ पे कोई जगह ही नहीं है. तो बीएमसी को वो मेन प्रायोरिटी होनी चाहिए कि कोई इवेंट करना है तो अच्छा ग्राउंड होना चाहिए, और साथ के साथ सैनिटाइजर का भी प्रॉब्लम काफ़ी है. तो मेन प्रॉब्लम बड़ा जो इवेंट है वो यहाँ पे कोई है नहीं. और खड्डे तो सबको पता है कि खड्डे हर जगह पे, बॉम्बे में नियर, यहाँ पे नहीं है आजू बाजू में, बट बॉम्बे से बाहर जाते हैं सबब के अंदर तो काफ़ी खड्डे हैं अभी भी. तो वो एक ध्यान देना चाहिए. बाकी कोस्टल रोड वगैरह जो एक्सप्रेस फ्रीवे वगैरह बना है वो एक्सेलेंट काम किया है ये गवर्नमेंट ने. तो अच्छा काम बहुत ही हुआ है, बट थोड़ा और भी ये काम है. तो ये सब हो जाए तो आई थिंक बेटर. मेरे को नहीं लगता है कि बॉम्बे में ऐसा कोई बीएमसी होगा जो इस तरह अच्छी तरह से रन करता हो, और वो भी इतने सालों के बाद में, जो मेयर भी ना होने के बावजूद भी कमिश्नर बीएमसी ने इतना अच्छा संभाला इतने सालों तक. तो ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का भी एक अच्छा सा रोल है इसके अंदर काम करना, क्योंकि एफिशिएंस ब्यूरोक्रेट्स है वो भी मेरे को लगता है महाराष्ट्र के अंदर सबसे अच्छे हैं. थैंक यू.
So he's very positive about the BMCs, and he was saying that every citizen of Mumbai, every Mumbaikars now are saying that they want minimum facilities. And what we have seen that, and we have spoken to already Union Minister Piyush Goyal, he also mentioned that the atmosphere, that peaceful atmosphere here, not only here, also in Mumbai's lots of areas where voters are casting their vote. And the main thing is that when I have come from this road to Malabar Hills, this is Malabar Hills area, what I have noticed that 80 years old lady and their senior citizen, they are standing in queue to cast their vote. So this is the festival of democracy, where you can see that one lady, senior citizen lady, she is coming to cast her vote. आपका वोट हो गया, दे दिए?
नंबर कट हो गया तो वापस देखना है.
अच्छा, वापस जाना पड़ेगा. तो आप सुबह आ गए, आपके पैर में भी मैं देख रही हूँ थोड़ा दर्द है, तो आप सुबह आ गए वोट देने. क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है बीएमसी से, क्या चाहते हो आप?
बस अच्छा, सबका अच्छा हो, रुके सबका अच्छा होगा, कुछ नहीं.
मुंबई में फ्लड सिचुएशन भी है, यहाँ पे इतना पैथोल्स है, खड्डे हैं रास्ते में कितना, तो प्रॉब्लम्स इनसे भी होता है ना?
होता है, मगर अब जी ये भी काम काज जो स्लो है तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं.
तो आप चाह रहे हो कि बेटर यहाँ पे मैनेज हो, बेटर हो मुंबई, इसलिए आप सुबह आ गए वोट?
हाँ, हमने देखना.
Thank you. So, Shivangi, as you have seen that the senior citizens are coming to cast their vote. Sir, you are going to cast your vote. What is your expectation from the new elected body of BMC? क्या चाहते हो आप? क्या चाहते हो आप? क्या चाहते हो? आज ये वोट देने आए हो सुबह. BMC जी इतना बड़ा एक रिचेस्ट कॉर्पोरेशन है पूरा एशिया में, लेकिन अभी भी प्रॉब्लम आप लोग फेस करते हो.
है ना, रोड बोर्ड अच्छा नहीं है अभी. देखे, अभी बोला तो है उनको, कैंडिडेट को बातचीत हुआ है हमारा, बोला वो कर देंगे सीमेंट रोड हो गया.
Thank you, sir. So, voters are expecting good governance, and this is the main thing. Where not only this poll is about only governance and all. It's also what is main point is that it's also a big fight for all political parties. As we have known that after 2017, there are lots of years has been passed, and after so many years, election is today is happening, and this is a main significant event for all political party. I can see there after Shiv Sena splits, after NCP splits, the two factions are fighting for their strength. So this is the main thing. Of all political party have to show their strength in this election. So one thing is the civil governance and facilities the Mumbaikas is expecting from BMC new elected body, and otherwise it's a big fight for political party also. You can see here's a short queue. You have come to cast your vote here. What is your expectation from new elected BMC body?
So I think to improve the roads mainly is that. That's all. Yeah.
Animals, they are doing like this, the dogs, and don't do that.
You are a senior citizen. I have seen that you have come. You are struggling to enter here. So, what is your expectation? आप क्या चाहते हो कि क्या मिले मुंबईकर्स को? इतना साल बाद यहाँ पे इलेक्शन हो रहा है.
I'm thinking that they should take care that we get water properly every time, and the roads are very bad here. So, the cars get spoiled very soon because of the stupid type of roads. They have all there khada in the roads.
So, thank you so much, ma'am. So, you have seen what they are expecting from new elected BMC body, all about minimum facilities of that including roads and infrastructure, water and all. So this is the situation here from Malabar Hills. Shivangi.
That's right. That's right, Meenakshi. Thank you for giving us those updates and speaking to the people and, of course, bringing their pulse from the ground, from Malabar Hill there. Viewers from Mumbai, we are bringing you these updates on the BMC elections. The polling is underway across Mumbai. And with that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates coming in. We track our live updates from the ground as the high-stakes BMC battle is underway.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe doctrine, they are the boss, they are the mafioso, because
And more news and updates coming in after this short break. High-stakes battle of BMC underway. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, everyday.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
केसरिया
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला। सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where...
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV. With me, Shudha Mitra. The high-stakes battle is underway in Mumbai. We'll get you all the updates on that. But first up, headlines. It's a high-stakes battle in Mumbai as BMC elections kick off. Over 1.3 crore voters to decide the 1,700 candidates' fate after a 9 years gap. Supreme Court to hear ED's plea against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raids today. Stage is set for Army Day Parade in Jaipur. Rajnath Singh, Army Chief, to attend the event. Iran's Foreign Minister dials S. Shankar, discusses the evolving situation in the country. US suspends a visa processing for 75 nations amid immigration crackdown. All right, viewers, we're getting a breaking news at this moment. It's a big day in Maharashtra as the voters across 29 municipal corporations go to polls in high-stakes local body. Now the elections are underway. All right, viewers, at this moment we're getting you visuals live from Jaipur where Army Day celebrations are underway. It's the celebration of Army Day 2026. We're looking at these celebrations panning out in the Pink City. In fact, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is also expected to attend along with Army Chief. Celebrations have already begun. We're getting you live visuals on Republic TV at this moment. All right, viewers, we're looking at is the Army Day celebrations currently panning out in the city, in the Pink City. In fact, Jaipur, you're looking at celebrations. Remember, the ceremony, in fact, opened with the Chetak helicopters carrying the national flag and the army flag. The event will also feature a parade today, the Army Day Parade, a much anticipated event. All right, my colleague Ishan, who happens to be on ground, is joining me on this. Ishan, do tell us how the celebrations have begun. They look, they're beginning on a very high note at this moment.
Absolutely, there is a lot of excitement in the crowd. Everybody here is excited. This is the first time such a thing is happening in Jaipur. This particular parade, the 78th Army Day Parade, is of significant importance, and as it will showcase a lot of the weaponry, and it is the first time that the Bharat Battalion will be marching at the parade today. It is supposed to be attended by the Chief of Army Staff. He will arrive around 11 a.m. The Governor of Rajasthan and Chief Minister of Rajasthan shall also be attending this event. This is a very big event that has been organized at a massive scale on Mahal Road in Jaipur. There is electric charge in the crowd. Everybody is excited to see how things turn out. And this is at this particular Army Day Parade, we'll be seeing a lot of the weapons and systems on display that were used during Operation Sindhu. And this will be conducted on Mahal Road, similar style to the 26th January, similar to the 26th January parade. General Upendra Dwivedi will be arriving soon at this showcase. We'll also see a lot of investiture ceremony where the Sena Medal and Gallantry Award of the Indian Army will be coming past here, and all this to unfold shortly. The parade will begin with the arrival of the CDS at 9:45, then the arrival of Governor of Mizoram, and then the remaining guests, and with the arrival of the Chief of Army Staff, we will start the parade. And the parade is scheduled from 1100 hours to around 130 hours, and we'll also see a flypast and display by the Indian Air Force and the Army Air Defense. Back to you.
Right, Ishan, that's how the parade is going to pan out today. Also tell us about the spotlight which is going to be on the Bhairav Battalion.
Absolutely. Bharat Battalion was announced during the Kargil Vijay Divas last year, and it has been a lightning fast response by the Indian Army, which took up this challenge and has operationalized the Bharat Battalion. We will be seeing the Bharat Battalions march to their tune in this Army Day parade. The Bharat Battalion, that is mostly consists of around 250 soldiers drawn from different walks of the Indian Army, such as the Army Air Defense, Signals, Infantry, and most importantly, mortar divisions as well. These are equipped high mobility troops that can operate in almost any terrain across the length and breadth of India. These are very mobile troops capable of acting independently and deep inside the enemy territory. They have been trained, and the best of the best have been selected for the Bharat Battalion.
All right, Ishan, thank you so much for getting us all the details about the Army Day Parade of yours. Now we're moving on to another breaking news that's coming in at this moment about the anti-terror operation that in fact continues in the Jakhole area of Kathua. We're getting this for the second consecutive day. The anti-terror operation is continuing. It was launched by Jammu and Kashmir police after 2 suspected terrorists were in fact spotted by local Indian Army. Now, they also inducted special forces into this operation. So if we're given, it is a multi-force operation that's underway at this moment. Viewers, we're getting details about the anti-terror op that's right now underway in the Jammu and Kashmir Kathua. In fact, it's happening for the second day. And at this moment, we're getting details that anti-terror op is underway right now in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua for the second day. Those are the latest details viewers we're getting at this moment. All right, my colleague Gursimran joins me from Jammu. Gursimran, do tell us about the details we're getting at this moment about the anti-terror op going on for the second consecutive day at this moment.
Yes, it is for the second consecutive day that the anti-terror operations are underway in the Jakhole area of the Kathua. Yesterday, there was a spotting of the 2 terrorists in the area that was reported by a local to the Jammu and Kashmir police. First, it was the special operations group that swung into the action, followed by the special forces of the Indian Army that were also inducted into the operation. And right now, as we speak, the searches are continuing. Late last night, what we are being told that the DIG JK Shiv Kumar Sharma has held a visit to that very operation site and also to the border areas starting from the Sanyal to the border areas of the Samba district. What the police input says that this might be a group that has infiltrated in the recent days. So it is not an old infiltration or a group that was active in a hinterland, but as per the police input, it suggests that this is a new infiltration that has taken place, though there has been no authenticity or any official statement with regards to new groups sneaking into the Indian territory. This operation comes at a time when the Union Home Secretary in Jammu and Kashmir, Govind Mohan, is holding several rounds of meetings with the intel agencies as well as the forces that are operating on ground, so as this menace of the Pakistani terrorists can be ruled out, because Pakistani terrorists getting active in the hinterland area is a real concern for the security forces. And the second major concern is the missing contacts that the forces are having, that after getting to the location of the terrorists are managing to escape from the cordon of the security forces.
Right, Gursimran, the threat from across the border continues, it seems. But now we are given to understand that it was the spotting of 2 terrorists which triggered this operation. What more details do we have on that?
See, if we speak of the anti-terror operation, they are underway in several districts of Jammu and Kashmir. But if we speak of the input or the intel-based operation that are underway, where the contacts have been established or the spottings have been done, that is in the Kathua district. Bilawar, we know that in the Najot area, the terrorists have taken the food from a villager. Similar is the situation in the Jakhole area, where the terrorists were spotted by the locals, after which the security forces have been swung into the action. Additional reinforcement is also being pressed into the operation site, but the situation continues to be grim. As we speak, we are getting to know that the senior officials of the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are on the spot. While I'll request Sarjeevan to move this way, that the senior officials of the Indian Army, they are now leaving towards the place where the Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan is scheduled to take this security assessment meeting. We are told that the DGMO of the Indian Army, Director General Military Operation, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, will also be part of this meeting, in which a thorough and a threadbare discussion on the prevailing security scenario will be done.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us and giving us those crucial details about this anti-terror op that continues in Jammu and Kashmir. And now, viewers, shifting focus, today is a big day in Maharashtra as voters across 29 municipal corporations are casting their vote in a high-stakes local body election. The spotlight, of course, is on BMC, the richest civic body in the country. Now, we're around, in fact, 1,700 candidates are contesting on 227 seats after a 4-year gap. Now, viewers, the BJP-led Mahayuti is engaged in a high-stakes contest against the reunited Thackeray cousins, including Raj and Uddhav Thackeray, who lead the MNS and Shiv Sena. In fact, it's a context for the control of the cash-rich BMC, which in fact has an annual budget exceeding rupees 74,000 crore. Now, the NCP, Congress, Samajwadi Party and other political parties are also contesting in this election. All right, in fact, we also have some political reactions coming in from the ground. Let's listen into them.
It is a great privilege to participate in this festival of democracy. Mumbai is India's financial and commercial capital. We are all proud to be Mumbaikars. We see the future of a developed and prosperous nation from the lens of Mumbai's progress and growth. I appeal to every Mumbaikar to exercise their right to vote as a duty towards their beloved city for good governance, for fast-paced progress, for ensuring the well-being of every resident of Mumbai, and to guarantee India's success on the global stage, which starts from Mumbai.
जानना चाहती हूँ कि आज ये बिग फाइट है, इतने साल बाद आज का ये दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितना आशावादी हो आज?
ये बिग फाइट नहीं है, ये वन वे फाइट है, क्योंकि महायुति की विजय 100% होगी। हमने सिर्फ प्रगति के आधार पे बात की है। बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो बयानबाजी पे उतरे। हमने सिर्फ सकारात्मक रूप से मुंबईकर से ये विनंती की है कि आप बाहर आइए, प्रगति के लिए वोट कीजिए। जो आप खड्डे मुक्त मुंबई चाहते हैं, जो आप गिरनी कामगार के लिए घर चाहते हैं, जो आप सुएज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स चाहते हैं, जो आप पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस चाहते हैं, तो महायुति एकमात्र उपाय है। जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट आपने देखा है, ये अपरंपार रहा है, और उसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में विनंती है मुंबईकर को कि आप बाहर आएँ, वोट कीजिए, पहले मतदान और फिर जलपान।
गुजर गया, दिस इज़ द रिचेस्ट कॉरपोरेशन इन एशिया, बाद भी इतना प्रॉब्लम्स है मुंबई में, फ्लडिंग है, पथहोल्स है, तो वोटर्स जो आज आ रहे हैं अभी वोट देने, सीनियर सिटीजन भी मेरे सामने से जा रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं, तो उनका एक्सपेक्टेशन भी बहुत रहेगा इस बीएमसी से।
विपक्ष का नज़र है सिर्फ 74,000 करोड़ का ये बीएमसी बजट के ऊपर, लेकिन हमारा लक्ष्य है कि कैसे ये पैसा इस्तेमाल करें मुंबईकर के लिए भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त। आपको याद होगा कि पिछले शासनकाल में कितने 26 कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स गए थे जेल, क्योंकि उन्होंने पैसा खाया और कोई काम नहीं किया। वैसे बहुत सारे स्कैम्स हैं, मिथी रिवर डिसिल्टिंग स्कैम, खिचड़ी स्कैम, बॉडी बैग स्कैम, मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊँगी। मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगी, जो आप मुंबई को एक फाइनेंशियल हब, एक फिनटेक हब और एक प्रगतिशील शहर देखना चाहते हैं, जहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ डेवलपमेंट, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान, तो सिर्फ महायुति एक मात्र उपाय है।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरी कि आप भी आज आ गए सुबह सुबह, और मैं जब रास्ते से आ रही थी तो देख रही थी बहुत तादाद में वहाँ पे वोटर्स है, तो व्हाट इज़ द सिग्निफिकेंट ऑफ दैट? कोई
सिग्निफिकेंस इसकी बहुत साल बाद ये इलेक्शन हो रहा है। 2017 से 2025 बहुत समय गया है, लेकिन बीएमसी का जो इलेक्शन है सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि जो आप बिजली, सड़क, पानी, बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हेल्थ केयर, एजुकेशन चाहते हैं तो सोच समझ के नगर सेवक को चुनना पड़ेगा। और जो आप प्रगति की राह देखें तो आप देखेंगे कि किसने काम किया और किसने सिर्फ बोल वचन। हमारे नेता आदरणीय एकनाथ जी शिंदे ने हमेशा ऑन ग्राउंड काम किया है, और यही एक लक्ष्य है कि हमारे मुंबई कर काम के आधार पे वोट दें। तो जब लोग अफवाहें फैलाते हैं तो उनको अफवाहें, फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स फैलाने दीजिए। लुंगी, पुंगी, वोट्स, नोट्स, ये सब बोलना I don't think it makes sense. You should vote on the agenda of development only.
आज हमने सिद्धिविनायक महाराज की चरणों में प्रार्थना की है कि आने वाले समय में विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई निर्माण करने के लिए हमें शक्ति दे, हमें आशीर्वाद दे। और आज का ये दिन, ये मुंबई के इतिहास में एक ऐतिहासिक दिन ऐसा इसमें लिखा जाए। और मैं तमाम मुंबईकरों से यह आह्वान करना चाहता हूं कि आप विकसित मुंबई, सुरक्षित मुंबई और अपने आने वाली भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के रक्षण के लिए भारी मात्रा में वोट दें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, शिवसेना और आरपीआई युति को भारी आशीर्वाद दे, ताकि आने वाले समय में एक विकसित और सुरक्षित मुंबई का निर्माण हम कर सकें।
जब से मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने तब से पुणे के लिए जो केंद्र सरकार की अनेक योजनाएं थी, उसके माध्यम से जो पुणे में काम हुआ है, उसके बाद माननीय देवेंद्र जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर उनकी सरकार ने जो बहुत सारा काम यहाँ पे किया है, पुणे में जो किया है, और 5 साल हमने एज ए म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में एज ए रूलिंग पार्टी करके जो काम किया है, तो जो काम हमने किया है वो लोगों के सामने है। पुणेकर जनता वो देख रही है, उसका अनुभव भी कर रही है। तो यही विश्वास है मुझे कि पुणेकर जनता जो है वो प्रगति को वोट करती है, वो विकास को वोट करती है, और इस पुणे का, मेरे शहर के भविष्य किसके हाथ में सुरक्षित है, ये सोचकर वोट करती है। तो एक ही चेहरा, एक ही पार्टी सामने आती है, माननीय मोदी जी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी। माननीय देवेंद्र जी की जो विजन है पुणे के लिए, ये पुणेकर जनता जानती है। तो 5 साल हमने जो काम किया केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार के माध्यम से, तो इसके लिए मुझे विश्वास है कि पुणेकर जनता बिल्कुल हमारे साथ रहेगी, और फिर एक बार पुणे का मेयर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ही बनेगा।
बुनियाद थे, ये मैं पहले से कह चुका हूं। स्टेट इलेक्शन कमीशन ने भी स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है कि विधानसभा अध्यक्ष ने ऐसा कोई काम नहीं किया जिससे आचार संहिता का उल्लंघन होता हो, और साफ साफ कहा है कि इसमें उनका कोई हस्तक्षेप नहीं है। साथ ही आपने देखा होगा तो हाईकोर्ट ने भी जो पिटीशन फाइल की थी उसमें उसको रिजेक्ट कर दिया है, और साफ साफ कहा है कि रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर की कार्रवाई नियमों के अनुसार थी।
संजय राउत ने ऐसा कहा है कि जहां पे डबल वोटर्स दिखेंगे हम वहां पे उनको मारेंगे, तो कहीं ना कहीं हिंसक कार्रवाई करने की जो है वो जवाब दे रहा है।
देखिए, जो व्यक्ति लोकशाही में विश्वास रखता है, लोकतंत्र में विश्वास रखता है, वो कभी हिंसा की बात नहीं करेगा। दोबारा मतदान ये पूरी तरीके से रोकना चाहिए, इसमें दो राय नहीं है, लेकिन वह कानूनी पद्धति से रोकना चाहिए। मारपीट ये इसका कोई जवाब नहीं है।
भावनगर जी आपल्या सोबत आहेत,
ओके, जस्ट कीप क्वाइट ना, ये लोग कब से वेट कर रहे हैं। जी, इतना आवाज करेंगे किसी को कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा। जी, मैं मुंबई कर से सबसे मैं यही विनती करती हूँ कि आप सब लोगों को वोट देने के लिए आना चाहिए। तो जैसा अभी सुबह सुबह मैं आ गई हूँ वोट देने के लिए, मेरा आगे बहुत काम है, करेंगे, लेकिन दिस इज़ वेरी वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर एवरी सिटीजन ऑफ मुंबई। अगर आपको सुरक्षा चाहिए, प्रगति चाहिए मुंबई में अच्छी हवा चाहिए, गड्ढा मुक्त रोड्स चाहिए, इन सब चीज़ के लिए हम सबको जिम्मेदार लेना पड़ेगा। हम सबको, एवरीबडी हैज़ टू बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड कम एंड वोट देने का जो अधिकार है उसे जताएंगे, तभी आपका मुंबई तो इज़ द बेस्ट सिटी इन द वर्ल्ड, आई विल से। और भी अच्छा हो सकता है, और भी बढ़िया हो सकता है, इसके लिए आप सब लोगों को साथ देना चाहिए। सो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द सिटीजन्स ऑफ आवर मुंबई टू कम एंड वोट for the right people. Okay, thank you so much.
क्या विकास देखना चाहेंगी अभी जिस तरीके से पार्टियां काम कर रही हैं और उनको लेकर, और क्या कुछ विकास होना बाकी है मुंबई में? अगर कोई जीत कर आएगा तो काम करेगा?
मैं अभी तो मैंने कहा कि अच्छी हवा चाहिए, रोड गड्ढा मुक्त रोड चाहिए, सुरक्षा चाहिए, प्रगति चाहिए, तो आपको सबको साथ देना पड़ेगा। सरकार के साथ देंगे तभी ये सब होगा।
कौन सी पार्टी जीत कर आएगी मैम? कौन सी पार्टी? एक मिनट क्या?
लोकशाही प्रजातांत्रिक रचना का एक अनिवार्य भाग चुनाव है और इसलिए वो नागरिकों का कर्तव्य भी है। तो संतुलित विचार करके, जनहित का विचार करके योग्य लगता है उस उम्मीदवार को मत देना, वोट देना, ये अपना कर्तव्य रहता है। उस दिन का वो पहला कर्तव्य होता है, इसलिए मैंने पहले आके नंबर लगाया। देखो, नोटा ये लोगों के मन में जो उद्वेग रहता है उसके लिए एक रास्ता दिया है, ये बात सही है, परंतु किसी को नहीं देना, यानी जो नहीं चाहिए उसको मिलना, ऐसा होता है। महाभारत में अराजक का निषेध किया है भीष्म जी ने, धिक अराजकम, ऐसा उन्होंने कहा है। तो कोई राजा नहीं है इससे जो उसमें त्यातल्या त्यात, ऐसा मराठी में कहते हैं, उसमें जो अच्छा लगता है सबसे उसको देना, ये ज़्यादा अच्छा है। कोई तो भी होना चाहिए वहाँ।
सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चुनाव है मुंबई महानगर पालिका का, मुंबई शहर के विकास का, मुंबई के सेवा सुविधाओं का, 40,000 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा बजट का, और इसमें अपने मुंबई को विकसित मुंबई बनाने का है। मैं मतदाताओं से निवेदन करूंगा, भारी संख्या में आइए। आपके पास ये मौका है कि भ्रष्ट कार्यक्षम कारोबार करने वाले ठाकरे और ठाकरे की पार्टी को सबक सिखाने का, और उसमें मुंबईकर बढ़ चढ़ के हमारा साथ देंगे। और मुंबई वासियों ने तय किया है, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित महाराष्ट्र का काम करने वाली सरकार को वोट करेंगे। देखिए, राज ठाकरे अपने दल के पराजय को एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं और उसकी रीजंस ढूंढना चाह रहे हैं। वो रीजन उन्होंने ढूंढ लिया है। जो काम कानूनन तरीके से इलेक्शन कमीशन ने किया उसके ऊपर सवाल उठाना और इस प्रकार का संभ्रम पैदा करना, यानी अपने पराभव को मान्य करना है। 150 पार, महायुति 150 पार।
हमारी रोजमर्रा जिंदगी के लिए आज का दिन है जब रिमोट कंट्रोल हमारे हाथ में आता है। सो मैं यही कहूँगा, सारे मुंबई वालों को कहूँगा, आके वोट जरूर करें। खुदा करके हम कंप्लेन करते हैं कि पानी नहीं आ रहा, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आ रहा, रोड ठीक नहीं है, कचरा है, ये है, वो है। इट्स नाउ आवर टर्न, हम सबको आना चाहिए और हो सके सारे के सारे आने चाहिए ताकि हम वोटिंग करके सही मतदान, सही बंदा चुन सकें। सो दैट इज़ इट। अगर और साथ में यही कहूँगा कि अगर मुंबईकर का असली हीरो बनना है तो डायलॉग बाजी नहीं, तो पीछे आके सीधे वोटिंग करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
दोनों एकच करणार मुंबई बीएमसी के लिए चुनाव हुए और एक मिनट इधर
पीछे हटो ना, पीछे
सचिन सर आगे जस्ट
ये मौका ऐसा है जहाँ पे आपको अपना ओपिनियन आप मतदान के ज़रिए आप एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हो और जो आप चाहते हो उसमें एक एक बूंद, हम जैसे कहते हैं कि एक एक बूंद इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। तो ये अगर रिज़ल्ट जो आप चाहते हो वो अगर रियलाइज़ करना है तो हर एक इंसान को आके मतदान करना चाहिए। लोगों से अपील, मैं खुद यहाँ पे हूँ तो ये इटसेल्फ इज शोज किया ना कि इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर एवरी सिटीजन।
And now viewers, moving on to another breaking news. We're getting in. Tensions are flared in Hyderabad's old city area of Puranapur late Wednesday night at around 11:30 p.m. ahead of Sankrant celebrations. Now viewers, this is where unidentified miscreants allegedly tore down flex boards, decorations and even attempted to vandalize a local temple. Now this has sparked the protests and clashes between groups from Hindu and Muslim communities, with crowds even raising slogans, pelting stones and attempting to target a dargah as well in retaliation. A motorcycle was in fact also set on fire as the situation escalated around 1 a.m. in the night. Now police in this case responded swiftly, dispersing the crowds, and additional forces were also deployed on the ground to prevent further violence. Officials say that right now the situation is in fact under control, with the high alert measures in place to maintain peace in the sensitive locality. Now my colleague Aishwarya is joining me live from Hyderabad. Aishwarya, do tell us what exactly triggered these clashes between the two communities in Hyderabad, and what is the situation on the ground right now?
The entire episode, the entire clash happened late in the night, probably after 11:30, and lasted up to early in the morning, which is almost up to 4 is what the police have confirmed right now. What triggered this particular clash is something that be it Sankranti here, there were flexis, there were decoration, there were temple decorations outside a particular temple in Puranpul in Old City, and they were while the police have said that there were some unidentified miscreants who were trying to vandalize this particular thing and vandalize the temple, and that led to this clashes. The people who noticed the vandalism started the clash, and it escalated very quickly with a group of people coming on roads, streets, and fighting with each other, and the police immediately reached the spot after they got the information, and they tried to disperse the crowd there, but it escalated, and there were stone pelting happening, there were bikes that were set on fire, there were a lot of clashes that between the police as well as the crowd there, but until 4 o'clock they tried to disperse the crowd, and the police saying that currently now the situation is under control. There were additional forces that were also deployed, and now the situation is under control, and there were barricades, and nobody is allowed currently in that particular area, so that the situation does not escalate further.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you for joining us and giving us those details. Viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. The coverage on a BMC high-stakes election continues on the other side.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है, यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. the one
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्ट मसाला.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की. सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ.
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers. One in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged. And the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that we don't.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Well, get ready for a cultural celebration like no other. Our Bharat Sangam 2026, airing on 16th of January. A spectacular confluence of literature, music and inspiring stories awaits you. From devotional melodies to folk traditions, from Bollywood glitter to Bhojpuri stardom, and from timeless literary voices to today's self-made superstars, this stage has it all. So don't miss a single moment of this extraordinary experience. Watch it all only on Our Bharat on 16th of January. And viewers, now let's take a look at the headlines we are tracking at the top of 10. It is a high-stakes battle in Mumbai. The BMC election kicks off. Over 1.03 crore voters to decide the fate of 1,700 candidates after 9-year gap. Supreme Court to hear ED's plea against Mamata Banerjee over IPAC raid today. State set for Army Day parade in Jaipur today. Rajnath Singh and Army Chief to attend the event. Iran's Foreign Minister dials Dr. S. Jaishankar, discusses evolving situation. And US suspends visa processing for 75 nations amid immigration crackdown. We have breaking news coming in from the national capital. In a late night encounter in Delhi's Hiranki More area, the North District Anti-Narcotics team successfully arrested two sharpshooters linked to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang after receiving a tip-off and laying a trap. The accused, identified as Deepak and Neil, were wanted for their involvement in firing incidents in Paschim Bihar and West Vinod Nagar. And during the operation, an intense exchange of fire took place between the police and the criminals. One of the accused sustained a gunshot wound to the leg, while a constable was also shot but escaped unhurt thanks to his bulletproof vest. Police recovered 2 pistols, live cartridges and a scooter from their possession. So viewers, a big success there for the Delhi police. The anti-narcotics team and arrested group of criminals who were engaged in a late night encounter, and this led to the arrest of 2 sharpshooters who linked to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Acting on a tip-off, the police had set up a trap at the Hiranki More area, and during this encounter, shots were exchanged from both the sides, leaving one criminal injured with a gunshot wound to his leg. And these 2 arrested shooters have been identified as Deepak and a minor. The police have also recovered 2 pistols, live cartridges and a scooter from the accused. And they were involved in recent firing incidents in the national capital area, in Paschim Bihar and West Vinod Nagar. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin. The big story is Iran. Well, it is boiling, and Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. US President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has told them that help is on the way. Well, United States has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombarded Iran's nuclear facilities. Well, Tehran has warned neighboring countries housing US troops of retaliation if Washington intervenes in Iranian protests. And reports indicate that some personnel at the Al Udeid Air Base were advised to leave, but there is no large-scale evacuation, really, that is before last year's missile attacks. Watch this report for more.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office, a war room, and sophisticated defense systems, serves as the primary transport for the Prime Minister. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has also received a call from Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi. The foreign ministers discussed the evolving situation in and around Iran. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to $1 million against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime.
حرف بی‌ربطی که اگر چنانچه دولت ایران چنین کنه من میام به طرف شما رو میگیرم، این طرف این اغتشاشگرها و افراد مضر برای کشور، این هم دلشون اون خوشه، او اگه میتونه کشور خودشو اداره کنه، تو کشور خودش حوادث گوناگونی وجود داره.
یکی واقعا در راستای خب ما اگر میخوایم کاری رو بکنیم سریع باید بکنیم، یک به موقع انجام بدیم. اگر ببخشید کار دیر بشه حتی ممکنه همین کاری که امروز میکنیم 2 ماه دیگه انجام بدیم، این اثر رو دیگه نداره. اگر ما تونستیم امروز یک کار رو انجام بدیم 2 ماه 3 ماه دیگه انجام بدیم اون اثر رو نخواهد داشت. یکم در رابطه با حالا مبارزه با مفاسد اقتصادی.
So far, activists have reported that 2,500 protesters and security personnel have died. The question that remains is, will the U.S. invade Iran like it did during Operation Midnight Hammer?
All right, viewers, in some other news, it's a big day today because today the Supreme Court will hear the Enforcement Directorate's plea against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee relating to the IPAC raids. Remember, this comes a day after the Calcutta High Court yesterday adjourned the proceedings, citing the matter's pendency before the top court. Here are all the details. Take a look.
The Supreme Court today will hear Enforcement Directorate's plea against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over the IPAC raids. A bench of the Supreme Court will hear ED's writ petition filed under Article 32 of the Constitution. The petition has been filed against the state of West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, DGP Rajiv Kumar and Kolkata Police alleging obstruction during ED's search operation at the IPAC headquarters. On Wednesday, the Calcutta High Court had adjourned the matter after noting that ED had already moved Supreme Court with similar prayers. In its order, however, the High Court had granted liberty to parties to mention the case again after Supreme Court decides in the matter. In the Calcutta High Court, ED had sought a CBI probe against Mamata Banerjee, alleging interference in an ongoing money laundering case. The Directorate has also sought return of documents and electronic devices that Mamata Banerjee took on the day of raids at IPAC. The Trinamool Congress, however, has accused ED of using these raids as a pretext to access confidential campaign and political strategy documents ahead of the West Bengal Assembly elections. With the Calcutta High Court stepping back, all eyes are now on the Supreme Court, which is set to take up ED's plea today.
We have big breaking news coming in relating to what is really happening in Iran. Well, Iran has temporarily closed its airspace early on 15th of January. That is today, issuing a NOTAM that restricted access to all flights except international arrivals and departures with a prior permission from the Civil Aviation Authority without providing any official reason. Well, this closure initially set for a few hours late on 14th of January and later was extended. And that forced the airlines to reroute or cancel flights, emptying much of the airspace over Iran and neighboring regions. Remember, this move comes amid heightened tensions following a violent crackdown on the nationwide anti-government protests in that country and the speculation of a potential US military retaliation, with Iran's Air Defense Commander reportedly on high alert to target any unidentified aircraft entering its territory. The airspace has since reopened, but many carriers continue to avoid the region due to the ongoing security risks there. All right, Shivam, my colleague, is now joining us live from the newsroom for more perspective on that. Shivam, it is a big, development now, which clearly shows that Iran is really in a mood to all set to preempt any action by the United States militarily.
All right, this is a very big development that is coming in right at this moment, and this is from Iran. Now, Iran has not given exactly any reason for why it has closed its airspace, but it has affected a lot of flights. Now, on early Thursday, it has closed its airspace, and there has been no explanation for why Iran has closed its airspace. But if you look at the sequence, if you look at the chronology of what was happening in and around Iran, the protests and the crackdown on protesters, the brutal force that was used
Shivam,
against the protesters in Iran, that was a major reason. And also,
you were mentioning about the fact that how Iran has closed its airspace, but we are getting update right now that after that Iran has actually reopened its airspace. But all these developments clearly pointing to the fact that how the country is on high alert.
Yeah, definitely the country is on high alert because there have been severe warnings by the United States of America, especially Donald Trump, the way he was warning and he was in sort of instigating the protesters who are in Iran to keep on protesting, and also the prince who has called on for more protests. Now, what happened in Iran is because of financial crisis and the financial situation that was unfolding in Iran, people were on streets and many are dead. More than 2,000 people have been killed. Now, this includes the protesters and even the soldiers, the security officials, all those who were on duty during that time. But Iran hasn't softened its stance against the protesters, and they have said that those who are protesting in Iran they're working for US. They are blaming USA. Now, US also in the last few days have given stern warning to Iran that if it continues its crackdown on protesters, they will intervene directly, and help is on the way. This is what Donald Trump has said and has clearly mentioned that they are not looking away from a military intervention, and military intervention might be possible because you've already seen previously Iran has seen airstrikes from America during the time Iran was in a conflict with Israel. During that time also US intervened. The US has always put this in forth that Iran possesses weapons grade nuclear. They're refining weapons grade nuclear for weapon purposes. They'll use it for destructive purposes. So that's one of the reasons. And also the US is pretty much unhappy with the leadership of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei and others, and they also want a regime change. And because they want a regime change, so situation is pretty tense and situation is pretty suitable for USA. USA has already intervened in Venezuela, and there has been a regime change, sort of regime change, where Donald Trump claims that he will be indirectly ruling Venezuela. And now situation in Iran is suitable for US, where they are are looking forward to maybe a possibility of regime change. But it will take more time because there are brutal, violent crackdowns on protesters, because you can just imagine more than 2,000 to 3,000 people who have been brutally killed, and people are on streets. Internet shutdown is there. There was an airspace closure. But why do you have airspace closures? You have airspace closures because there are possible risks, because the US has been warning continuously, one warning after the other, of a possible military intervention, which never ignores Iran. On one hand, America has also mentioned that the public messages and private messages, the messages conveyed by the Iranian authorities and the politicians and the government is on different levels. They speak differently when they speak privately to the US, and the public messages are quite different. And even Iran releases warnings against US that a possible military intervention might escalate the situation even further, and they will respond even with more brutal force. But situation pretty much what's happening in Iran is still now it's tense. Many people have died because of the brutal crackdown by the Iran regime, and people are calling for a regime change, and people have raised slogans in solidarity with US, with Israel, and that's the reason that Khamenei is saying that these protesters are anti-Iran. They are anti-regime also, they are anti-Iran, and the patriotism point is being raised in Iran. Now that's the reason they are doing this crackdown. But the airspace closure had an impact on many flights, including the Indian flights that were operating. But also US has asked citizens to leave Iran. India has also asked citizens to leave Iran because the situation pretty much is getting tense day by day, and the situation is escalating. Protests are escalating, brutal crackdowns, and this will sort of continue in the coming days also, because the Iranian regime doesn't want it to escalate further, and there is a very much possibility of a US intervention. We cannot rule out a military intervention or an airstrike in the near future, because US has done it one time before, during the time Iran and Israel were in conflict, and Iran has always been blamed of possessing nuclear weapons grade rich uranium in its possession. This was constantly US has been alleging Iran of possessing weapon grade uranium. So there are pretty much many reasons for that, and situation becomes tense every now and then. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shivam, and there are actually multiple, pointers and ideas that are in fact floating around, especially with many countries, as you mentioned, are telling their citizens to avoid travel to Iran, or issuing advisories as far as the usage of the Iranian airspace is concerned. And the most important pointer there is also how the US has asked its personnel to leave the Al Udeid air base as well.
Definitely, because of the escalating situation, the situation is pretty tense if you speak about Iran, because Iranian regime has directly mentioned this fact that they have colluded with the US forces. The US wants a regime change. Ayatollah Khamenei pretty much knows this. It's difficult for him to manage what's happening, the situation which is unfolding in Iran, because Iran has never seen a situation like this before, because the regime is very powerful. It has control over the administration, the authority. But this is the first time. The main reason is the financial crisis that people are struggling, because they are struggling in their day-to-day lives. And India, along with US, many countries have asked its citizens to leave Iran, because in such pretty much tense situations where you have people dying in thousands, you can't predict what will happen in the future. So it's a precautionary measure, I would rather say, that US and India had asked its citizens. Pretty much more important for US, because US warns, gives a stern warning. Every now and then US president says the help is on the way, keep on protesting, I am with you, I'll support, this won't be tolerated, that people are being killed brutally, the protesters killing will not be ignored. So such warnings means there's a threat to those who belong to US citizens who are in Iran. And also India, as a precautionary measure, had also asked the citizens to leave by available means at a security situation, because the security situation in Iran is pretty much quite tense, and it might deteriorate even further, and it will be pretty much difficult to manage situation after a while. but many airlines were affected. The situation changes every now and then because suddenly it closed its airspace, then it opened its airspace. Things will change in the coming few days, or you say few weeks or few months, because the protesters, they are facing the worst financial crisis. Iran's financial crisis is the worst. Their currency levels has fallen to a level that was never seen before.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shivam, for all those details. You keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, let's move on to the bulletin. We have big breaking news coming in from Hyderabad, where tensions flared in Hyderabad's old city area of Purana Pul late on Wednesday night. That is around 11:30 p.m. ahead of the Sankranti celebrations, when unidentified miscreants allegedly tore down flex board decorations and attempted to vandalize a local temple there. And this sparked protests and clashes between groups from Hindu and Muslim communities, with the crowds raising slogans, pelting stones, and even attempting to target a dargah in retaliation. A motorcycle was set on fire as the situation escalated at around 1 a.m. Police responded swiftly, dispersing the crowds, and additional forces were deployed to prevent further violence. Now, authorities have stated that the situation is now under control, with high alert measures in place to maintain peace in the sensitive locality. Let's get all the updates. Aishwarya, my colleague, is now joining us for more details from Hyderabad. Aishwarya, what are the updates? We understand that the authorities are saying that the situation right now is under control, but any details on what is the action that has been taken by the police? Has there any arrests been made?
Absolutely. This particular clash broke out late in the night after 11:30, and what the police are now currently saying that this entire situation is under control, because they have barricaded the entire area, and they're not letting anybody loiter around that area, anticipating more protests or to even be in a precautionary measure to curtail any escalation further, because this particular protest started when the locals found out a little vandalism in a local temple, and the flexis and the decorations vandalized, which were done for Sankranti there. So the vandalism was noticed by the locals there, and later they started to protest against it, and which led to a major clash between two communities there, where one in retaliation started to vandalize dargahs, and the other community started to vandalize temples here. There were stone pelting reported. There were clashes between police and the people and the crowd there, where the police were trying to disperse the crowd. But however, the police have said that they were holding discussions with the two communities there, and therefore they were requesting them not to come out of their houses, and to let this particular festival go in peace and without any vandalism, without any clashes, or without any riots that possibly could take place. The police have confirmed that currently the situation is entirely under control.
And situation is under control in Hyderabad after tensions they have flared in the Purana Pul area. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those updates there. And viewers, well, we are taking a very short break, but up next we'll get you all the updates from Maharashtra, because it's a big day for Mumbai. The BJP-led Mahayuti is engaged in a high-stakes contest against the reunited Thackeray cousins for the BMC elections. Rolling coverage on Republic TV. Viewers, stay with us.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean.
In your group, this is not just music, it is the heartbeat of the army, disciplined, resolute, and timeless, echoing through the proud strides of EME and the Bengal Engineer Group Band.
देवियों और सज्जनों, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत स्वदेशी विकास से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एवं दुश्मन के खिलाफ आने वाले सभी ऑपरेशन जीतने में सक्षम अब आपके सामने है कॉम्बैट सपोर्ट वेपन सिस्टम। इस श्रेणी में सर्वप्रथम आपके सामने ZU-23mm ट्विन बैरल गन, जो कि एक एंटी एयरक्राफ्ट गन है। इस गन को लो लेवल फ्लाई करने वाले एयर टारगेट को इंगेज करने के लिए डिजाइन किया गया है। नेतृत्व 50 लाइट एरी रेजिमेंट के नायब सूबेदार वी राजेश के हाथों में। लड़ाई के दौरान वल्नरेबल एरिया को दुश्मन के एयर अटैक से बचाने के लिए इस गन का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। यह एक लाइट वेट, सिंपल टू ऑपरेट, हाईली मोबाइल, हाई रेट ऑफ फायर करने वाली एंटी एयरक्राफ्ट गन है।
जब किया शत्रु ने दुस्साहस और पड़ी आन पर परछाई, टूटा पौरुष का कीर्तिमान, तू एक पड़ा 100 पर भारी। ZU-23 के पीछे इसी श्रेणी का अगला वेपन सिस्टम L-70 नेतृत्व 322 AD रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन नितिन शर्मा द्वारा 3.5 किलोमीटर की मारक क्षमता वाली ऐसी मोबाइल गन जिसे सेना की टुकड़ियों, हवाई अड्डों एवं महत्वपूर्ण ठिकानों को लो लेवल फ्लाइंग विमानों के खतरों से बचाने के लिए विकसित किया गया है। देवी और सज्जनों, ये प्रतिकूल मौसम में भी हमला करने में पूरी तरह से कारगर है। आर्मी एयर डिफेंस का यह हथियार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान अपनी उपयोगिता को बखूबी सिद्ध कर चुका है।
अगला वेपन सिस्टम सलामी मंच की ओर अग्रसर होता हुआ M777 अल्ट्रा लाइट हाउवित्जर, जो कि अत्यंत सटीकता से 155 राउंड फायर करती है, जिससे 40 किलोमीटर तक प्रभावी फायर पावर मिलती है। आधुनिक फायर कंट्रोल सिस्टम से लैस इसे हेलीकॉप्टर द्वारा अंडरस्लंग कर किसी भी दुर्गम इलाके में डिप्लॉय किया जा सकता है। नेतृत्व 1881 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट उज्जवल भट्ट। वंदे मातरम की धुन में गूंजे आर्टिलरी का बेजोड़ साथी, विजय का ये संदेश सुनाता, इसमें बसता सेना का संकल्प अटल। अल्ट्रा लाइट हाउवित्जर है हर चुनौती में राष्ट्र रक्षा का मंत्र प्रबल। बड़े ही शान से सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरता हुआ देवी और सज्जनों M777 अल्ट्रा लाइट हाउवित्जर।
धनुष उठा प्रहार कर, तू दुश्मनों पे वार कर, रुके न तू, थके न तू, सदा चले विजय तेरी। 871 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन पीयूष पांडे के नेतृत्व में अगला वाहन धनुष 38 किलोमीटर अधिकतम मारक क्षमता वाली ऐसी तोप जो बोफोर्स का स्वदेशी एवं उन्नत संस्करण है। 15 सेकंड में 3 राउंड दागने की काबिलियत वाला ऐसा हथियार जो लंबी दूरी तक लक्ष्य को भेदने में समर्थ है। दुश्मन के संचार केंद्र, बख्तरबंद सैन्य ठिकानों एवं किलेबंद रक्षा व्यवस्था को पूरी तरह से नेस्तो नाबूद करने में सक्षम धनुष मंच की तरफ अग्रसर होता हुआ।
और अब आपके सामने 343 फील्ड रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट श्याम सत्यवीर की कमान में अमोघ आगे बढ़ता हुआ 155 mm एडवांस टोड आर्टिलरी गन सिस्टम। इसकी लंबी मारक क्षमता 40 किलोमीटर। यह 1 मिनट में बर्स्ट मोड में 5 राउंड्स फायर कर सकती है। यह हर तरह के इलाके में संचालन के लिए गतिशील है और शूट एंड स्कूट तकनीक से लैस है। यह अत्याधुनिक प्रणाली, ऑल इलेक्ट्रिक ड्राइव, एकीकृत फायर कंट्रोल सिस्टम तथा स्वचालित गोला बारूद हैंडलिंग प्रणाली जैसे उन्नत विशेषताओं से युक्त है। बर्फ के हिम शिखर पर ना घबराया मैं, रेत पर चलकर भी ना लड़खड़ाया मैं, तूफानों का भी मैंने किया सामना, जंगलों से भी मैं गुजरता चला गया, बन गया है तन वज्र के समान अब मेरा। अमोघ भारतीय सेना की तोपखाना मारक क्षमता, सटीकता और युद्ध प्रभावशीलता को कई गुना बढ़ाने में सक्षम।
40 फील्ड रेजिमेंट के जांबाज अधिकारी लेफ्टिनेंट महक भाटी की कमान में अगला वाहन यूनिवर्सल रॉकेट लॉन्चर सिस्टम सूर्यास्त्र का 300 किलोमीटर की मारक क्षमता वाला मल्टी कैलिबर रॉकेट प्लेटफॉर्म जो गाइडेड रॉकेट्स द्वारा दुश्मन के ठिकानों को लंबी दूरी से ध्वस्त करने में पूरी तरह से सक्षम है। भारतीय आर्टिलरी में इस फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर का आगमन सेना की लंबी दूरी की तीव्र प्रहार क्षमता को कई गुना बढ़ा रहा है। मंच की तरफ शान से आगे बढ़ता हुआ यूनिवर्सल रॉकेट लॉन्चर सिस्टम।
पत्थरों को ठोकर से उड़ा दे हम, चट्टान आए राह में तो सीने से हटा दे हम, आए अगर कोई बाधा तो बढ़कर करे हम मुकाबला, आग बनकर हम चुनौतियों के पंख दे जला। हम हैं मॉड्यूलर ब्रिज जिसकी पुल निर्माण क्षमता 46 मीटर है। आज की परेड में 115 इंजीनियर रेजिमेंट के मेजर शफी भट्ट द्वारा नेतृत्व। अत्यधिक बहुमुखी और मजबूत मॉड्यूलर पुल का शामिल होना भारतीय सेना की पुल निर्माण क्षमताओं को बढ़ाने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है, क्योंकि इसे बहुत कम समय में तैनात किया जा सकता है और आसानी से वापस भी लिया जा सकता है। यह उपकरण हमारी सेनाओं को बाधाओं को पार करने और हमारे इंजीनियर्स की पुल निर्माण क्षमता को बढ़ाने में मदद करता है। चूंकि यह 8x8 वाहन पर लगा है, इसलिए अत्यधिक गतिशील है और हमारी मशीनीकृत टुकड़ियों के साथ तालमेल बनाए रख सकता है। मॉड्यूलर ब्रिज का शामिल होना उपकरण डिजाइन और विकास में भारत की दक्षता को दर्शाता है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण के उद्देश्य को उजागर करता है। साथ ही रक्षा विनिर्माण में भारत के बढ़ते महत्व को भी प्रदर्शित करता है। बड़ी शान से सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरता हुआ मॉड्यूलर ब्रिज।
दुर्गम क्षेत्रों तक सुरक्षित संचार प्रदान करने के लिए भारतीय सेना ने सरलता पूर्वक परिवहन योग्य एवं शीघ्र तैनात किए जाने योग्य सैटकॉम वाहनों को अपने बेड़े में शामिल किया है। सलामी मंच की ओर अग्रसर होती हुई वाहन आधारित सैटेलाइट संचार प्रणाली का नेतृत्व 33 आर्मर्ड डिव सिग्नल रेजिमेंट के नायब सूबेदार राजेश कुमार कर रहे हैं। इन संचार वाहनों को मेक इन इंडिया के तहत विकसित किया गया, जो हमें सुरक्षित संचार प्रदान करने के लिए आत्मनिर्भर बनाती हैं।
मोबाइल सैटेलाइट टर्मिनल के ठीक पीछे अगले दो वाहन है शक्तिवान रेजिमेंट तथा दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी के। विशेष रूप से डिजाइन किए गए नई पीढ़ी के मानव रहित ये वो हथियार तंत्र हैं जिन्हें हाई मोबिलिटी व्हीकल पर स्थापित किया गया है। शक्तिवान का नेतृत्व 161 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन नमन शर्मा द्वारा। देवी और सज्जनों, इस वाहन में स्वॉर्म ड्रोन्स, मिनी हार्पी, हैरोप तथा पीस कीपर जैसे उन्नत ड्रोन लगाए गए हैं। आधुनिक युग के ऐसे ड्रोन्स जो शक्तिवान रेजिमेंट को 1000 किलोमीटर तक की दूरी को और इसमें स्थित लक्ष्य को पूरी तरह से नेस्तो नाबूद करने की ताकत प्रदान करते हैं। और इसके ठीक पीछे दूसरा वाहन दिव्यास्त्र, जिसमें जोल्ट, मीडियम ऑल्टीट्यूड स्यूडो सैटेलाइट सिस्टम तथा स्काई स्ट्राइकर जैसे उन्नत ड्रोन्स लगाए गए हैं। नेतृत्व 161 मीडियम रेजिमेंट के सूबेदार किरण मेधर द्वारा। दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी ऐसी हाइब्रिड युद्धक इकाई है जो तोपखाने को निगरानी ड्रोन तथा लॉइटर एम्यूनिशन के साथ एकीकृत करती है।
देवियों और सज्जनों, अब आपके समक्ष है भारत की तकनीकी प्रगति और आत्मनिर्भरता का एक उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण, इंटीग्रेटेड ड्रोन डिटेक्शन एंड इंटर
These are the visuals from Jaipur, the 78th Army Day, which is being celebrated in Jaipur. And this is the first time the Army Day Parade is being held in the Pink City. And this is being held around Mahal Road in Jagatpura. It started around 10. And this event shows discipline, strength, modern warfare capability, the power and strength of the Indian military, the Indian Army. Many senior army officers, soldiers and common spectators are at this moment attending to this event, major event. Mizoram Governor General V.K. Singh also is as a chief guest at the parade. Rajasthan CM Bhajanlal Sharma, you can see Governor Haribhau Bagre, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan and many other senior army officers and dignitaries present at the moment. This is the Army Day Parade. Now, traffic has also been diverted at the Mahal Road area of Jagatpura. This will be continuing till 5 a.m. till 1 a.m. The traffic will be diverted. The general public has been appealed to use alternative routes. And these are the spectacular visuals, as you can see, of our Veer Jawans, our Veer soldiers, our brave soldiers on your television screen, as you can see. Visuals coming from Jaipur, the 78th Army Day Parade, the visuals of the Army Day on your television screen of our brave soldiers. So this is from Jaipur on Army Day, that is January 15, 2026, marking a historic milestone as the 78th Army Day celebrations are unfolding for the first time outside a military cantonment in Jaipur, bringing the Indian Army's valor, discipline and cutting-edge prowess directly to the heart of the Pink City. So this is a salute that's being given. These are the armored vehicles, the rocket launchers and the defense technology that our military has, the capability we have to give response to any eventuality, in any circumstances. We can quickly respond and we can respond in a very strong manner. And this is a parade of the Army Day Parade on 15 January. All right, we have Ishan on phone line. Ishan, if you can brief on what's happening right now in Jaipur. We are showing our viewers the live visuals we are getting from Jaipur. If you can speak on the visuals.
Right now you can see the IDDIS vehicle that has been developed by DRDO across the state. This provides protection against drone warfare, and now behind the IDDIS vehicle is the drone jammer technology vehicle. Now these have also been developed by DRDO, our Swadeshi system, and they provide ruthless protection against drones, loitering munitions, and other such systems. Behind that is the Pinaka multi-barrel launch system, 70-kilometer range system. This provides area denial to the Indian Army that has massive ordnance capability that can destroy targets up to 70 kilometers away. These are all part of the artillery corps that are now giving salute to the Chief of Army Staff. You can see that the crowd is totally excited, and this is the first time such an event is happening in Jaipur. And the entirety of the parade is excited to see the star of the show, that is the BrahMos missile system and Akash missile system that will be coming up shortly. And all these systems have been brought here for one
میلیون لیتر سوخت قاچاق توسط ضابطان عزیز توقیف شده. این کشتی هیچ گونه اسناد و مدارکی
me. And these visuals, as you can see, the brave soldiers, and also the main highlight is the Bhairav Battalion, the new Bhairav Battalion, the robots, the kamikaze drones, Operation Sindoor missiles, which are debuting at this Army Day Parade today. Latest visuals, live visuals you're getting from Jaipur. It shows our military technology, our prowess, a wide range of, I would like to mention, the high-tech weapons are on display, which includes robots, kamikaze drones, new raised battalions and advanced missile systems, which were, ladies and gentlemen, used in Operation Sindoor. So these visuals might be sending shivers down the spine of the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan government. They might be looking at all the latest upgraded technology and missiles that are ready for use in case of any misadventure by our neighbors who pose to be a threat. These are a wide range of high-tech weapons, kamikaze drones, new technology. And the center of attraction was also the new Bhairav Battalion, a position between the para-special forces and regular infantry units. It was raised as part of the Army's recent restructuring, drawing operational lessons from global conflicts, including Operation Sindoor. So on display are artillery, rocket capabilities, several missile and launcher systems. BrahMos is there, Pinaka is there, BM-21, Grad is there, Smirk and indigenous Akash Teed on show, several drones also on display, including Mini Harpy, Harop, Peacekeeper and Sky Striker that will be on display and are being displayed right now at this moment. It's a moment of pride for the nation and moment of pride for the Pink City, for Jaipur. This is the first time the Army Day Parade is being held in Jaipur. The CM is there. Various dignitaries are there at that location right now. And this is ongoing, and live visuals on your television screen. As you can see, latest visuals. The artillery platforms also are on display, such as the Advanced Towed Artillery Gun System, US imported M777 ultra light howitzer, also part of the parade. Recently introduced Sapper Scout unmanned ground vehicle also. All right, we have Ishan back with us. Ishan, latest technology and a clear message to our hostile neighbors that if you do any misadventure, then we are pretty much ready once again for another strike. Ishan, over to you. All right. We'll try to connect to Ishan once again. Ishan, are you there with me? Are you able to hear my voice?
और अब आपके सामने भारतीय सेना का प्रतिबिंब एक झांकी के रूप में, जो भारतीय सेना की नवीन हथियार प्रणाली ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की कहानी एवं भारतीय सेना के ट्रांसफॉर्म से परफॉर्म करती यात्रा को दर्शा रहा है। सर्वप्रथम आप देख सकते हैं ऑल टेरेन व्हीकल ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का दृश्य, उसी के पीछे झांकी में जो भारतीय सेना के शौर्य, साहस, जोश और ताकत को दर्शाता है। यहां एक सैनिक एक नागरिक को सहारा देते हुए आप देख रहे हैं, जो बता रहा है कि आज जन जन से जुड़ रही है भारतीय सेना। लहराता तिरंगा भारतीय सेना की हर क्षेत्र में विजय का प्रतीक। झांकी में आप देख रहे हैं भारतीय सेना का ब्रह्मास्त्र ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल एवं इगला जो कि एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली है। झांकी में आप मानव सैन्य हाथ एवं रोबोटिक हाथ को भी देख रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं भारतीय सेना के निष्ठावान सिपाही जो केवल मशीन नहीं है, लोहे के योद्धा हैं। ये रोबोटिक म्यूल्स दुर्गम इलाकों में लॉजिस्टिक्स के राजा हैं और थर्मल कैमरा से लैस दुश्मन की साजिशें नाकाम करते हैं। बड़े ही शान से सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरते हुए हमारे रोबोटिक म्यूल्स।
देवी और सज्जनों, अगला कॉलम नई पीढ़ी के उपकरणों का है जिसे आर्मी डिजाइन ब्यूरो द्वारा विकसित किया गया है। मेक इन इंडिया के तहत हमारे डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट और नागरिक उद्योग द्वारा निर्मित इस श्रेणी में सबसे पहले मंच की तरफ बढ़ता अगला वाहन है स्वदेश निर्मित इलेक्ट्रिक ऑल टेरेन व्हीकल जिसे वीर के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। नेतृत्व 16 राजपुताना राइफल्स के हवलदार शंकर द्वारा। ये ईंधन और रखरखाव की लागत को कम करते हुए सामरिक क्षमता को और सशक्त बनाता है। इसका साइलेंट इलेक्ट्रिक ड्राइव सिस्टम संवेदनशील इलाकों में इसे सरप्राइज प्रदान करता है। नेतृत्व कैप्टन मनीष सिंह।
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be now witnessing the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, wherein an in-house innovation of the Indian Army is unveiled. The innovation coming to the saluting days is of the Sapper Scout RP version 2.0 multi-utility unmanned ground vehicle developed and led by Major Raj Prasad RS of 7 Engineer Regiment. It is a multi-role 6-wheel drive all-terrain UGV with multifarious capabilities. The detachment next to it is of the heavy autonomous utility and logistic vehicle led by Havaldar Rajesh Rawat of 618 EME Battalion.
और अब आपके समक्ष एग्मा ई-सारस 500 वाहन। यह एक मल्टी रोल मानव रहित ग्राउंड व्हीकल पर एक इंटीग्रेटेड टेथर्ड एरियल सर्विलेंस सिस्टम है। साथ ही आप देख रहे हैं एरावत 1000 जो कि मॉड्यूलर मिशन पेलोड वाला एक इंटीग्रेटेड रोबोटिक मानव रहित ग्राउंड व्हीकल है। एग्मा का नेतृत्व हवलदार गुरुदेव सिंह एवं एरावत का नेतृत्व हवलदार अरिजीत सिंह कर रहे हैं। एग्मा ऑल टेरेन मानव रहित ग्राउंड व्हीकल पर बना लगातार एरियल निगरानी, कम्युनिकेशन रिले और सेंसर डिप्लॉयमेंट को संभव बनाता है। एरावत सर्विलियंस, लॉजिस्टिक्स और टैक्टिकल सपोर्ट मिशन के लिए एक मोबाइल बेस के तौर पर काम करने के लिए तैयार किया गया है। यह चुनौतीपूर्ण माहौल में सैन्य अभियानों को सशक्त बनाता है।
एरावत और एग्मा के बाद अगला दस्ता लॉजिस्टिक ड्रोन मीडियम ऑल्टीट्यूड का। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के राष्ट्रीय संकल्प के अंतर्गत स्वदेश में विकसित और निर्मित ये उन्नत भारतीय ड्रोन 4000 मीटर की ऊंचाई तक उड़ान भरने में सक्षम है। 20 किलोग्राम तक का भार ले जाने की क्षमता वाला ये ड्रोन सिस्टम 40 मिनट तक उड़ान भर सकता है। इसकी परिचालन सीमा 20 किलोमीटर है। नेतृत्व 3 नागा के हवलदार विवेक द्वारा। ड्रोन आधुनिक युद्ध में निर्णायक शक्ति बनकर उभरते हुए।
और इसी के साथ आप देख सकते हैं त्रिनेत्रा लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशन सिस्टम, नेतृत्व हवलदार टी पवन के हाथों में। यह एक उन्नत मानव पोर्टेबल इलेक्ट्रिक मानव रहित हवाई वाहन है जिसे सटीक हमले और वास्तविक समय की टोही के लिए डिजाइन किया गया है। और इसी के साथ आप देख सकते हैं हमारे पैरा ट्रूपर हवाओं का सीना चीरते हुए आसमानों की हद तक सुना रहे हैं ये 3 रंगों की गौरव गाथा। आपके सामने हमारे पैरा ट्रूपर हवलदार दिलीप उपाध्याय और उसी के ठीक पीछे आप देख सकते हैं हमारे दूसरे पैरा ट्रूपर हवलदार अजय सिंह। बर्फीले श्वेत सियाचिन में, रेतीले गर्म मरुस्थल में, लहराते हर हर सागर में, घन घन घनेरे जंगल में, तोपों की गर्जन धड़-धड़ में, गगन पवन की सरसर में, जब ये धरती सो जाती है और सो जाता है आसमान, भैरव बटालियन रक्षक तब डटे हुए, निर्भीक निडर सरसीना तान, सरहद पर दिन रात जाग जाग रक्षा करते ये भैरव बटालियन के वीर जवान। इसी के साथ देवी और सज्जनों, आपके समक्ष भारतीय सेना की नवगठित भैरव बटालियन, जैसा नाम वैसा काम। जी हां, भगवान शिव के रुद्र रूप को दर्शाती। जैसे भगवान शिव का उग्र रूप अधर्म और दुष्टों का नाश करता है, उसी प्रकार दुश्मन के नापाक इरादों को नेस्तो नाबूद करने के लिए तैयार भैरव बटालियन आपके सामने हेल मार्च करती हुई बड़ी शान और गर्व से सलामी मंच की ओर बढ़ती 2nd भैरव बटालियन राजपुताना राइफल्स का दस्ता, जिसका नेतृत्व मेजर चंद्रेश के हाथों में डेजर्ट फैल्कन्स के नाम से जाने जाने वाली यह बटालियन साइलेंट वॉच डेडली किल के मोटो पर आधारित है। और सदा सतर्क निगरानी, तीव्र एवं सटीक प्रहार की क्षमता में राष्ट्र सुरक्षा का प्रण लेने वाली यह भैरव बटालियन गीत के माध्यम से सभी में उत्साह एवं जोश भरती हुई। उसी के साथ अगली टुकड़ी चौथी भैरव बटालियन सिख लाए इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंट की। बटालियन की स्थापना नई पीढ़ी के युद्ध गठन के उद्भव को चिन्हित करती है। रेजिमेंटल इथॉस में डूबी हुई, भविष्य की हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार, तकनीकी रूप से सशक्त, इन्हें जब भी जहां भी बुलाया जाएगा निर्णायक और सटीक युद्ध के लिए तत्पर। बटालियन का नेतृत्व मेजर मोहित सिंधु के हाथों में बड़े ही शान और शौर्य से आप सबके सामने गुजरती हुई भैरव बटालियन।
भैरव बटालियन के बाद मंच की ओर अग्रसर मिक्स स्काउट बटालियन का दस्ता, जो सेना दिवस परेड में पहली बार भाग ले रहा है। नेतृत्व 5 लद्दाख स्काउट के लेफ्टिनेंट ब्रजेश द्वारा। हिमालय की गोद में पले, हिमालय से भी ऊंचे हौसलों वाले माटी के वो सपूत जिन्होंने पहाड़ों से प्रतिबद्धता सीखी तो नदियों से निस्वार्थ सेवा। इसमें शामिल है ज्वाला माता की जय के उद्घोष वाले डोगरा स्काउट्स, लद्दाख की आत्मा कहे जाने वाले लद्दाख स्काउट्स, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के गढ़वाल स्काउट्स तथा कुमाऊं स्काउट्स और सबसे युवा स्काउट्स सिक्किम स्काउट्स तथा अरुणाचल स्काउट्स के बहादुर राइनो। स्थानीय भाषा और संस्कृति और भूगोल की पहचान इन्हें बेहद सशक्त बनाती है। पहरेदार हिमालय के हम झोंके हैं तूफान के, सुनकर गरज हमारी सीने फट जाते चट्टान के। इनकी सांसों में बर्फीली हवाओं का साहस और लहू में पर्वतों की दृढ़ता बहती है।
Filling the air with the courage and inspiration, the combined military band of Maratha Light Infantry and the Sikh Regimental Centre steps forward in a perfect harmony of two glorious traditions, led by Subedar Major Kulwant Singh of Sikh Regimental Centre and assisted by Subedar Raju Bajantri of Maratha Light Infantry, playing the tune of कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, खुशी के गीत गाए जा।
कदम से कदम मिलाते हुए एकता और देशभक्ति का संदेश हम सभी को सुनाते हुए चल रहे हैं आपके समक्ष मद्रास रेजिमेंट के सक्षम सेनानी, सीना ताने और बताते कि विकास के पथ पर हम ना रुकेंगे, हम ना मुड़ेंगे, हम ना झुकेंगे, बनेंगे आत्मनिर्भर रक्षक और प्रेरक हम शूरवीर सेनानी। आपके समक्ष सबसे पुरानी रेजिमेंट मद्रास रेजिमेंट के वीर नेतृत्व 10 मद्रास के कैप्टन सिद्धार्थ पांडे के हाथों में आदर्श वाक्य, अपना कर्तव्य निभाते वीर गति को प्राप्त करना गौरव की बात है।
और अब जयपुर की वीर वसुंधरा पर चौड़ी छाती चटक चाल के साथ अग्रसर राजपूत रेजिमेंट का दस्ता, नेतृत्व 21 राजपूत के लेफ्टिनेंट विकास खत्री द्वारा। 250 सालों की गौरवशाली विरासत, जिसमें आजाद भारत के पहले कमांडर इन चीफ फील्ड मार्शल के.एम. करियप्पा एवं पूर्व थल सेनाध्यक्ष जनरल वी.के. सिंह का नाम शामिल है। एक ऐसी प्राचीन रेजिमेंट जिसने आजादी से पहले तथा बाद के सभी प्रमुख युद्धों में भाग लिया, जयो वधो वा संग्रामे के मार्ग पर चलकर सर्वत्र विजय का इतिहास रचा। एक परमवीर चक्र, 2 अशोक चक्र, 11 महावीर चक्र और अनेक युद्ध सम्मानों से सुसज्जित युद्ध घोष बजरंगबली की जय।
The combined Dogra and Arti band marches forth, carrying the rhythm of valor and devotion, playing the tune of Army Star. The band is led by Subedar Major Motilal of Dogra Regiment and is assisted by Subedar Jofar of Arti Regiment. The famous martial tune was composed and arranged for the military band by Shri L.B. Gurung, the former director of music of Military Music Wing.
तोपों की गरज से गूंजा आसमान, सीमा पर डटा है भारतीय सेना का जवान। आर्टिलरी रेजिमेंट की अड़िग ये दीवार, दुश्मन के दिल में भरे डर और संगार। जी हां, गॉड ऑफ वॉर कहलाने वाली आर्टिलरी रेजिमेंट का दस्ता आपके सामने, धरती से लेकर अंबर तक इनकी तान। भारत मां के गनज है देश की शान, और इसी शान से बढ़ता हुआ 20 साड़ा रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन गौरव सैनी के नेतृत्व में आर्टिलरी रेजिमेंट का दस्ता बड़े ही शान से सलामी मंच के सामने से गुजरता हुआ।
Marching smartly before you is the National Cadet Corps, all-girls marching contingent, representing the youth power of the nation. It is led by Senior Under Officer Kavita Kumawat. This marching contingent comprises of 170 senior wing cadets, including representatives from different parts of the country, reflecting the true all-Indian character of the NCC. The contingent symbolizes unity, discipline, leadership, and national pride. Marching smartly behind the NCC girls contingent, playing the tune "Taakat Watan Ki Humse Hai," is the combined brass band contingent of the National Cadet Corps, comprising of 45 girl cadets of Birla Balika Vidyapeeth Pilani, led by Senior Under Officer Ayushi Jain, and 45 cadets and students of Sainik School Kapurthala, led by Senior Under Officer Aryan Kumar. Together, these young cadets represent a proud blend of grace, discipline, precision and martial spirit, reflecting the finest traditions of National Cadet Corps.
और अब आप मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट्स के पीछे ब्रिगेडियर संजय शर्मा, जिन्होंने कोर ऑफ इंजीनियर्स में कमीशन प्राप्त किया, उन्हें इंडियन मिलिट्री एकेडमी देहरादून से प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त करने का गौरव प्राप्त है, जहां उन्हें टेक्निकल ग्रेजुएट्स में ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट में पहला स्थान पाने के लिए सिल्वर मेडल भी दिया गया। इन्हें लद्दाख सेक्टर में कमीशन मिला और इन्होंने वहीं अपनी यूनिट को कमांड किया। एक सिविल इंजीनियर होने के साथ साथ उन्होंने डिफेंस सर्विस स्टाफ कॉलेज और नेवल हायर कमांड कोर्स में डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटेजिक स्टडीज में एमएससी और एमफिल की डिग्री भी ली है। उन्होंने 21 नवंबर 2025 को डिप्टी जनरल ऑफिसर कमांडिंग 61 सब एरिया का पदभार ग्रहण किया।
देवी और सज्जनों, हमारी सांस्कृतिक विविधता में एकता पूरी दुनिया में हमें विशेष पहचान दिलाती है। भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के शब्दों में पूरी दुनिया हैरान रहती है कि इतनी विविधता के बावजूद कैसे एकता के धागे में बंधा रहता है हमारा भारत। राजस्थान के लोक नृत्य, लोक संगीत यहाँ की सांस्कृतिक आत्मा माने जाते हैं। आपके सामने आप देख सकते हैं राजस्थान का प्रसिद्ध लोक नृत्य कच्ची घोड़ी, जो यहाँ की वीर परंपराओं एवं राष्ट्रभक्ति की भावना को जीवंत रूप से प्रस्तुत करता है। इस नृत्य की कथाएं राजस्थान के उन बहादुर योद्धाओं पर आधारित हैं जिन्होंने विदेशी आक्रमणकारियों के विरुद्ध आवाज उठाई। लोक गायक जब वीर गाथाएं गाते हैं तो श्रोताओं की आंखें नम हो जाती हैं। और आप देख सकते हैं पारंपरिक लोक नृत्य दंगल, जिसे वीर रस और युद्ध अभ्यास का प्रतीक माना जाता है। कलाकार लाठियों के साथ तालबद्ध तरीके से सामूहिक नृत्य करते हैं। ढोल नगाड़ों की गूंज लोक संस्कृति, शौर्य और अनुशासन को दर्शाती है। रेत की छाती पर जब सूरज अंगार बरसाता है, राजस्थान की माटी में वीर रस को जगाता है और जो दंगल नृत्य के रूप में उभरता है। और इसके पीछे आप देख सकते हैं राजस्थान की मनोहारी झांकी, जिसके अग्नि भाग में स्थित कठपुतली राजस्थान की लोक चेतना की साक्षात अभिव्यक्ति है। मध्य भाग में टेराकोटा की प्रसिद्ध शिल्पकला अपनी परंपरा की खुशबू बिखेर रही है। साथ ही आप देख सकते हैं भरतपुर की फूलों के रंगों की होली का दृश्य प्रदर्शित है, जो रंगों से नहीं बल्कि भावों से खेली जाती है। यहाँ मयूर नृत्य भी प्रस्तुत किया गया है, जिसमें नर्तक मोर की चाल और सौंदर्य का सजीव चित्रण प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। और अब इनके ठीक पीछे यहाँ का एक और मशहूर नृत्य गैर नृत्य, ढोल और नगाड़ों की ताल पर अपने रंगीन परिधानों में सामूहिक आयोजनों तथा त्योहारों में इसे विशेष रूप से प्रस्तुत किया जाता है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China.
Following this beautiful performance are the soldiers of Madras Regiment who will be performing Chenda Warrior Dance. The Chenda Warrior is a distinctive feature of the Madras Regiment, incorporating the traditional Chenda drum and the martial art elements from Kerala. The Chenda Warriors bring with them the thunder of tradition and the rhythm of courage. The powerful beats of Chenda are not merely music. They are a call to unity, discipline, and indomitable spirit of soldiers.
All right, these are the visuals you're getting live from Jaipur, live visuals from Jaipur of the Army Day Parade on your television screen. As you can see, this is the 78th Army Day celebrations which are unfolding in Jaipur. This is the first time that's happening in Jaipur, in the Pink City. Various cultural performances on display during this Army Day Parade, and first time outside a military cantonment in Jaipur, the Pink City. You can see CM also present there, and this shows the Indian Army's valor and also the cutting-edge prowess directly to the heart of the Pink City.
परिंदों को नहीं दी जाती तालीम उड़ानों की, वो खुद तय करते हैं मंजिल आसमानों की। कुछ ही पलों में आप देखेंगे 202 और 253 आर्मी एविएशन स्क्वाड्रन के ध्रुव एवं रुद्र हेलीकॉप्टर एरोहेड फॉर्मेशन में महल रोड के आसमान पर अपनी दिलेरी के हस्ताक्षर करते नजर आएंगे। आप इसमें देखेंगे सबसे आगे एडवांस्ड लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर ध्रुव, कमान संभाल रहे हैं लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल अरुण पांडे। उसके पीछे एडवांस्ड लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर WSI रुद्र पायलट कर्नल आशुतोष शर्मा और लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल अजय सिंह। आज समुद्र तट से लेकर दुनिया के सबसे ऊंचे रण क्षेत्र सियाचिन तक हर मिशन का हिस्सा बन रहे हैं ध्रुव और रुद्र। आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच स्वागत करें हमारे इन वायु योद्धाओं का। और इसके ठीक पीछे डायमंड फॉर्मेशन में अपाचे और LCH प्रचंड। कमान संभाल रहे हैं 451 आर्मी एविएशन स्क्वाड्रन के कर्नल विक्रांत शर्मा, सेना मेडल। अपाचे के पीछे भारतीय वायुसेना के 2 लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर प्रचंड। कमान ग्रुप कैप्टन अनुभव महिंद्रा। दूसरे प्रचंड के पायलट हैं विंग कमांडर हार्दिक पटेल और प्रचंड के पीछे अपाचे 2 की कमान लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल मयंक पुन, सेना मेडल के हाथों में। भारतीय सेनाओं की त्रिशक्ति के प्रबल प्रहार को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में पूरे देश ने ही नहीं पूरी दुनिया ने देखा है देवी और सज्जनों। और थल सेना तथा वायुसेना के अद्भुत समन्वय को प्रतिबिंबित करती ये फॉर्मेशन मंच की तरफ बढ़ता हुआ अपाचे बेजोड़ मारक क्षमता, उन्नत एवियोनिक्स, अत्याधुनिक सेंसर वाला बेजोड़ अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर। जोरदार तालियों से आइए स्वागत करें हमारे शौर्य के इस प्रदर्शन का।
देवी और सज्जनों, आज राजस्थान की राजधानी एवं शाही विरासत और हमारे समृद्ध इतिहास को अपने हृदय में बसाए गुलाबी शहर में आपने समर्थ भारत की सक्षम सेना के शौर्य को देखा। रिफॉर्म से ट्रांसफॉर्म से परफॉर्म करती भारतीय सेना की ताकत को देखा। आपने देखा उन स्वदेशी निर्मित हथियारों जिन्होंने दिया दुश्मन को मुंह तोड़ जवाब और लहराया जीत का परचम। आपने देखा उन शस्त्रों को, उन उपकरणों को जिन्होंने बढ़ाया भारत का गौरव, दुश्मन पर किया प्रहार और बताया कि मैं हथियार नहीं हूं बल्कि संदेश हूं, शत्रु को चेतावनी हूं, भारत की सेना का जोश हूं, आक्रोश हूं और भारत मां का रक्षा कवच हूं। साथ ही आप रूबरू हुए भारत की संस्कृति से, मानो मिनी भारत को देखा हो आज आपने। और अब इसी बीच आपके सामने साहस, तकनीकी कौशल, शारीरिक
All right, so these were the visuals from Jaipur on your television screen. 78th Army Day Parade, which was being held and is being held right now. Live visuals from Jaipur. For the first time, the Army Day Parade was being held in the city, and the event showed the discipline, strength and modern military power of the Indian Army. A large number of senior Army officers, soldiers and spectators are present right now in Jaipur, and very well you can see the military prowess and our air defense technology, our air aviation technology, the air defense aviation technology, artillery, rocket systems on display in Jaipur, which included BrahMos and a lot more.
देवियों और सज्जनों, आज राजस्थान की राजधानी एवं शाही विरासत और हमारे समृद्ध इतिहास को अपने हृदय में बसाए गुलाबी शहर में आपने समर्थ भारत की सक्षम सेना के शौर्य को देखा। रिफॉर्म से ट्रांसफॉर्म से परफॉर्म करती भारतीय सेना की ताकत को देखा। आपने देखा उन स्वदेशी निर्मित हथियारों जिन्होंने दिया दुश्मन को मुंह तोड़ जवाब और लहराया जीत का परचम। आपने देखा उन शस्त्रों को, उन उपकरणों को जिन्होंने बढ़ाया भारत का गौरव, दुश्मन पर किया प्रहार और बताया कि मैं हथियार नहीं हूं बल्कि संदेश हूं, शत्रु को चेतावनी हूं, भारत की सेना का जोश हूं, आक्रोश हूं और भारत मां का रक्षा कवच हूं। साथ ही आप रूबरू हुए भारत की संस्कृति से, मानो मिनी भारत को देखा हो आज आपने। और अब इसी बीच आपके सामने साहस, तकनीकी कौशल, शारीरिक कुशलता में निपुण, देश सेवा में अटल अडिग सेना सेवा कोर के जांबाज आपको ऐसा नजारा दिखाने जा रहे हैं कि आपके रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे और कुछ पलों के लिए आप पलक झपकना भी भूल जाएंगे। यह है सेना सेवा कोर के टॉर्नेडोज, जो कि देश सेवा में सदैव तैयार। जी हां देवियों और सज्जनों, आपके सामने लेकर आ रहे हैं 93 टॉर्नेडोज के साहस का सैलाब लेकर आ चुके हैं टीम के कैप्टन मेजर अमृत पांडा, जिन्होंने दी प्रभावशाली सलामी मुख्य अतिथि को। ये बता रहे हैं हर तूफान से लड़ने को अकेला ही काफी हूं मैं। और इसी के ठीक पीछे आकाश तीर फॉर्मेशन, ये भारतीय सेना को बता रहा है कि सदैव लक्ष्य की ओर एकाग्र हैं हम, पांव हमारे रुकते नहीं, वार हमारा चूकता नहीं, चाहे आए कोई भी विपदा, सेवा में सदैव तत्पर, इंतजार बस आह्वान का। और इसी के साथ वाह क्या बात है, इन्होंने तो बाइक को ही जिम बना दिया है। क्या संतुलन, क्या एकाग्रता। हम सबको व्यायाम का महत्व, शारीरिक एवं मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को बनाना हर हाल में अनिवार्य है का संदेश देते हुए बता रहे हैं फिट रहेगा इंडिया तभी तो खिलेगा इंडिया। और अब आपके सामने तेजस लड़ाकू वाहन, जिसका जन्म भारत की मिट्टी में हुआ और इसी तेजस विमान के गौरव को, जो कि भारत मां का ताज है, दर्शाते हुए हमारे टॉर्नेडोज, जो कि मोटर बाइक पर सीढ़ी पर चढ़कर तेजस फॉर्मेशन को दर्शा रहे हैं। ये रील के नहीं, रियल हीरोज हैं देवियों और सज्जनों। वजन में हूं मैं हल्का पर प्रहार में भारी, वायु सेना का ब्रह्मास्त्र। और अब आपके सामने बड़ी फॉर्मेशन में हमारे वीर, ये बताते हुए कि हर हाल में हम तेज हैं, बर्फीली चोटियों पर टिके हैं और दुश्मन को नेस्तो नाबूद करने के लिए सक्षम हैं। और अब आपके सामने गन फॉर्मेशन बनाते हुए हमारे जाबाज, बेहतरीन तालमेल, पूरी तरह से मुस्तैद, सामंजस्य से आगे बढ़ते हुए, पैनी निगाहें, सटीक वार, चूक की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं। जी हां, ये बता रहे हैं आज भारतीय सेना आत्मनिर्भर हो रही है, आज नए नए आसमान छू रही है। और अब आपके सामने एएससी रॉकेट को दर्शाते हुए हमारे टॉर्नेडोज, नई जागरण, नई किरण हम, नई प्रगति, नया सृजन हम, वैज्ञानिक तकनीकों वाले हम ले आए नए उजाले। जी हाँ देवियों और सज्जनों, और अब आप देख सकते हैं व्हीले बुलेट के माध्यम से हाथों की मजबूती और हृदय में धड़कती देशभक्ति से गजब का संतुलन बनाते हुए और बताते हुए आज हर विपदा से लड़ रही है भारतीय सेना। नए नए आसमान छू रही है भारतीय सेना। आकाश थर्राए उड़े जब ब्रह्मोस तेज, ध्वनि से तीव्र शत्रु का संहारक, समुद्र भूमि आकाश से प्रहार करे, दुश्मन के हृदय में भय का संचार करे। ब्रह्मोस फॉर्मेशन को दर्शाते हुए हमारे टॉर्नेडोज। और अब आपके सामने लोटस की फॉर्मेशन में आ रहे हैं हमारे जाबाज। सेना दिवस के 78 वर्ष पूरे होने की भव्यता में 4 चांद लगाते हुए हमारे जाबाज।
और इसी बीच भारतीय वायुसेना के 3 जगुआर लड़ाकू विमान आज अपनी शौर्यपूर्ण उपस्थिति दर्ज कराते हुए जो नाल एयरफोर्स स्टेशन से हमारे बीच पहुंचे हैं।
और क्या बात है, क्या एकाग्रता है, क्या संतुलन है, क्या तालमेल है। ये देखिए, अद्भुत नियंत्रण के साथ आकाश में पंख फैलाए बाज की आकृति में टॉर्नेडोज। इनके विश्वास का सूरज कभी धुंधला नहीं पड़ता, इनके हौसलों की कश्तियां तूफानों से भिड़ जाती हैं, इनकी हिम्मत कभी नहीं लड़खड़ाती है। और अब आपके सामने शक्ति और गति का प्रतीक सुदर्शन चक्र फॉर्मेशन को दर्शाते हुए ठीक हमारे टॉर्नेडोज ये बता रहे हैं कि भारतीय सेना वही चक्र है क्योंकि आज अपाचे हेली ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल चक्रबंद दुश्मन को नष्ट कर रहे हैं। सुदर्शन चक्र फॉर्मेशन में हमारे जाबाज और उसी के ठीक पीछे महान देश भारत का राष्ट्र चिन्ह को दर्शाते हुए हमारे योद्धा साहस, शक्ति, शांति, एकता और हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत का प्रतिनिधित्व करता अशोका पिलर फॉर्मेशन में हमारे टॉर्नेडोज। और ये देखिए, उड़ता टैंक कहलाने वाला अपाचे हेलीकॉप्टर की गर्जना को अपने जोश और अद्भुत संतुलन से आपके समक्ष दिखाते हुए हमारे टॉर्नेडोज ये बता रहे हैं कि अपाचे जब उड़ान भरे आकाश में राज करे, नाइट विजन में तेज टैंक किलर अपाचे। और ये देखिए, 7 मोटर बाइक्स पर 32 टॉर्नेडोज ह्यूमन पिरामिड जैसे हिमालय पर्वत अपना राष्ट्रीय ध्वज, भारतीय सेना का ध्वज और सेना सेवा कोर के ध्वज को बड़े शान से लहराते हुए और बताते हुए कि हर सैनिक हिमालय है, हर सैनिक का संकल्प हिमालय है, हर सैनिक की धड़कन हिमालय है। आंधियां आए तो सही, बाधाएं आए तो सही, खड़े हैं हम फौलादी, कोई आंख उठाए तो सही।
इनका अंदाज दुनिया से निराला है, इनका अंदाज दुनिया से निराला है। जिन हादसों से डर जाते हैं लोग, इन्हें उन्हीं हादसों ने पाला है। देवी और सज्जनों, ये थे भारतीय थल सेना के टॉर्नेडोज का हैरत अंगेज प्रदर्शन जो आपको लंबे समय तक रोमांचित करता रहेगा। हमें आशा है कि भारतीय सेना का ये शौर्य प्रदर्शन हम सबको सदैव प्रेरणा देगा। देवी और सज्जनों, थल सेना अध्यक्ष महोदय तथा समस्त सैन्य परिवार की ओर से हम राजस्थान सरकार के हृदय से आभारी हैं, जिनके अथक प्रयासों से सेना मुख्यालय के तत्वाधान में सप्त शक्ति कमान द्वारा
गुलामी के आखिरी वर्षों में जब भारत की आजादी तय हो चुकी थी, उस समय इसी सेंट्रल हॉल में भारत के संविधान की रचना के लिए संविधान सभा की बैठकें हुई थी। भारत की आजादी के बाद 75 वर्षों तक ये इमारत भारत की संसद रही और इसी हॉल में भारत के भविष्य से जुड़े अनेक महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय, अनेक चर्चाएं हुई। अब लोकतंत्र को समर्पित इस स्थान को भारत ने संविधान सदन का नाम दिया है। कुछ समय पहले ही भारत के संविधान को लागू हुए 75 वर्ष हुए हैं। मैं इस संविधान सदन में आप सभी अतिथियों का आना भारत के लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत विशेष है। साथियों, ये चौथा अवसर है जब कॉमनवेल्थ स्पीकर्स और प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स की कॉन्फ्रेंस भारत में हो रही है। इस बार इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का मुख्य विषय इफेक्टिव डिलीवरी ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि जब भारत आजाद हुआ तो उस दौर में ये आशंका व्यक्त की गई थी कि इतनी डाइवर्सिटी में भारत में लोकतंत्र टिक नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन भारत ने इसी डाइवर्सिटी को डेमोक्रेसी की ताकत बना दिया। एक सबसे बड़ी आशंका ये भी थी कि अगर भारत में लोकतंत्र अगर जैसे तैसे टिक भी गया तो भारत किसी भी हालत में विकास नहीं कर पाएगा। लेकिन भारत ने साबित किया कि डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस और डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेसेस डेमोक्रेसी के स्टेबिलिटी, स्पीड और स्केल तीनों देते हैं। भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। आज भारत में यूपीआई दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वैक्सीन प्रोड्यूसर है। आज भारत दुनिया का नंबर 2 स्टील प्रोड्यूसर है। आज भारत में दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। आज भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा एविएशन मार्केट है। आज भारत में दुनिया का चौथा सबसे बड़ा रेल नेटवर्क है। आज भारत में दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा मेट्रो रेल नेटवर्क है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मिल्क प्रोड्यूसर है। आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा राइस प्रोड्यूसर है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में डेमोक्रेसी का अर्थ लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी है। हम एक लोक कल्याण की भावना से हर व्यक्ति के लिए बिना किसी भेदभाव के काम कर रहे हैं और इसी लोक कल्याण की भावना के कारण बीते कुछ वर्षों में भारत में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। इन इंडिया, डेमोक्रेसी डिलीवर्स। साथियों, भारत में डेमोक्रेसी इसलिए डिलीवर करती है क्योंकि हमारे देश में और भारत में देश की जनता ही हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। हमने उसकी एस्पिरेशंस को, जनता जनार्दन के सपनों को प्राथमिकता बनाया है। उसके रास्ते में कोई बाधा ना आए, इसके लिए प्रोसेस से लेकर टेक्नोलॉजी तक हर चीज को डेमोक्रेटाइज किया है और ये डेमोक्रेटिक स्पिरिट हमारी रगों में, हमारे मन में है, हमारे संस्कार में है। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। कुछ साल पहले पूरा विश्व कोरोना की आपदा से जूझ रहा था। भारत में भी संकट कम नहीं था, लेकिन उन चुनौतियों के बीच भी भारत ने 150 से ज्यादा देशों को दवाइयां और वैक्सीन पहुंचाई। लोगों का हित, लोगों की भलाई और उनका कल्याण, ये हमारा संस्कार है और ये संस्कार हमें हमारे लोकतंत्र ने दिए हैं। फ्रेंड्स, many of you know India as the world's largest democracy. Truly, the scale of our democracy is extraordinary. Consider India's general elections held in 2024. They were the largest democratic exercise in human history. Nearly 980 million citizens were registered to vote. This number is larger than the population of some continents. There were more than 8,000 candidates and over 700 political parties. The elections also saw record participation by women voters. Today, Indian women are not only participating, but are also leading the way. The President of India, our first citizen, is a woman. The Chief Minister of Delhi, the city which we are in right now, is a woman. In rural and local government bodies, India has about 1.5 million elected women representatives. They represent almost 50% of the leaders at the grassroots, which is globally unparalleled. Indian democracy is also rich in diversity. Hundreds of languages are spoken. There are over 900 television channels across different languages. Thousands of newspapers and periodicals are published. Very few societies manage diversity at this scale. India celebrates such diversity because our democracy has a strong foundation. Our democracy is like a large tree supported by deep roots. We have a long tradition of debate, dialogue, and collective decision making. India is called the mother of democracy. Our sacred texts, the Vedas, are over 5,000 years old. They refer to assemblies where people met to discuss issues. Decisions were taken after discussion and agreement. We are the land of Bhagavan Buddha. The Buddhist Sangha used to have open and structured discussions. Decisions were taken through consensus or voting. Further, there is a 10th century inscription from the Indian state of Tamil Nadu. It describes a village assembly that worked with democratic values. There were clear rules for accountability and decision making. Our democratic values have been tested by time, supported by diversity, and strengthened generation after generation. Friends, कॉमनवेल्थ की कुल जनसंख्या का लगभग 50% हिस्सा भारत में बसता है। हमारा प्रयास रहा है कि भारत सभी देशों के विकास में ज्यादा से ज्यादा योगदान दे। कॉमनवेल्थ के सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स में हेल्थ, क्लाइमेट चेंज, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ और इनोवेशन के क्षेत्र में हम पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ अपने कमिटमेंट्स को पूरा कर रहे हैं। भारत आप सभी साथियों से सीखने का निरंतर प्रयास करता है और हमारा ये भी प्रयास होता है कि भारत के अनुभव अन्य कॉमनवेल्थ पार्टनर्स के काम आए। फ्रेंड्स, आज जब दुनिया अभूतपूर्व परिवर्तन के दौर से गुजर रही है, तब ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए भी ये नए रास्ते बनाने का समय है। भारत हर ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म पर ग्लोबल साउथ के हितों को पूरी मजबूती से उठा रहा है। अपनी G20 अध्यक्षता के दौरान भी भारत ने ग्लोबल साउथ की चिंताओं को वैश्विक एजेंडे के केंद्र में रखा है। भारत का ये लगातार प्रयास है कि हम जो भी इनोवेशन करें उससे पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ को लाभ हो, कॉमनवेल्थ देशों को फायदा हो। हम ओपन सोर्स टेक प्लेटफॉर्म भी बना रहे हैं ताकि ग्लोबल साउथ के हमारे साथी देश भी अपने यहां भारत जैसी व्यवस्थाएं विकसित कर सकें। फ्रेंड्स, इस बार की कॉन्फ्रेंस का एक प्रमुख लक्ष्य ये भी है कि कैसे हम अलग अलग तरीकों से पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी की नॉलेज और अंडरस्टैंडिंग को प्रमोट करें। इसमें स्पीकर्स और प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स दोनों की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। ये काम लोगों को देश के डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस में बड़ी भूमिका से जोड़ने का काम है। भारत की संसद पहले से ही ऐसे काम को कर रही है। स्टडी टूर्स, कस्टमाइज्ड ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स और इंटर्नशिप के माध्यम से जनता को संसद को और करीब से जानने का मौका मिला है। हमने अपनी संसद में एआई की मदद से डिबेट्स और हाउस प्रोसीडिंग्स को रियल टाइम में रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में ट्रांसलेट करने का काम शुरू किया है। संसद से जुड़े रिसोर्सेज को भी एआई की मदद से यूजर फ्रेंडली बनाने का काम हो रहा है और इससे हमारी यंग जनरेशन को संसद को समझने, उनको बेहतर अवसर मिल रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, अब तक मुझे आपकी संस्था से जुड़े 20 से ज्यादा सदस्य देशों में जाने का अवसर मिला है। कई सांसदों को संबोधित करने का सौभाग्य भी मिला है। जहां जहां मैं गया, मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। मैं हर बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस को लोकसभा के हमारे अध्यक्ष और राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन और डिप्टी चेयरमैन महोदय के साथ आकर के तुरंत अपने अनुभवों को साझा करता रहा हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस सीखने और सिखाने के इस क्रम को और समृद्ध करेगी। इसी कामना के साथ आप सभी को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your profound and forward-looking address, which will undoubtedly inspire the parliamentary democracies across the Commonwealth. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony.
All right, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking at the 28th Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth in New Delhi. 61 speakers and presiding officers of 42 Commonwealth countries and 4 semi-autonomous parliaments are attending the conference. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin. We have breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump has reiterated that he is not ruling out any options for the United States to acquire Greenland, while expressing optimism that something will work out in negotiations. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office following a meeting between Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Prime Ministers of Denmark and Greenland, Donald Trump declined to comment on whether military force was under consideration to secure the semi-autonomous Danish territory. Danish Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen acknowledged a fundamental disagreement with the United States position, but confirmed that both sides had agreed to establish a working group to address the differences and explore potential paths forward. All right, viewers, more breaking news coming in. Enforcement Directorate has approached the Supreme Court with a fresh application ahead of the hearing in the IPAC raids matter, seeking the suspension of West Bengal Director General of Police Rajiv Kumar. In its plea, the ED has also called for disciplinary action against senior officials of the West Bengal Police, alleging misconduct and lack of cooperation during the agency's investigation. The central agency has further urged the Apex Court to direct the Department of Personnel and Training and the Union Ministry of Home Affairs to initiate disciplinary proceedings against the officials concerned. All right, let's get a perspective on what really is happening. Shravan Sen, our executive editor, is joining us on the phone line for more details. Shravan, this is ED has approached the Supreme Court with a fresh application, and this comes even as the hearing in the IPAC raids matter is due. What can we make of this development?
Well, in fact, the application has now been filed before the Supreme Court with on the grounds that they're essentially looking for an investigation to be carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is with regards to the Chief Minister's entering a premise which was being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. It does not end there. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate in its application has indicated that their officers, 3 of them, which includes an assistant director, was threatened, allegedly threatened by the chief minister and her aides, which basically includes the chief secretary and also other top bureaucratic people from the state of West Bengal, and prevented them from carrying out their duties. In fact, preventing them from perhaps the investigation that was being carried out. They're essentially looking at the fact that this is perhaps a dangerous precedent that has been set by the Chief Minister of West Bengal. In fact, preventing them from carrying out an active investigation. And more importantly, it does not end there. Independent witnesses who were basically present there, who were there to document what was transpiring, they were basically prevented from carrying out doing their duties. Now, these are some of the allegations that have been leveled by the Enforcement Directorate. There is a counter that has been filed by the West Bengal government. In fact, FIRs have already been registered against Enforcement Directorate officers where they have been charged of stealing political data. A response to that has actually come in from the Enforcement Directorate saying that no political party is being targeted here. More importantly, this is an active investigation since 2017, and they have got fresh evidence, and that is the reason why an IPAC office was basically raided by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, they have specific information and reason to believe that Hawala transactions that took place during the Goa elections were basically routed through IPAC. IPAC essentially received the money in Goa, and these are some of the serious allegations that have been leveled by the Enforcement Directorate, and they believe that they need space for carrying out this entire investigation. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate is not only looking for some sort of a reprieve in this particular case, because their entire investigation has come to a grinding halt following what we witnessed last week, and that is the reason why it is important to highlight that the Enforcement Directorate is also looking at some sort of stricture coming in from the court, preventing the Chief Minister from further interference in the case.
All right, Shravan, thank you so much for getting us all those updates. And viewers, let's get more updates as far as US President Donald Trump's stance on Greenland is concerned, because he has reiterated that he's not ruling out any options for the United States to acquire Greenland, while expressing optimism that something will work out in negotiations. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office following a meeting between Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Prime Ministers of Denmark and Greenland, Trump declined to comment on whether a military force was under consideration to secure Greenland. Let's get a perspective on what this really means. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior editor, is now joining us on the phone line for more details. Abhishek, now, ahead of this high-stakes meeting, US President Donald Trump had said that anything less than the US control of Greenland would be unacceptable. And now he says that there is, he's expressing optimism that something will work out in the negotiations. What can we make of it? Is it a mellowing down of US's stance?
Well, it can, of course, be that only, given the kind of toughening of posture we have seen coming in from Denmark and Greenland. Remember their respective foreign ministers who are in Washington, D.C., the kind of statements they have made. It amounts to escalation from Europe, from NATO, to the extent that Foreign Minister Rasmussen of Denmark has said that we are increasing our military presence in Greenland, in the northern Arctic region. So I think it's not going to be easy for President Trump, or for whatever saber rattling we are seeing, for whatever Trumpist positioning we are seeing, to drive roughshod through Europe, because it's going to be a real test of the transatlantic alliance. And with the kind of statements that have come in from Berlin and Paris over the last 48 hours, I think there is no option but for the Americans to really manage the situation in a way that while President Trump gets to say what he wants to say every morning and evening, the Americans manage, or the rest of the team of Trump manages the situation that tempers do not escalate. Because remember, parallelly, the situation is volatile in the Middle East with Iran. So the Americans would rather be both conscious and cautious about the situation insofar as their alliance with Europe is concerned. Having said that, Trump being Trump, there cannot be any fetters, so the next 24 hours are going to be significant. But the kind of unexpected escalation or escalatory statements that have come in from the Greenland and Denmark foreign ministers while in Washington, D.C., I think it's indicative of the kind of pushback or a belated pushback that's coming in from Europe.
Right. Abhishek, Danish foreign minister has mentioned the fact that, there is a working group, that has been agreed upon by both the sides that is going to address the differences between the two sides and what quote unquote explore potential paths forward. But the big question is, what if it doesn't? Because, the Danish foreign minister, of course, has acknowledged that there is a fundamental disagreement with the United States, and US President Donald Trump had earlier not, ruled out a military intervention. So, what if this really doesn't work out?
Well, you see, for one, the United States of America under Donald Trump is passing through a phase in its life where it's in fundamental disagreement with all of the rest of the world. Having said that, the fact that a working group had to be established by itself is a climb down so far as the Americans are concerned, because under Trump, typically you are seeing a position which is like either my way or highway. We saw how a sitting president, howsoever unrepresentative, was abducted, kidnapped from Venezuela, and is being made to face charges under U.S. law. And so I think in that sense, this is already a sign that a pushback from Europe is leading to or yielding some results, and this working group, irrespective of whatever time frame they have in terms of making a decision, put some constraints on the manner in which the Americans can push and shove when it comes to the dream of President Trump to control Greenland, as we have been mentioning. And the Danish side has said that whatever amount of military presence the Americans want.
नागपूरमध्ये तुमच्या उमेदवार हल्ला झाला, गालबोट लागला लोकशाहीच्या उत्सवाला. अतिशय वाईट प्रकारे आमचे उमेदवार श्री भूषण शिंगणे हे ज्यावेळी गोरेवाडाला गेले होते त्यावेळी त्यांच्यावर काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या काही लोकांनी अतिशय भ्याड हल्ला केला. त्यांचा हात फ्रॅक्चर झाला, सोबत त्यांचं डोकं फोडलं. लोकशाहीमध्ये निवडून येता येत नाही म्हणून ठोकशाही करायची हे अतिशय चुकीचं आहे. पण त्यांनी किती हल्ले केले तरी देखील त्याचा परिणाम होणार नाही, लोकशाही जिंकेल.
देवेंद्रजी, शाईच्या ऐवजी मार्कर पेन यावेळेस वापरण्यात येत आहेत, तो पुसल्या जातोय असा आरोप होतोय. राज ठाकरे यांनी आरोप केलाय आणि अनेक ठिकाणी काही घटनाही समोर आहे.
असं आहे की पहिल्यांदा तर या सगळ्या गोष्टी इलेक्शन कमिशन ठरवतं.
Whatever decision that has been taken is by the election commission. The allegation made by Raj Thakre is baseless.
तर इलेक्शन कमिशनने
it is the decision of the election commission which made it very much clear that they are going to use the pen instead of the ink. So they are just trying to divert the attention of the people. We know that we are been working for the development of the country, of the state. So making such allegation makes no sense, and they are baseless.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये केवळ आणि केवळ विकास चालेल. महाराष्ट्र
There will be only development in the state of Maharashtra. People of Maharashtra is only looking for the development, and they are going to vote for the development.
हमारी म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का चुनाव हो रहा है. हमारे लोकतंत्र की एक ऐसी इकाई है जिसको हम लोकतंत्र की मूलगामी आधारशिला कह सकते हैं. इसलिए इसमें मतदान करना ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. जिनका भारत के लोकतंत्र पर विश्वास है, ऐसे सभी लोगों से मेरी प्रार्थना है कि आप मतदान के लिए जाइए. मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि मतदान ये केवल आपका अधिकार नहीं है, तो ये आपका कर्तव्य भी है. लोकतंत्र में अगर हम अच्छा शासन चाहते हैं तो हम मतदान के लिए जाएं. इसलिए मैंने भी मतदान किया है. मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं, आप भी मतदान कीजिए. बड़े से बड़ी संख्या में मतदान कीजिए. कोई भी अपने घर पे नहीं रुके. सभी लोग लोकतंत्र के इस उत्सव में सम्मिलित हो. ऐसा मैं सबसे निवेदन करता हूँ।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, बीजेपी के उम्मीदवार पर हमला हुआ, बीजेपी के उम्मीदवार पर हमला हुआ और ये चुनाव आप पे भी काफी टीका टिप्पणी की गई, मिमिक्री की गई। किस तरह चुनाव जा रहा है, क्योंकि उम्मीदवारों पे भी हमले शुरू हो गए हैं?
देखिए, नागपुर के हमारे उम्मीदवार श्रीमान भूषण शिंगड़े, इनके ऊपर कांग्रेस के लोगों ने जानलेवा हमला किया। उनका हाथ टूटा, उनके पैरों पर भी चोट आई है, सिर पर भी चोट आई है, साथ में जो थे उनका भी सिर फूटा है। और एक प्रकार से चुनाव जब जीत नहीं सकते तो इस प्रकार से हमला करना ये लोकतंत्र को कालिक पोतने जैसा है। लेकिन इसका जवाब जनता देगी। और जो आपने कहा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिन्होंने भी मुझ पर कुछ कहा होगा उनको भी जवाब जनता ही देगी। प्रशासन चुनाव जिताने के लिए लगा हुआ है, लेकिन वो ऐसा होने प्रशासन भारतीय जनता पार्टी महायुति को जिताने का प्रयास कर रहा है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी विपक्ष ने नई स्क्रिप्ट लिखनी चाहिए। ये स्क्रिप्ट घिस गई, इसके खिलाफ वो हाई कोर्ट में हारे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हारे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उनको लताड़ा, बावजूद उसके वही स्क्रिप्ट उनकी चल रही है। और इस बात से एक चीज़ बहुत पक्की हो जाती है कि हमारे इस चुनाव में हमारी जीत ये पक्की दिखती है, क्योंकि अभी से अगर हमारा विपक्ष कल की हार के बाद क्या बोलना है इसकी प्रॅक्टिस कर रहा है तो मुझे लगता है की
मशीन आणली आहे मुंबईत, त्याचं नाव योगायोगानं पाडू असं आहे, त्याच्यावर त्यांना वाटून राहिलं आपण पडू की काय,
त्याचं नाव पॅड युनिट आहे, पॅड युनिट, त्याचं नाव केलं पाडू. दुसरं, या ठिकाणी इलेक्शन कमिशननी स्पष्ट केलंय, मुंबई महानगरपालिकेचे आयुक्तांनी स्पष्ट केलंय आणि त्याहीपेक्षा ही मशीन काही अचानक आणलेली नाही. मला त्या ठिकाणी ज्यावेळेस माहिती घेतली त्यावेळेस इलेक्शन कमिशननी सांगितलं, मुंबई महानगरपालिकेने सांगितलं, सगळ्या पक्षाच्या रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्हजला बोलवलं होतं, ते उपस्थित होते, त्यांच्यासमोर ही काय मशीन आहे हे सांगितलं आणि ही आम्ही का वापरतोय सांगितलं. ही सरसकट वापरली जाणार नाही, ही रिडंडन्सी क्रिएट करण्याकरता मशीन आहे. म्हणजे जर काउंटिंगच्या वेळी एखादी मशीन बंद पडली तर सोबत याच्यातही डेटा असेल.
All right, viewers, we're taking a short break. Up next, we will keep our focus on Maharashtra. It is a big day for Maharashtra as well as Mumbai. The BJP-led Mahayuti is engaged in a high-stakes control against the reunited Thackeray cousins for the BMC elections. Rolling coverage on Republic continues. Viewers, stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia-flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia-flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely trapped.
On the live report at 12 p.m., the story of the 16 Indian sailors who have been arrested in Iran, their families and the company that they worked for is fighting for justice to ensure that the Iranian guards free them as soon as possible. The matter could even go to court. On the live report at 12 p.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught
On the live report at 12 p.m., the story of the 16 Indian sailors who have been arrested in Iran, Their families and the company that they worked for is fighting for justice to ensure that the Iranian guards free them as soon as possible. The matter could even go to court. On the live report at 12 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were...
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even...
Ladies and gentlemen, going straight to the breaking news update now coming in the Supreme Court as we speak. There is a hearing underway between the Enforcement Directorate and the Mamata Banerjee government. And in the hearing right now, as we speak, some very strong arguments being made. The Solicitor General arguing for the Enforcement Directorate has referred to the state of law and order, saying that in the state of West Bengal, the police comes with the Chief Minister to ensure that evidence is taken away and removed. This is pure theft. asking to implead the chief secretary and the departmental officers as well in this case. So the ED wants officers to also be made party to the case, something that they've been asking for since yesterday. In fact, when the court case came up in the court, the Solicitor General asked for officers to be made party to the case, given how files were stolen with the help of officers, sitting officers, both police officers and officers in the government of West Bengal, bureaucratic officers. Now, this hearing is currently underway. I want to go across to my colleague Rhythm, who will also be joining us. But the Solicitor General, and these are the key words, in fact, of the court. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta saying the police here comes with the Chief Minister to ensure that evidence is taken away and removed. This is pure theft. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta saying that he's asking for the court to implead the Chief Secretary and the departmental officers. Earlier, CBI officers also went there, and there was a judicial investigation by this court to work on the chit fund scam. CBI officers are arrested and taken to police station. The Chief Minister stages a dharna, and as we speak, the bench is discussing. Solicitor General also then says that they approached the High Court in Kolkata, the Calcutta High Court, saying this is what happens when mobocracy overtakes democracy. See what the High Court judge observes in the order. It notes huge number of lawyers gathered, creating commotion, and that the environment in court was not conducive for a hearing. The ASG then steps in saying that he was there. Advocate Kapil Sibal for the opposite side says he was also there. Justice Mishra then asks everybody to ensure that there is order in the Supreme Court. Solicitor General then says he's placed on record the WhatsApp chats of the law wing. They were all instructed by the legal cell of the party. So this is a big declaration being made, a revelation rather, in the court by the ED once again, saying that WhatsApp chats show lawyers were mobilized in the court. And this is a big mention that has been made as we speak. Solicitor General also saying that it was intentional. Message says gathering today at gate number. And Justice Mishra then asks, was it Jantar Mantar? Solicitor General says yes, court was converted into Jantar Mantar. They had arranged buses and transport also for members. SG on behalf of the ED says the plan was to convert the court into Jantar Mantar, talking about the manner in which mobilization happened in the court, adding that the High Court passed an order saying only lawyers will enter the court and the hearing will be live streamed. And the Solicitor General also says that his mic, that is ASG Raju, Additional Solicitor General SP Raju's mic was continuously muted. Supreme Court saying, but that was in control of the court. Solicitor General says, I don't wish to say anything, but we are here to protect fundamental right of our officers. We are acting under the Act, and we do not seize for personal gains. Solicitor General saying that ED is not a mere organ of the union. They exist for the very purpose. They attach property. They take property in possession. So very, 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 very critical arguments being made in the court. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very significant hearing because the Enforcement Directorate is putting on record the facts of what went wrong and how even courts were intimidated. This is extremely significant. This is a political party not just fighting an agency fighting for its right, fighting for fundamental rights, fighting the government of Bengal and how Bengal government misused its state machinery to block an investigating agency. And critical arguments are now being made in the court. The Solicitor General also says that it was theft. Whatever happened in Bengal was theft. The fact that the files were stolen amounts to theft, and that they are seeking to implead the Chief Secretary and also departmental officers. And they also want the acting DGP to be removed. So this is a battle between the state of West Bengal and the union. For all practical purposes, we'll go across and get some voices on the story. The hearing is underway as we speak. This could have an implication on all future investigations. I'm going across to Shravan Sen, my colleague joining us on the phone line. Shravan is tracking the developments. Shravan, these are very strong arguments being made, strong observations, because the court says that they turned it, the ED says that some lawyers turned it into jantar mantar. They mobilized people to come to the court, High Court, and try and ensure the hearing does not happen. This is unprecedented, the kind of charges that are being leveled here.
This is on the basis of what really happened when the enforcement directorate had moved the Calcutta High Court, and they wanted an urgent hearing to take place. Unfortunately, the hearing did not take place only because there was overcrowding in the court, leading to the enforcement directorate in the national capital immediately calling for an emergency meeting, and thereafter an email, in fact, was sent to the Chief Justice in Calcutta, hoping that there would be some sort of an intervention. Rather than an intervention, the matter was thereafter kept on the 14th. That is the reason why the enforcement directorate was basically left with no other option but perhaps knock at the doors of the Supreme Court. Now, let me tell you why exactly they had to do this. That was only because time is of the essence as far as this investigation goes. And let's not forget, the evidence that was basically collected by the enforcement directorate was actually taken over by the Chief Minister of West Bengal. And they have enough reasons to believe that perhaps the evidence was actually destroyed. In fact, this morning, Niranjan, when I spoke to one of my sources to get a sense of what's happening with the investigation, there is enough reason to believe that as far as the Hawala transactions that have actually taken place, the alleged Hawala transaction, they suspected that there was evidence of it at the IPAC office. And that is the reason why the searches were being carried out. The fact of the matter is this, that this is not about political data that the enforcement directorate is talking about. The enforcement directorate is talking about a case that has been registered back in the year 2017. And to answer the question of those who are saying why ahead of the elections, remember there is no timing when it comes to the investigation. As far as this whole scam is concerned, almost every month, some things that have not been highlighted by the media, every month there have been searches that have been carried out, and in fact summons have been issued. So to say that this is basically timed to the election perhaps would be factually incorrect, given the fact that this is an ongoing case. And as I have been able to map this entire investigation, the sense that I get is that almost, barring perhaps a few months here and there, almost every month there have been searches that have been carried out, summons that have been issued, and it is an ongoing case. That is exactly what the enforcement directorate is also perhaps stressing upon in the court today, that this has got nothing to do with the elections. And in fact, no party office was actually searched by the enforcement directorate. It was a political consultancy firm that is under the scanner as far as the alleged Hawala transaction is concerned.
Shravan, here, one aspect that has been mentioned by the court is how they did not seize anything at all. The ED says they seized nothing. How is it possible that the ED seized nothing? Is the ED saying that the Chief Minister, her police bureaucrats took every single file away from the raid site?
Well, in fact, that is exactly the case. Because if you look at the timings of the searches that were carried out, this was little after 6 o'clock in the morning that the searches actually began. Till about 11 o'clock, everything was actually going fine till the time an officer actually entered and asked the enforcement directorate to basically furnish proof, asking who are they and what were they essentially doing, because there was a complaint that the local police had received saying that this was a case of trespassing. After the assistant director actually perhaps explained it to the local officer that there is a search warrant and the searches are being carried out under Section 17 of the PMLA Act. So everything is basically legal here. There was nothing illegal about the searches that were basically being carried out. Little after that, immediately after the assistant director actually explained this to the local officer, we are given to understand that a senior police officer actually came in. And that time, the senior police officer actually told the enforcement director not to carry forward with the investigation and to end the matter here. That was what was told. But it seems that the enforcement director continued with the investigation. And roughly around noon is when the chief minister actually landed at the residence of Pratik Sinha. Important to highlight here is that the moment she entered, she wasn't certainly alone. There were aides of the chief minister and the state machinery. In fact, the state machinery went along with the chief minister, and thereafter, immediately, the enforcement directorate, who was basically indexing all the evidence that was gathered since morning, they were essentially told to hand over. In fact, the assistant director was holding a mobile phone of a suspect in this particular case, and that mobile phone was taken away by the chief minister. Thereafter, the chief secretary was activated. We are given to understand the DGP was activated. All of them ended up in chorus asking the enforcement director to stop the investigation and leave. In fact, they went a step ahead, threatening that an FIR would be registered against the enforcement director officers. It's also important to perhaps emphasize here that we're talking about an assistant director level officer, not a senior officer here, an assistant director in the enforcement directive, perhaps being pitted against the chief minister of a state. And not just that, his seniors, as far as within the bureaucratic circle is concerned, that is the chief secretary. Certainly one cannot expect an assistant director to perhaps take on an entire state machinery here. And thereafter, it turns out that the assistant director still carried out the investigation, which basically irked the state machinery there. And they were essentially told that if they could continue further, an FIR would be registered. And that's exactly what happened later in the day when 3 FIRs were registered. In the past, too, Niranjan, what has happened is that the enforcement directorate time and again has been stopped from carrying out their duties. And that is the reason why, to essentially say that the administration perhaps did not allow them to carry out the investigation, it wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah. In fact, the Solicitor General arguing for the Enforcement Directorate has also said officers of the Enforcement Directorate intimated the local police acting under Section 17 of the PMLA was to probe IPAC. All police officers, Chief Minister took away all the files. It is clear theft. She took an ED officer phone as well. This will only encourage such acts and the central forces will be demoralized. State will feel they can barge in, commit theft and then sit on dharna. Let an example be set where officers who are explicitly present there should be suspended. The ED asks for, big breaking news update, ED asks for officers and bureaucrats present to be suspended. I want to have Kapil Sankla, advocate, joining us live on the broadcast as well. Kapil, hearing this is theft. It is nothing but theft. We've been live since the raid happened. She took the files away. ED says they have nothing. All the files have been taken away. So she came there with an army of police officers, army of bureaucrats. They cleaned the site. ED is asking for these officers to be suspended.
Let's not call them officers. Let's call them gundas, because that is what they were. At the end of the day, let me understand this. Essentially, a private party is involved where raid occurs for certain acts or inacts done by them, where the state machinery is activated. The chief minister comes with certain people who say that we are officers, bureaucrats, police officers, and stop a lawful act being done, and thereafter, forcibly, with criminal intent, take away material evidence, which that amounts to theft. All right. So at the end of the day, let us not call them bureaucrats. Let us not call them IS officers or IPS officers or whatever they are. Let us call them who they were. They were gundas of a political party who entered and stopped a raid from being committed and a lawful act being committed. And thereafter, the state machinery was misused and an FIR was registered against the central agency. So let us call a spade a spade. The second important factor. Now, if these people were misusing their position, power, then they should be punished. And this is writ at large in this particular case, where they had no business, they had no authority, they had no right to stop a raid from being conducted. They had absolutely nothing as far as the law is concerned. Here is a case where the ED is working under its lawful authority and the state machinery is misusing certain people for their own personal interest and stopping an organization or an investigating agency to do what is lawfully correct. So therefore, these are not officers. These are only gundas, and gundas working for a political party, for their political masters, for a political reason. And now they're trying to politicize the reason by saying that, oh, this was an illegal raid, this could not have happened, and this is a politically motivated stuff. If we allow this to happen, then tomorrow every organization would be under some kind of limitation, some kind of liability against every politician who's going to use the same narrative and stop any government organization to do what is right, what is correct, what is proper, and what is just.
Yeah, in fact, as we speak, the ED, this Solicitor General arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, has just said that a message needs to go out once and for all, and the bench is discussing. So we are expecting something big. The Supreme Court also asking some questions about the nature of the investigation, what was at stake. This is going to be a very significant hearing. That's the sense we're getting. Kapil, the ED is in no mood to relent, given whatever has happened over the weekend.
That is absolutely right, and they shouldn't. Because as we say, what is the narrative that is now created? That any political person or any gunda who has enough manpower can stop ED from doing what is right, what is just, and what is legal. And they don't have to show the law. They don't have to show the precedent. They don't have to go to the court. All they need to do is get enough manpower. Perhaps, rightly or wrongly, police officers, non-police officers, to stop ED from doing what is proper. And if this is permitted today, think of the large-scale ramifications where there would be industrialists with political patronage, politicians. And in this case, it wasn't as if a politician or a political party was being raided. It was a private party, and the state machinery came in their defense. In their offense by actively stopping the organization from the investigating organization to do what is correct. So therefore, it is absolutely imperative today that the Honorable Supreme Court steps in and protects the ED from doing what is right. Otherwise, tomorrow, there would be no use of the statute that actually gives benefit, advantage, and the protection to ED officers from doing their duty.
Yeah. Do we have any precedents in this particular case? Kapil, I mean, you're an advocate in the Supreme Court. Any precedents that are there that the court could look at while looking at this particular case? Because it's a curious case where ED, CBI have gone to Bengal, investigated, faced political attacks. CBI officers have been arrested. There is a precedence to what is happening in Bengal. It's not the first, it's not the second, and it's not the last.
So in previous avatar, as we say, one of the premier investigating agencies, as we know, is CBI. You rightly pointed out CBI. In CBI cases, what would have happened, what happens is that certain officers had faced false FIRs and protection of the political patronage of the accused. And in the light of the same, the PMLA Act itself gives certain benefits to the Enforcement Directorate officers, saying that one, which is a general protection, that no FIR or criminal case or a case will be filed against officers for doing what is supposed to be their lawful duty. But secondly, very importantly, another protection is given that protects only ED officers, which is that no FIR, no state FIR will be filed or an FIR filed in state against an ED officer for doing something in his lawful duty. So as far as precedents are concerned, more importantly, in the previous cases against CBI, where CBI did face a lot of harassment and problems, that protection has been given specifically to the officers of the ED in terms of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And that protection is sacrosanct. It is statutory. It has never been challenged. So therefore, the FIR is in the teeth of the statutory protection granted by the legislature to the ED officers. And that itself would be something that the Honorable Supreme Court will be taking cognizance of, because that has never been challenged, that has never been questioned, and that is good law as it stands today.
Okay, we have a breaking news update coming in. Supreme Court says it's a very serious matter and that they're going to issue notices. Notices will be issued. In fact, I'm getting in more breaking news updates right now. Just picking up these updates from the courtroom right now. Supreme Court saying that they're going to issue some notices. Justice Mishra asking whether the photos have been filed. And there are some more updates that I'm just getting in from the newsroom right now. Justice Mishra says, what are these photos you have filed? Solicitor General for the Enforcement Directorate says of Dharna, surrounded by police officers. So big development. ED shows proof of being surrounded by the police. ED shows proof of their officers surrounded by the police. And this is a big development. In fact, getting in more details of what the Supreme Court is saying. Justice Mishra tries to tell Sibal. In fact, Sibal intervenes, says, let me first clear the air. Everyone knows IPAC. If High Court can hear, why should your lordships? And Justice Mishra says, we are disturbed by the way High Court has been, and then Sibal interrupts and says, that will not be repeated. Yesterday hearing took place. If this court hears this, you will have to assume High Court cannot. Justice Mishra says, don't put words in our mouth, don't assume. Sibal says this should be heard by High Court. It has Article 226 jurisdiction, that's the hierarchy. They are filing parallel proceedings. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi then appears and says, without any ruckus, ED sought adjournment yesterday. They're now trying to admit. Kapil, they're admitting. In fact, Sibal says it will not be repeated. He says it will not be repeated. Okay. We'll try and get some more lawyers also live with us. The hearing is underway right now, and as we speak, the court is issuing notice. The court says it is a very serious matter, and that they want to issue notices. And they're very disturbed by what is happening in the High Court. This is a breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get you the latest updates right now. The court is hearing the case, and we are getting you the minute-by-minute updates. Justice Mishra in the Supreme Court saying that there's a very serious matter and that they will have to examine it. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has just intervened, saying that the court says we are adjourning it. Cyanide since case was pending here. And then Sibal says, IPAC, we all know that it takes care of elections in West Bengal. Formal contract between TMC and IPAC in 2021. Justice Mishra says elections in West Bengal is conducted by ECI or IPAC. And Sibal says all election data is confidential and it is all kept there. There will be a lot of information on candidates. Why was the news to go there in the midst of an election? Last statement in the coal scam was recorded on February 24th, 2024. What were they doing there since then? Why so keen in the middle of an election? It is all the info that is in the computers, and once you have that info, how do we fight the election? Chairman has the right to protect it, and thus we went there. So Kapil Sibal arguing for the Bengal government and the Trinamool Congress and IPAC here, saying that all the election data, confidential data, was kept in the IPAC office, asking why ED had to go there. Why so keen in the middle of an election? And the Supreme Court has also said that they will be issuing notices, adding that this is a very, very serious matter, adding that what is ED in fact has said this is theft, this is nothing but theft. And Justice Mishra has said that that is the Supreme Court has observed that they are extremely disturbed by the way the High Court has been. And then Sibal interjects, says, hearing happened yesterday just before the Supreme Court could talk about how disturbed they were by the manner in which the High Court was interrupted. And Supreme Court says that Sibal should not try and put words in their mouth and that they will decide what to assume and what not to. We'll try and go across to Ridhamanand Bharadwaj, also joining us live on the broadcast. She will be joining us any minute now. And the hearing is still underway, but the Supreme Court bench is discussing as we speak, and we should be able to get the breaking news update on what next in this particular case. Sibal also says that ED reached at 6:20 a.m. Chief Minister came at 12 p.m. and left at 12:15 p.m. and that they're also very disturbed as to why ED shall wait for 2 hours and then go to a place which is a part of the party office. And then he tries to draw the attention of the court to section 105 of the BNSS. Sibal says, please see the video recording. It is a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken. See that Panchnama also, this is just to create prejudice. He tries to claim that digital devices were not taken. Sibal argues, saying that digital devices were not taken by the Chief Minister, but there are visuals that show that digital devices were taken. Files were taken. So the arguments still continue in the Supreme Court. As we speak, Sibal is arguing, saying, please see the video recording. It's a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken. See that Panchnama also. This is just to create prejudice. And the Solicitor General, a few minutes back, also said that a message has to go out once and for all. Kapil Sibal talking about what IPAC does, saying that he wants to make submissions and that he's appearing for the chairman of the Trinamool Congress, which is Mamata Banerjee. Kapil Sibal is appearing for Mamata Banerjee. But the Supreme Court making it clear that they are very disturbed by the manner in which the court was functioning, or rather how the court was disturbed. In fact, on the day of the raids, when they went to the court, there was no hearing in the court. I have my colleague Shivam also joining us with the latest updates from the courtroom. Shivam, any other updates that we have from inside the courtroom? If you can take us through what we have, the observations that are being made, the arguments being made.
I'll share you the latest updates that we are fetching right now at this moment, and whatever is being said in the courtroom. Now, Kapil Sibal, the latest updates, let me share it with you. Kapil Sibal is saying, please see the video recording, and he's arguing, he's saying that it is a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken, and he is also trying to mention the Panchnama also, and he mentions that this is just to create a prejudice. Now, the other points which are mentioned by Kapil Sibal during the courtroom hearing, he said that ED reached around 6:20 a.m. and CM came at around 12 p.m. So he's trying to make an argument that the CM came a bit late, and he also mentioned that the CM left at around 12:15 p.m. But we were very much live during that time, and we saw she was there for a very long time. And Kapil Sibal also mentioned this in his arguments, that he said we are also very disturbed as to why ED shall wait for 2 years and then go to a place which is a part of the party office. While he was also mentioning to the section 105 of BNSS. Now, Justice Mishra has made a strong argument, strong point, where he asks, elections in West Bengal, is it conducted by ECI or IPAC? So that was the strong point by Justice Mishra, which was given here. Now, Kapil Sibal also has mentioned here that all election data is confidential and it is kept there. So it's time and again the prime argument of the opposition, the TMC, is that the election data was there. It was all confidential data, but we very well saw how all the data, how the laptops and how the digital devices were taken by the Chief Minister, that is Mamata Banerjee. And also Kapil Sibal mentioned this fact that there were a lot of info on candidates, etc. The argument of candidate was again mentioned. But ED denies this time and again that this is nothing related to the candidates and why a candidate list, everything is in with IPAC. Kapil Sibal also mentioned why was the news to go there in midst of an election. So they are mentioning the reason of election again and again. And last statement in the school scam, according to Kapil Sibal, it was recorded on February 24, 2024. What were they doing since then? So they're using the argument of the delay of the action which is being conducted, the raid being conducted by the ED. And also they are again and again mentioning the very point of why this is happening in the midst of election. As also, it is also info that is in the computer. He's also said, once you have info, how do we fight the election? So they are trying to portray this as a way to decrease the value or know the candidate list that the TMC will be using, or other sensitive information in context to the elections that will be coming. So they are turning the arguments, nothing related to the scam or whatever was done. They are trying to bring it to the point of election and their campaigning and their candidate list and the sensitive information that they have. Now also, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior advocate AM Singhvi also said, the court says we are adjourning its cyanide case was pending here. Kapil Sibal has also mentioned that IPAC, we all know that it takes care of elections in West Bengal. So mentioning of IPAC again and again in the context of elections in West Bengal, this is the main point here. And he also mentioned the formal contract between TMC and IPAC in 2021. So this was also mentioned. But the strong arguments, yesterday also ED had mentioned this very clearly. We don't have any data with us. We don't have any information with us because most of the information, as we saw Niranjan that day also, most of the evidence was taken away by Mamata Banerjee in her private vehicle. She was there during an ED raid, which was never seen before incident that happened that time. So ED has its argument and the live proceedings which are happening. Let me get back to you and give more details. And Justice Mishra also said, we are very disturbed in the way High Court has been, and Kapil Sibal also mentioned that hearing happened yesterday. The court will have to assume that High Court cannot deliver justice. So these are the arguments which are being given by Kapil Sibal. Also, the Supreme Court also said you cannot put words in my mouth.
We will decide what to... joining us. Priyanka Tibrewal is joining us. She's an advocate and she's also a leader of the BJP. But I want to go across to her from a legal point of view. This is an admission in court. Kapil Sibal has said a few minutes back, Priyanka, he has just said, he has admitted that it was only the laptop. He says it was only the laptop of Pratik Jain and mobile phone of Pratik Jain was seized and she left the premise. I mean, he makes it look so simple. He says, yes, he used the word seized. Mamata seized the laptop, seized the phone, took it away. She took the personal iPhone and laptop which have the election information. So it's an admission in the courtroom that she stole the evidence.
Well, it looks like that the ED did not conduct the raid. It was Mamata Banerjee who went to conduct the raid, and whatever she found, she took it from there. So whether it was stealing or what she was planning to do or what was there in her mind, which she wanted to hide from the people, that's a big question. But here I would state that the Supreme Court has correctly pointed out that it is the Election Commission of India who is supposed to conduct the elections, but not IPAC. When they say that, certain data were there at the IPAC, now tell me, Mr. Kapil Sibal should enlighten us that where anywhere in the country is there a law, is there any section which says that if a political party has certain documents in one place, then that office has to be cordoned and it cannot be investigated by any agencies when such investigation in a matter is going on. There is no such law. I think Mr. Sibal should explain clearly on that.
Yeah, and
Tushar Mehta also correctly said that it is mobocracy which is taking over democracy. When in the courtroom in Calcutta, the mob of TMC entered the courtrooms and they created a chaotic atmosphere where the Honorable Court could not take up the matter. Now, this is exactly what happens, what Mamata Banerjee is trying to do. She is trying to kill democracy with her mobocracy, with her ruling goons.
Yes. Supreme Court is also shocked by the manner in which, some legal officers, I don't know whether they were lawyers, legal officers, supporters of Trinamool Congress, but the manner in which the High Court was maybe garrowed, is that the right word? I don't know, but an attempt made to intimidate the courtrooms last week, Priyanka.
Well, Mamata Banerjee has always said that, she wasn't aware about the kind of corruption which was happening in Bengal by her own ministers. But today, this has been proved that not only is she aware, but she is supporting them. Otherwise, a sitting chief minister would not go to anybody's office to hide things which were supposed to be seized by the ED because there were things to be hidden. When a company is being investigated for money laundering because there was certain amount of money which was transferred from one state to the other. Why? Because of this Trinamool Congress who was fighting the elections at Goa and certain transactions have been done. What is there? Why would a chief minister go to hide that? Because that money was black and she's aware of that. So the claim which Mamata Banerjee makes that she's very innocent and she doesn't know about the crime and the corruption being done by the TMC, that is not the truth. And now that the people of India are watching the same.
Okay, in fact, Supreme Court has just said, this breaking news coming in, Supreme Court has just said that if ED had any intention to seize election data, they would have taken it, but they did not. You can't stop us from issuing notice. Then Sibal says, of course we can't, but we're only trying to persuade you. But the ED has also argued that a message should be sent once and for all, given that it has happened again and again and again in West Bengal. With CBI, with ED, several times officers have been attacked, officers arrested. Your take on that? On whether there should be a message sent out?
Of course, there has to be a very stringent message which has to go. Because this is the second time consecutively which is happening. Once the CBI officers are arrested because they were performing their duties when they went to Rajiv Kumar's house. And this is for the second time that chief minister enters and she picks up things and steals things, documents from there and goes. Now tell me, any industrialist or any businessman, would they want to invest in West Bengal? No, because they're seeing that it is a lawless state. The chief minister enters anywhere she wishes to and does anything.
Yeah.
There is no security of life here.
Where are the
Why
files?
would anybody come to Bengal? It's a lawless state.
Now, where are the files? The ED says there's nothing with them. So where are the files? Has she taken everything? How is it possible that
Mamata
she's taken
Banerjee
everything?
took everything. I told you, if anybody conducted a raid that day, it was Mamata Banerjee. She conducted the raid and she took all the documents as if she was supposed to be the agency to conduct the raid.
Okay, I'll thank you at this point. Priyanka, will look forward to getting you back once again as the hearing progresses. Thank you very much, Priyanka Tibrewal, advocate, joining us. Aniket Ujjwal Nikam also joining us on the broadcast as the Supreme Court hears the case in the national capital. The hearing is currently underway. As we speak, Sibal continues to argue, that is the lawyer for Mamata Banerjee. Lawyer for Mamata Banerjee continues to argue that there is a video recording and he claims it's a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken. He says there is an attempt to create prejudice. But the fact is, the same lawyer has also admitted that Mamata Banerjee took away a laptop. He also admits that Mamata Banerjee also took away a mobile phone. And these are digital devices. People don't keep digital evidence in multiple devices. They keep it in one or two devices. Aniket, she's taken away the laptop and the iPhone or the mobile phone, obviously because there are conversations there, there are chats there, there is perhaps evidence there. In a case like this, when digital evidence is stolen, right, Aniket, what is left in a case? And how critical is this?
This is extremely critical, and I believe law and order in West Bengal is completely collapsed. The Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, while the central agency is doing their process of investigating a crime, goes to the place, takes off the mobile, takes off the electronic evidence, and just leaves that place. This is nothing but obstructing government servants in discharging their official duty, which itself is a crime. And I believe in no other state in our country such situation has ever arisen, where the Chief Minister goes and obstructs the investigating agency blatantly in discharging their duty. This is extreme high-handedness on part of the Chief Minister, and I believe the law and order in West Bengal is in turmoil.
Yeah. In fact, the Supreme Court has made just, more observations, has just said that there was a schedule by CJI about the time of arguments. A Solicitor General arguing for the Enforcement Directorate says it should also be said that lawyers cannot discuss such matters on shows. Kapil Sibal, who's Mamata Banerjee's lawyer, says also circular so that your officials don't leak details to the journalists of their liking. Supreme Court saying this is not the place for this. So this is a fiery hearing that is currently underway in the Supreme Court. I wanted to get your take on it because the ED has said that a message should be sent once and for all, given that this has happened in Bengal not once or twice, but several times.
See, if the investigating agency is allowed to be interfered with like this by the concerned state government, then in our country there will be total chaos. Because in any matter, in any other matter where the central investigating agency is investigating the crime, the local government over there would try and obstruct the central agency. So this cannot never be permitted. Number one. Number two, kindly look at the conduct of the Chief Minister. She just goes there, barges in, takes away the electronic evidence. I mean, this is nothing but tampering with the evidence. This is a clear-cut cognizable offence committed, where you try to interfere with the investigating agency and also takes away the material that is there, that should ideally be with the investigating agency, is lying with the Chief Minister.
Yes, absolutely. Now, okay, we have some more developments right now. As we speak in the courtroom, Mamata Banerjee's lawyer says under Section 66, if there is any offence, it has to be reported to the probe machinery of the state. They are saying that charge them with these offences like trespassing, etc., when the Panchanama contradicts it. What is the role of police in a situation like this? Will their FIR really stand in the court of law when they claim trespassing, Aniket?
No, see, the investigating agency had gone there to investigate an offence or a complaint that was there. So they were completely within their rights to investigate and to seize material under a Panchanama. Now over here, the situation is that while they were doing it, this entire process was, an attempt was made to stall it for the reasons best known to the Chief Minister. But the claim of the West Bengal police that they have committed an offence of trespass, so on and so forth, will not stand, because the investigating agency is just doing their job. They are investigating and they are trying to inquire and find out something, whether an offense has been committed or not. Now, if they go, suppose what they are saying is that you should have come here, given 10 days notice in advance, then anybody would try and destruct the evidence in between.
Yeah.
The entire purpose of going there unannounced is not to give them a chance to, destruct the evidence.
Yes, Supreme Court, CJI, in fact, getting in some more details right now of the hearing that is underway. Let's get you some more details. Getting in more arguments that are being made. Justice Mishra says that there's some circular issued by CJI that should apply on limitations of time for counsels to argue. The Solicitor General for the Enforcement Directorate says there should also be a circular restraining media interview on such matters. Sibal then says, Mamata Banerjee's lawyer then says there should be a circular that CBI and ED should not be leaking information to journalists of their liking. Now, this is something that is being argued inside the court, and at this point, we are waiting for the counsels. In fact, the bench is discussing the matter. We are waiting for more updates, live updates from inside the courtroom. And the last update also being that Mamata Banerjee's lawyer says that if there is any offence, it has to be reported to the probe machinery in the state, adding that they're saying that charge them with these offences like trespassing, etc., when the Panchnama contradicts it. And there is an argument between both the Enforcement Directorate and Mamata Banerjee's lawyer on discussing such matters on public debates. And Mamata's lawyer also saying that there is a selective leak that happens, to several journalists, etc. Now, this is a high-stakes battle. It's ahead of elections in Bengal. And IPAC is the organization, the consultancy that handles the campaign for the Trinamool Congress. Now, they're questioning the timing of this case, Aniket, but is that a relevant argument, saying that since February last year, there was no development, not even last year, since February 2024, there was no development, but after 2 years, suddenly there's a development. There's a raid.
They are going to allege motives, but that does not make any difference, because if the investigating agency has reason to go there and search the premises, then they have the reason. Merely by saying that it is just before the elections, it is around the elections, that is a defense that is being taken by the West Bengal government. See, that's not really the point. The point is, if there is nothing, then nothing will really come out. But then who entitles or empowers a sitting chief minister to just barge in and obstruct a central investigating agency in this manner? Because if this is permitted, tomorrow every government, there would be a constant conflict between the state and the center, where if the government is different, they will just come and stop the central agencies from doing their job. This is not what our federal structure of our constitution means.
Yeah. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is now arguing for the state of West Bengal and the DGP. He says this is forum shopping. Can he call it forum shopping? He says, I also raised the issue of forum shopping where the prayers are same in High Court and Supreme Court. Yes, you had an issue on the 9th of January, but you cannot be an excuse to ride two different horses. Sometimes emotions go out of hand, and we understand what the court is saying. Relevant test is yesterday. Supreme Court says emotions cannot go out of hand repeatedly. And then the Solicitor General for Enforcement Directorate says in an orchestrated manner. So the courts are not taking it well on how there was an attempt to perhaps intimidate, if I can use that word, the courts in Calcutta.
Right. We all have seen the manner in which the courts were, crowded, and people were raising slogans and were raising their voices over there, and it was complete chaos. That's what we had read and seen. So nobody would want that any can hijack judiciary in such a manner. And see, the Supreme Court is seized of the matter. Supreme Court will do what it has to do. We cannot really second guess. But the point remains that the high-handedness is extremely clear on part of the West Bengal government in the manner in which they have conducted themselves. And it is for the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court, to decide on this.
Yeah. Aniket, thank you at this point. The story is developing. We'll try and get you back in a short while from now. The hearing is underway. We'll try and go across to our reporters in West Bengal on the ground as well and outside the Supreme Court. Supreme Court saying that they are disturbed by the developments in the Calcutta High Court and how there was an attempt to intimidate the courtrooms as well. So let me try and go across to the developments coming in. Supreme Court has said that emotions cannot go out of hand repeatedly. Rhythm is joining us live in a short while from now. ED says in an orchestrated manner, things are going out of hand again and again. So there is motive being attributed by both sides, by both the Enforcement Directorate and also the Bengal government. The Bengal government says it appears to be a motivated raid, and on the other hand, the Enforcement Directorate has said that the manner in which they were targeted in Bengal and how even the courts were intimidated is a part of an orchestrated, coordinated manner, perhaps. That's the argument being made as we speak. At this point, we'll take a break. We'll come back with the live coverage. Enforcement Directorate petition being heard in the Supreme Court. As we speak, Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing and appearing for the DGP, and the state of Maharashtra saying that it's forum shopping. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Stay tuned. Live updates on Republic.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near...
Okay, live hearing in the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen. We're tracking the situation live. ED and Mamata government going head to head in the Supreme Court. There is a legal battle on. The legal battle is underway, and the hearing continues. Abhishek Manu Singhvi appearing for Mamata Banerjee government, and also the DGP says High Court with regard to Committee of Courts has passed an order. There's no dispute on that, so that is forum shopping. And then we come to the Panchnama part. What is relevant is this: either you are lying or your petition is lying. Search was conducted in peaceful and orderly manner. It is recorded. So Mamata government lawyer, the Bengal government lawyer claims that search was peaceful and orderly. Supreme Court says this shows they have done peacefully. And then Supreme Court is questioning Singhvi, and then Abhishek Manu Singhvi for the Bengal government says, I am saying this with this Panchnama, what you are projecting in the petition is false, or your Panchnama is false, so obstruction, can't do search, etc., is all false. Now Solicitor General says, we were only informed by a casual email saying 11:30 a.m. You started searching at 6:45 a.m. And then the ED says email is email. And then the Bengal government says, please get your instructions clearly. This is just an attempt to cover tracks and create paper trail. So there are the facts being challenged by Bengal government, claiming that they were only sent an email intimation of the raids that are being conducted. And saying that the High Court passed an order, and that the fact that the case has reached the Supreme Court is forum shopping. And then speaking about the Panchnama, alleging that the Bengal government is either lying or the ED is either lying or ED's petition is lying. Bengal government claims search was conducted peacefully and in orderly manner. Look at the words. They claim the searches were conducted in peaceful and orderly manner. If peaceful and orderly means stealing files, then that's a new definition that we are seeing here. This is breaking news update now coming in. Bengal government claims that the search was conducted in peaceful and orderly manner, and they're challenging the facts of the case. We'll try and go across to Abhishek Kapoor as well, who will be joining us on the story. We'll go across to Shivam, who will be joining us live from the newsroom. And as we speak, the Bengal government claims that the ED Panchanama is false or the petition is false. As far as obstruction is concerned, claiming that Mamata obstructed, they claim is also false. Shivam is live. Shivam, if you can take us through the developments in court, please.
Yes, Niranjan, the latest developments that we are getting is of the arguments that are being made in the court right now. And the arguments, I'll carry on with the arguments that are being given in the court right now. What Kapil Sibal has said, he said till 12 p.m. no seizure took place, and it was only the laptop that was belonging to Pratik Jain and the phone of Pratik Jain was seized, and she left the premise. So basically they are trying to say that they have not taken any such data which is not related, which is related to some scam or something like that, and everything is related to election and their campaigning and their candidate list and whatsoever. And also Kapil Sibal also said that of course we are only trying to persuade you, and the argument this was by Kapil Sibal, and Justice Mishra also said the very important point made by Justice Mishra here. He said that if they had any intention to seize your election data, they would have taken it, but they did not. So this is a very major point that I think, that they would have taken it, but they did not. You cannot stop us from issuing notice. So this is the point that has been made by Justice Mishra. Now, in the other argument made by Kapil Sibal, he also said, why was the need to start this just before the election? So time and again, he's reiterating the same fact that why is it being done before the election? This is your petition. Last statement was recorded around February 2024. And if this is the knowledge which is coming out of SG, then what can be said? So this is an argument which is also happening. Justice Mishra also has mentioned this fact. He said in the lighter vein, what Mr. SG Mehta is suggesting, that if money is laundered, before elections, then what can be done by ED? This is also a point. So money laundering angle, the mentioning of money laundering angle is here, which is given, the mention of which has been given by Justice Mishra. And as this SC also said, this is not the place for this. Kapil Sibal also mentioned that also a circular so that your officials don't leak details to the journalists of the liking.